Western District meeting. My apologies, I might just need to go back to that. Before we start today's proceedings, I would like to formally acknowledge the significant contribution made by Durham Havel to the Western District and its governance over several decades. Durham's commitment to our region was evident throughout his life. He served as chairman of the Western County Council for 6 years prior to the 1989 local government reforms. These reforms amalgamated the Western County Council and the Hokitika Borough Council to form the Western District Council, where Durham became the inaugural mayor. Durham served as mayor of the Western District Council until 1998. His tenure helped lay the foundations of the modern council and provided stable leadership during a period of significant structural change across local government in New Zealand. Following his mayoralty, Durham continued to serve the community as a councillor, demonstrating ongoing dedication to public service. His contributions were not limited to elected office. He was also actively involved in a number of initiatives focused on the economic development and well-being of the district, and a lot of those stories have become very evident since his passing. He was a long-standing advocate for the proposed Haast-Hollingford Road link, which he believed had the potential to unlock economic growth on the west coast and improve connectivity in the southern region. He also played a role in the Prince Joseph Stopgap project, a critical piece of infrastructure intended to protect the town from flooding. His involvement extended beyond local government. Durham supported various charitable initiatives and remained a visible and active figure in civic life well into his later years. Today we recognise and thank the late Durham Havel for his enduring service to Westland. His legacy is reflected in the district's governance, infrastructure and civic life, and his contributions will be long remembered by this council and the wider community. And with that, I ask everybody stand for a minute silence to respect Durham. Thank you, everybody. Right, so we're now live streaming to the public. We welcome anybody joining us online, observing or participants in this morning's proceedings. I ask that everybody have their phone on Do Not Disturb or turned off. Each submitter has 5 minutes to speak to their submission. Please don't use that time to repeat your submission. Utilise your time well. We have read your submissions prior to this meeting, so we have that familiarity. There will be 5 minutes for questions after that, and there is a little bit of buffer in time in case it's needed for running over with further questions or discussion points with you directly. That's not what we were not using that time to talk within ourselves. So reminding councillors, the purpose is to hear the submissions and ask any questions. It is not an opportunity to enter into debate with the presenters. So if everybody's clear on the rules that we're working within today, we will start the proceedings officially with the opening karakia. Kia hora, te marino, kia whakapapa pūnamu te moana. Hei hurahai, mā tātou, ai te rauni nei, araha atu, araha mai, tātou I e, tātou katoa, hui e, taiki e. Apologies, we have Francois Tumahoe as an apology. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please, and resolve that the apology be received and accepted? Thank you, Councillor Monero. Seconded, Burden. Thank you. Declarations of interest. There were no changes in the interest register noted. Staff reports. We move on to the draft long-term plan hearing deliberations and decisions report. Emma, are you on there? Emma Ray, Strategy and Communications Advisor, to introduce the report. Good morning, Emma.
Thank you, Your Worship and Councillors. I would like to take the report as read, and through the Mayor, I would like to ask that the hearing is conducted.
Thank you, Emma. I'll have to move and second, please, so that we may resolve that Council receive the report. Council hear and consider the written and verbal submissions. Council deliberate on the submissions to the draft long-term plan 2025 to 2034 in the open part of the meeting, and the Chief Executive be instructed to make the necessary amendments to the draft long-term plan 2025-2034 and present the long-term plan 2034 the ordinary council meeting on 26 June 2025 for adoption. And with apologies, we also need to include our Chief Executive, please. Sorry if I missed that one. Thank you, Councillor Casson. And second, Councillor Burden, thank you. And if I can just drop back to the apologies and ask that Councillor Monero, you're happy to receive Chief Executive Barbara Foot's apology in that. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Burden. Thank you. Right, so we will start the conversational part of the proceedings. West Coast Regional Council are now an apology and won't be presenting. So we will move on to Mr. McGibbon, please. Now, for councillors, that's submission number 30, and it is page number 90 of your submissions. Welcome, Alan, to the table. You're welcome to sit.
Oh, great tool. Firstly, I apologise for being slightly late. I had to drop my little dog off for a haircut this morning. This first thing, I'll just introduce myself first. I'm Alan McGibbon, I live in Havel Drive. And at that point, I'd really like to acknowledge the passing of Durham Havel. I attended his funeral yesterday. I think I will miss his paper runs every day, and I think we sort of all acknowledge the huge contribution Durham made to the entire district over the years and to the region. I think it's quite fitting that I do that, given that he spent a fair bit of time in this room and other council chambers about the district. My wife and I moved here in 2018 from Whanganui. I'm not a Whanganui lad. Well, this is worth around, isn't it?
Excuse me, if we can have phones off in the auditorium, please. Thank you. Sorry.
It's the scourge of the modern world, I guess. Yeah, so we moved here in 2018, came from Whanganui. I'm not a Whanganui lad, I'm sort of basically up the East Coast from Gisborne Way. And we built our own home there in Havel Drive. I've got 22 years local government senior management experience. I spent a good deal of time as an administration manager and district secretary. Been involved in economic development and group management at a number of councils. And so I do understand the complexities of the whole planning and rating process and how difficult that is for people to understand. And I guess that's the thrust of what I want to talk a bit about today. I'm also acknowledge the difficulties local government face with increasing costs imposed on them by central government. They just hand the stuff off without any thought to it. So I understand the difficulty the council has in packaging all this complex stuff up into a 41 page document that's been heavily edited necessarily, and how difficult that is for people to understand. But I think that's really the issue here, and the bit that I really want to talk about, and I'll cover each of my submissions very quickly, but the bit I want to talk about is that I believe that you need to concentrate on each rating district, as it were. So instead of saying this is the average rate increase across the whole district, you should be actually looking at every rateable area, so that they can understand what the impacts are on them, because that's what people worry about, that's what people are concerned about. I know that's difficult. But to just slap an average on, and you know, this year coming, there's only 2 rating areas that will be below the 7%. Most of them will be in the double digits. So, you know, the 7% thing sort of, people see it and get a hell of a shock when they get the rates account. Like it or not, councillors and council staff are actually much better informed than the public, and that's unfortunate. But you're immersed in it, you understand it. But for the Joe Blow out there, it's extremely difficult to understand. And the rating rules as they are, the Rating Powers Act, is quite complex, and there's certain things you can't do. And not to mention the fact that they pay GST on top of the rates, but there you go. By highlighting a few issues of note, the council, I think there's about 5 or 6 of them, they've sort of said these are the important things. Well, they're not really. They're some of the important things, but the whole thing's important. So I ask councillors to consider how better focus can be achieved in planning disclosure documents so residents can understand the impacts on them. So I'll quickly go through my submissions into the ones that were highlighted. Building across the road, simple, sell it. You actually have a resolution on your books some time ago to do that, and it should have been done by now. I think it's a millstone around your neck, and if you got rid of it for $1, it'd be off the books, but get rid of it. Second one is the Hannah Clearing landfill. I think that's a cost to the entire region because it's our benefit. We've done another Fox River thing, that was a shocker. But I'm not clear as to where that is going to be paid from, whether it's across the district or whether it's going to fall on Hannah, and I don't think it should because they didn't do it. It happened years ago. The Jackson Bay Wharf, I say close it. I also say if you're going to close it, you need to pull it down because your liabilities don't go away once you've closed it. Then there's nothing in the budget to say pull it down. If you sell it to somebody, that's just a signal to come back in 10 years' time and say, oh, we're not making any money off it, we'd like you to bail us out, please. The cost of repairing it, don't know about that. And I think the argument about it being a strategic asset for emergency management is very spurious, given that it's the absolute extremities of our district, given that that area will be isolated for quite some time because of the states of the roads after a major earthquake. I think that's a very spurious argument. The wilderness trails, well, that's another hospital pass from the Crown, isn't it? Go and build them, then hand them to you, look after. I'm not opposed to them, and I think if you can get external funding, well and good, but you know, you're going to have to keep battling that one with the Crown. I just think it was a major hospital pass. The people who use it pay very little. The beneficiaries pay very little. In some area that's got to change. Not sure how, but somehow it has to change. The dog registration fee, the bit that concerns me there is the discount. I know they have to charge these things. The act around dogs is quite clear. Not sure why there isn't one around cats either, but there you go. And the 20% discount, I don't see that sort of in the budget. How many people are going to get the discount? How many over 65s are there? How many people are going to whip out a gold card? How many, what do you call them? Responsible owners are there? Is that in the budget? I'm not sure. So, you know, I just say dog registration is what it is, and there's a percentage of general rate goes into it as well. I think just leave it where it is and move on. The other items you talk about on page 5, you talk about your vision. I think your vision is aspirational, but I really think we need to get down to the nitty-gritty and talk about affordability and sustainability. Make sure this place is affordable for people who live here, and that the place is actually sustainable. My personal view is that we need to be looking at wants and needs, and obviously the needs come first, and then the wants. The limit on rates increases, you've talked about an average over 7 years. If you compare that to the CPI, it's pretty high. Currently it's down around 2.5%, and it jumps around, but I just think that by saying that's going to be flat, I think you should be trying to get it down. And as I've said about the average, I think it's not telling the truth. So I'd like to see some sort of, some sort of target for each of the rating areas where you're actually trying to get it down and you're dealing with each one, because those are how they affect people. You need to look at that. One of the things a lot of councillors do when they run for councillors, so I'm going to reduce rates. I've never seen it happen. And I think you just forget about that, it's not going to happen. But you should try and make the impacts as low as you possibly can. Further funds for the pool, somewhere along the line we've got to stop. We've got to stop with these nice to haves, and we've just got to say enough is enough. And somewhere along the line there needs to be a limit. And I think that's on page 21 or so, it's the needs and wants thing. And I'd like to see we have a maximum amount of our budget is spent on wants, and then the rest is spent on, or the leftovers are spent on wants. We've got to pay for our needs. We've got to have our roads. We've got to have rubbish collection. We've got to have wastewater. We've got to have sewage. We've got to have all of those things. But we don't have to have expensive playgrounds, for argument's sake. They're nice to have. We need to cut our cloth. So I think we should cap how much we spend on those things. And I know you're challenged every time people come along, we want this, we want that, we want everything else. It's a small district, with very low population. It's a very large district with a very low population. The distance between Karamea, for argument's sake, and Haast is the same as it is from Warkworth to Wellington. The population here is 40-odd thousand for the whole area, and in that area I talked to the North Line, 3.5 million. So that's the problem you've got. So that sort of sums up in 5 minutes, a pretty short time to do that. I think I might have cracked that, but I've done it as best I can.
Close to 9.
Well, I'll keep going if you like. So thank you for your time. Wish you the best of luck, and great weather out there.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Before you depart, has anybody got any questions for Alan? Any points they want to have clarified?
Yeah, I have a question, just in terms of the wharf down at Jackson's and the cycle trail. Do you see any potential positives or benefits?
Well, there absolutely is benefits. The question is who pays. That's what it comes down to. With the Jackson's Wharf things, a hell of a lot of users come from over the hill, from Central Otago, and they pay nothing. Absolutely, unless they're own a batch down there or a crib. But it's the cycle trail thing. Nice to have. Someone's got to pay for it. So somewhere along the line, you've got to find some way to pay. I'm a bit of a fan for. Remember talked about spending a penny and being stuck with a bent penny to get into the toilets in the old days. Gold coin turnstiles or something like that, I don't know. But someone has to pay for it. I don't think it should fall back onto the ratepayer, because generally the ratepayers in this district are not using those facilities, generally. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. That's great. Anything further for Alan? Thank you very much, Alan, for that. Good presentation. Right, so next we have Les Morgan. Les is here. Submission number 37. Page 103 to 106.
Comfy chairs, right? Can I just say, as a point of order, turning right off of Wheel Street into Railway Terrace is a no-no. You know who you are, please don't do it again. Okay? So, rates, got me rates bill again, every year, well apart from the COVID year. So here we go, pass it round so you can all see what I'm talking about. Pass it down. On average, I've averaged 13% since the property I own has become a dwelling. As you'll note again, some years there's a bracketed E, which is an election year. And then when you see those figures, they're way below all the other years because it's an election year. You can't play fast and loose with people's rates because it's an election year. It's there. I picked another random address out of the book or off your website, and exactly the same. Every year there's an election, there's another low rate. And then I went and did it again on another random address, and it was exactly the same again. Every year there's an election, and I'll give you credit, Mayor, you're the first one who hasn't done it. And I'll give you credit again, because you stuck at my average of 13%. Very good, thank you very much indeed. At least I know where I stand with you when it comes to rates. Overall, 13% a year since it's become a dwelling. That's pretty stiff going. It is stiff going, and you're nodding in agreement. I'm going to lay it out a different way, that figure that you see at the top there for the year coming is going to be 1/7 of my disposable income for the next year. All right? Now, I don't mind giving that secret away, and I'm trusting nobody here is going to spread around what I've got left. So that's 1/7. When we come to your income, Your Worship, I've worked it out to about a 34th. And when we come to the Chief Executive, who I apologise because she's not here to front this, I worked it out about 1/74th. Now, you're not going to miss that. You're not going to miss it like I'm going to miss that 7th. Now, I've worked out as well that if my rates stay at 13% for the next 10 years, and according to the gentleman from Fed Farmers, it's not going to be 13%, it could be between 16 and 19% because I'm a rural ratepayer. I could, by the year 9 years' time, be paying $10,000 a year. $10,000 a year in rates. Now, me and my absent wife today will both be on super then. That will be a fifth of our super on rates every year. $10,000 plus a year, and that's without going forward. You never allow for the compounding nature of rates, ever. Nobody ever does. We had the same in Southland. They said, oh, it's only going to be this, but when you did the compounding sum, it was almost double. But the line was, it's only going to be this. I don't mind your little graph with your low figure at the bottom here, because I know, like the Greens fake budget, it's unachievable. You can't put out, it's only going to be 2%, because it's not going to be 2% in the future. You're doing, as a collective, what other councils have done to you. They put out a woo-woo plan, and then it's an election, they disappear, and you pick up the pieces, as you've had to do with previous councils. All you're doing is, if you run and get in, you've told the truth about your next 3 rate rises, but you've left the other people down the road, they're screwed over. Because people like me, we keep this, and we bring it to the table. And we bring to the table all the things when the new chief executive spoke about every ratepayer dollar counts. But does it really? Because everybody here at the last election told me and everybody else here and everybody else in the region that there was a cost of living crisis. And they cared about our dollars, and they cared about the spending. But ever since then, I'm sorry, I can hear a cricket somewhere. I've not heard a word about a cost of living crisis. And here we are today, when there is a cost of living crisis, when it really matters, I'm hearing crickets. I haven't heard one word in the last year about a cost of living crisis from anybody here. I've heard about spending, and I've heard about big projects, and I accept that has to happen. But I haven't heard about the electioneering that went on 3 years ago, and I can point fingers, so I'm just going to spread my finger right round at everybody, because that way you're a collective, and I'm not isolating single people. But it's all there, I've got it on my phone, all your statements, all your 150 words. Come on, you should have done better. I know you can't do it all, and I know that you can't stick to every promise that you make, and you should never make a promise you can't keep. But you all said it, and now it's come down to the crunch. I haven't heard that word since. I haven't heard cost of living crisis since. And I'll tell you what else annoys me, stepping away from rates, is Destination Westland and Wild Foods. Where are the figures? Where's this year's figures? Where's last year's figures? Where's the figures before that? And where's the figures before that? They came here, Your Worship, and 3 times you gave them a chance, and I remember the 3rd time you lost the plot, and you got real frisky on it, and it made no difference. And where are we still with Wild Foods? We're nowhere. It's our money disappearing into a party that you see them in the paper. Oh, look, we did Wild Foods. will stand here and tell us where the money's gone. I mean, one of them who's running Destination Western is an accountant, is she not? Shouldn't be difficult to bring the books, because I believe those books are like MasterChef, they're well cooked. If they're not, why aren't they here being presented? Because there's something going on. You know it, honestly. I don't know what else to say. What about the Northern Ward? I'm isolating the Northern Ward because I live there, and I'm isolating my rural rates because I'm a rural ratepayer. But in the Northern Ward, we seem to like, everything's 3 steps behind. The gorge, still not finished, might not be your fault. Tatara Bridge, not your fault again, but Northern Ward issue. And then we've got the swimming pool down at Ross. You've had almost 2 years now, and there's still not even a tender put out. What happens at the next swim season? Am I going to miss out on another swim season because nothing's been done? Because it's taken over 2 years to put a tender out? The money was there 2 years ago. Come on, why are we being punished in the Northern and Southern wards? You know what happened in April 23 at the extraordinary general meeting. You took away the investment from 3 waters from those 2 wards to fund the swimming pool, of which $700,000 of that was consultants. And when Councillor Burden raised it with the previous CEO, there was a big bit of the carpet got lifted up and he just swept it underneath. And Councillor Burden was left hanging with no answer. Not only Councillor Burden, all the ratepayers too. You spent $3 million and $700,000 went on consultants that disappeared under that carpet, under that Astor District, never to be seen again. And then we spent another $3 million because somebody here cooked up a plan on the back of an 8x4 piece of paper. We can't keep spending money on that pool. There's other things to spend money on, or there's other regions, wards, that could do with the investment. I mean, I'm talking for the Northern Ward because that's where I live. Yeah, we're getting done over time and time again. We're all rural ratepayers. And according to Fed Farmers, our rates are going to be 16, 19% ad infinitum. To fund what? To fund Hokitika and its ward. Honestly, come on people, stand up for your ward. And if you can't stand up for your ward, stand up for what's right. Because there is a cost of living crisis. There wasn't one before, but there is now. And we're suffering. I can afford these this year. And I'll most likely be able to afford them next year. But I can't afford them at 10 grand in 8 years' time. Could you? On a restricted income? Could any of you on a restricted income? Because that's where we're heading. That's where this, wherever it is, that's where this is taking us. Because this is a Greens budget. I agree with what's in here about investment and everything else, but I don't agree with that bit at the bottom, because that's Greens budget, that's just wishful thinking. And you're setting yourself up for failure, and you're setting the ratepayers up for a whole heap of hurt on top of the whole heap of hurt we've already got. Come on, wake up folks, you've got 1 day to prove yourselves to the region you can do it. Just make a statement. We've made a mistake. We're sorry. Rates are going to be this, and we'll work it back from where we are. We can't afford this, and I can't afford it in the future. I moved here for a better life, and it's not your fault, but it's becoming unaffordable. You know, I'm laughing out of angst and anxiety. I'm not laughing because it's funny. No. Come on, you've got to do better. You've got to do better for the Northern Ward, you've got to do better for the Southern Ward. You can't go down to Jackson Bay last year saying, well, 150 years, brilliant, well done. Oh, I can't be bothered with you now. Let's just close the wharf and shut the road. You can't do that to folks, hey? You can't. You can't, madam. I don't know, I've got nothing else. You know, I'm bereft now, absolutely bereft. Any questions?
Any questions?
No questions, but I have asked several times for the box for the wild foods, and so I totally agree with that.
Yeah, it's not, yeah, but we've been here, they've been here 3 times. You know it, I know it, I've watched them here. The first time they ummed and ahed, the second time it got a little bit, well, no, and the third time,
I have
got
asked.
real frisky. And I don't think it's a case of asking anymore.
No.
No, I mean, what have you got to do? You've got to get a forensic auditor in there? Because there's something up. I watched that last 2 meetings ago, $2.5 million tax bill. Whoa, where's that come from? And I know who's going to be paying for that. And it won't be them, because one of them's scuttling off into the distance at the end of the month.
Yeah, we do need those figures.
We
Have asked.
And we can't afford Wild Foods as ratepayers. It's just a jolly that other people using their egos are launching on. You see them in the paper. Oh look, we did Wild Foods. Where are you now? Nowhere to be seen. And it was used previously as a big ego boost. That's all it was. It's been out of control for years. The books haven't added up for years.
I just don't think that the Wild Foods is a necessary thing when
No.
a destination Westland, when the likes of the Peaches are suffering and everything else. And that.
There definitely needs to be those books.
It needs to be
I can
shut
assure
down.
you there's a motion in process at the moment to access information. And, yeah,
But it's all right you accessing it, but will you make sure that we get to see it? Because we paid for it. It's been hanging around our necks like a noose. It should never have come back after COVID, to be honest.
we, under the new chief executive, will be changing what we present, what we release to the public, and how we manage ourselves and our accountability. And I can assure you of that. So the Destination West and the Wild Food situation is certainly in there. We have meetings coming up very shortly where the end of the line will be there as far as what we require, and there will be no excuses tolerated. Assure you of that.
Oh, one last thing. How are we doing with the bins? I put it in my submission. You thought you got away with that one.
Well, that gentleman's right here. Sorry, Al. He thought he'd got away with it too.
No, there's nothing to get away with. This is regarding the 80 litre bins.
Yeah, they're various sizes, but
Not happening.
not happening. Dear God, come on. I've got overflowing bins around my way every fortnight. It wouldn't, why can't it happen? It can happen elsewhere. Why?
No, it's not financially viable to run at 80. Our contracts work as such, and this wasn't supposed to be a debate, but it appears to be turning that way. It's not financially viable to run smaller bins because if a truck goes out and picks up a 120 litre bin or it picks up an 80 litre bin, it costs the same amount of money.
Yeah.
So the waste portion of the rates is blanketed across the whole of the Northern Ward.
Yeah.
And then collections is paid for by the individuals.
Right.
So, you know, you can either A, remove your collection portion from your rates and take it to the transfer station and pay for it as you deliver it.
All right, so here's one. So on the recycling bay, you get the yellow bin and it comes along, gets a stick on it, it's not collected, and then it's left there uncollected. Why can't the person then the next week, if it's contaminated and it's become rubbish, why can't they just put that bin out and have it collected as rubbish if it hasn't been collected as recycling the week before?
Jim, I don't want to interrupt the conversation, but we're nearly up
Yeah,
to
sorry.
15 minutes,
My fault.
and no, it's not, but clearly we've, there's more discussion required around that
I'll send you
component.
an email, eh?
Yep.
All right, thanks for your time, folks.
Thank you very much, Les, appreciate it. Appreciate your comments, and, your presentation and your content. Thank you. Right, next to the table we have Anthea, please. Submission number 38, pages 107 to 108.
Good morning, council. Councillors, your worship. Thank you, ratepayers, for coming in today and for your support at the gatherings that we've had just recently. 2 urgent meetings we've had, calling the ratepayers, discussing council's liable causes, council's liabilities. I go back 30 years on our property at home, where council staff convinced builders or building properties to allow stormwater sewage effluent to go into stormwater. That's the shite pile. If you want to look at that, that's 30 years, and this year we had council come in and clean the drain, put an entranceway in through Dents Road into our property, but not into the right place. They've put the entranceway into our house property, not the property where the drain goes in. Liable causes are huge. So I'm going to go now to the population of Westland. It's important that the ratepayers get the right information. We have a population of 8,901.
If I can just interrupt you 1 minute there, Anthea, it's important you speak to your submission, the points raised. It's not the opportunity to introduce
Thank you, Your Worship, but there are issues that we have to address.
It may be fine, but you need to speak to your submission and not use this as a means of introducing new and additional points. I'm sorry, but that is the rules that go, as you well know. Excuse me?
The number of bridges we have is 257. We've got 685 kilometres worth of roading, 53 urban, 632 rural, 335 kilometres of unsealed roading. Sewage systems, where are they and where are they sitting? On the edges of rivers, where the risks were always there back in 2012 and they're still sitting there. We had the Taxpayers Union in Hokitika just recently pointing out the New Zealand government debt. 93,000 debt borrowings per household. I have taken from your draft plan your figures, 37 million dollars worth of borrowings. 2028, you're looking at going to 79,559,000 dollars worth of borrowings. How on earth do you think we can sustain that? 3,095,000 worth of finance costs for year 28. The government gave you an extra year. The long-term plan was supposed to be done last year. We were outside last year calling out the wrongdoing of council, and I come up and spoke to you then. So this is going on from there. There was a no confidence vote, and that all went to the government. It followed on there. We sent correspondence to the Ombudsman with complaints. It went to the Office of Auditor General. It went to the local government minister. The information is there with all the signatures that go with it. The auditors refer us right back to this council. Regarding consultation, it's the CEO that must ensure that you comply. We have problems with consultation. The ratepayers aren't getting the information they need so that they understand what's going on. Council auditors must be held responsible in some instance for not enforcing the Local Government Act, and especially Section 101, which is public finance. Section 82, 83 and 93, that ratepayers have shown up at ground level. How many letters have we had to write to the newspaper? But for council staff then to complain to the Media Complaints Authority. Why do council staff have why can they do that?
Anthea, we're not here to discuss staff, thank you, we're here to talk about submission.
The complaints are made against me, which I am standing here today telling you that we have given the details further up the field not for staff here to complain about what we've put. We employ you. You don't employ us. There are eye-glaring factors within the plans. Go to your long-term plan. Have a look at page 144. Says council suffered depleted depreciation and reserves through the depreciation austerity policy, which council adopted in 2013. Well, we had a local government fixer come in here and he was employed here for 6 to 8 months, and the ratepayers paid him to fix all council anomalies at that time. He also had to put in a lot of areas which were missed from 2012. I watched meetings the last couple of years where staff have convinced council not to apply depreciation for the 3 water connection areas.
Thank you.
I'm going to keep saying this until I actually restrict you. You are not to bring staff into this. This is not about staff. This is about your submission. And please keep to that.
Long-term plan.
Yes, but you do not bring staff into that. Thank you.
So the austerity policy, I think Stephen was one of the ones, Councillor Gillett, who actually brought it up at that time, and I spoke to council as well. That's not the right thing to do, not to apply depreciation. So, not to apply depreciation is like sticking plaster over the problem. That says in your report that council will now not have enough reserves to fund the renewals throughout the life of the plan because of the 2013 austerity depreciation policy. That was fixed because we already had the local government fix it in to fix it. And we increased the rates back in 2014 to bring back that austerity depreciation. The problem now has arisen because the depreciation wasn't applied 2 years back. And while spending's gone on in other places that should never have been spent, pages 217 to 221, the whole of the community will benefit. The whole of the community will benefit. Wilderness Trail, museum, library, the whole of the community will benefit. Who's the community? Is it Otira? Is it Jackson's Bay? The whole of the community will benefit. Who's your communications officer? Sorry, I won't mention it. The Office of Auditor General refers our complaints back to this council. We are also aware that the government policy changing has created the coercion and the cost and the complexity. Simply lack of common sense has been a waste to society. Inflation is caused by all of this, carry on, all of the layers of bureaucracy. 3 waters being waste, drinking, stormwater and transportation were always a necessity. Western District Council could only afford the core business function, not all that recreation, not all the waste that we've seen, not the consultancy fees. I could give you information. Why don't you come to me? So what is said and written by Mia in this long-term plan is just spin.
Yes, you're up to your 10 minutes, Anthea.
Yes, I'll just continue a little bit. The debt loading
There will
is...
be no time for questions if you do.
It's okay, I don't need question. Debt loading limit is ludicrously high for a low rating base from Tirramacau to Macrory or to Jackson's Bay, and it is known that the LGFA have prompted more debt, more misspending and higher rates. We volunteers have done the pre-existing work because we already got the Local Government Commission in here to the West Coast. 2015, the application went in. I'll leave that with you. You can pass it round. You may not have seen it.
Anthea, I will finish you there because councillors are entitled to have time to ask for questions and points of clarification. And on the brochure you've passed around, I will remind you that with what you pursued for the coast is now costing us upward and around $10 million with the one district plan.
Lash, the Local Government Commission came in. The district plans were all outdated. They sanctioned, the Local Government Commission sanctioned the decision. The commissioner was Jamie Anea, who was Mayor Timaru for years on end. So, Mayor Lash, the costs that have gone into this one plan now are the doing of those representatives that are doing the plan and the government that has caused the policy changes. Don't ever blame me for that. So now I go back.
Thank you, Anthea.
Right back to when the claim.
Order, please. We have rules. We have time that's required and allocated, as you were explained to when you came in, before we start the proceedings.
Yes, Mayor Lash, and I'd like you to listen a little bit further.
I'm sorry, but I do have to give the right foot. If we're going to deliberate your submission, we do need time to have any questions for you or points of clarification,
Okay, fine.
so that we can.
By the questions, I'm happy to.
Does anybody have any questions for Anthea? Points of clarification?
Please do come to me if you need any information.
Paul, yes.
Through your worship, firstly I have to say that we've been a little bit elastic with the times for submitters. It's not been consistent, and yeah, so some of the earlier submitters were allowed further time. They did.
None of them went over time as far as the 15 minutes in full.
Well, you know.
They spoke for 10 minutes.
Yes, and then there was quite an exchange. So anyway, so we need to be a little bit more consistent about that. But my point is regarding Anthea's submission on pioneer heritage.
Yeah.
And I have great sympathy
Yes,
for the
I feel
pioneer.
betrayed.
I have great sympathy for the pioneer argument. However, you say in point 8 that the council stupidly entered into agreements protecting mana whenua, which has caused more division and more cost. And my question is, where's the cost? Because we don't get paid. We don't get paid one cent.
No.
And instead of giving the very ones who civilised our country and the hard work was given by our pioneer families, our families are as pioneer as yours.
I'm pleased you recognise.
So, I mean, you keep repeating this, Anthea, and it doesn't do you any favours when we're trying to do our best.
I've never got any favours. Never had favours. I've always done for the community and raised a lot of money for the community.
My question, though, Anthea, is where is the cost that's come onto the council from having mana whenua?
The council had an oversight committee which had iwi representatives in it, and also in the District 1 plan, Te Paitūni plan, the iwi representatives, but it's still a representation. And in that 1.7 million per annum, there is quite a significant amount going out to iwi, which I don't know why. It's not my problem to search. And also, within our...
I can explain that one in one sentence. That's because the legislation requires the new plan, the TTTP, to include the views of mana whenua.
That's right.
That's legislation. If you don't like that, you take it with the government.
It's the treaty, and we do stay with the treaty. Doesn't have to be preference given to iwi. I have to go and stand and be voted, Paul, but you get it there appointed, I don't. So to me, there is a division, and separatism is not on here in New Zealand. There has to be equality. So, going back to our museum, which is where I came from in that subject,
We're up to question time, aren't we? Not-
We're up to 15 minutes now, Alethea, sorry.
so I've already put in a list of notice of default on the council where they went wrong with the museum decisions, and that wasn't rebutted.
Alethea, I'm sorry, the 15 minutes is up. We can't afford to have overruns of time with everybody. We have a lot to get through and there are a lot of other people waiting to speak to us also.
It's okay. Thank you for listening, and thank you for the ratepayers groups for coming together and talking about what has gone wrong here, because we are looking at alternatives
Thank you, Alethea.
to manage the West Coast Fuller.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're managing the time and nobody has had extra time last week. Everybody has had 10 minutes extra time to receive and 5 for questions and 5 for space. And if you said 10 for space, they would change 10 minutes. Anything you can do. I've got a time watch going here. Right, thank you, Anthea, for that. Next submitter is Max Dow, please. Max's submission number 60, page number 167. Good morning, Max.
Firstly, why don't you use my titles? I was given to the title by the Prime Minister of New Zealand as captain, and also I've got QSM from the Queen Elizabeth for public services. Why do you not recognise them?
We do recognise them, Max, Captain Max, we do recognise them.
Now, our first association with this site during World War II. This was a police camp, and I used to come in with a horse and gig, bring my grandmother in to do shopping, and we used to park the horse in the police stables. This building then became the post office. That's right. Now, I'm in my 90th years, I'm 91, I have a photographic memory. 26 times I've tried to make contact with the mayor. She refuses 26 times. The last time I was here, I had a gift for her. One of my books. I've done 5 books already, and the 6th one is up there printing now. And I was standing here with the public. I stood up and put my hand up. And she says, "You haven't got permission to speak." I walked out with her copy of the book on the Port of Hokitika. That's the way I've been treated by you, Madam Mayor. Now, when you were in the fishing industry with your husband, I've been in the safety of life at sea since 1965. I talk to every boat that's out there, and I'm still doing it, morning and night. And yet, you wouldn't allow me to speak, Madam Mayor. This building was originally the police camp. During World War II, I used to put my grandmother's horse in here, in the police stables. This is how history gets changed. If you look at in the Guardian office, before it closed, there was a large photograph there of flood in Wells Street, around the Regent Theatre. You know who took that photograph? I did. And when they closed, they gave it back to me, the enlargement of it. Paul will remember that. Now, why have I been restricted to a few minutes to talk to this council. When this building was built here, after the police camp, it became the post office, and this top story here, John Olsen, got in as mayor, and he built this top story on it. Before that, it was Exchange, and the original post office and Exchange were down there by the river. It's gone now. This is how my history goes. I've got a photographic memory, and I remember every single thing that's happened in my entire life. And luckily, my youngest grandson, he's inherited it, and he's at college now. But the first thing I want to say is, why have I been barred from talking to this council? And I've got photographs all my life of Tika Heenan. You know what? He was the mayor of Hokitika. You know why he was called Tika? He had a bookshop down where the chemist is now, and he said, there's no tick in here, you've got to pay cash. And that's why he got nicknamed Tika Heenan. I've got history in my brains. The Bruce Bay Wharf, it was the previous speaker talking. It was only built there because there was no roads into Haast. There was no roads from South Westland, and there was no roads over the Haast Pass. I worked on those roads to open up the Haast. I was on the first bulldozer that ever got to what they call Knights Point. It was never Knights Point. It was Hitteranga Point. It was changed to the name of Knights Point by the surveyor who surveyed that there. He had a dog called Knight. First time I went to Haast, I was 15, from Hokitika here in a fishing boat. I was the navigator on it. We almost lost the boat on the way down. One of the Eaglings had never been to sea, but he was the oldest and he held the money for the Eagling family, and he went down with us. I'd been all day, all night from Hokitika here when it was a port, and when we got down there off Wataroa, he got me to go up, 15, got me to go and check the diesel on it. It was a Scottish engine, an Ailsa Craig that didn't use very much fuel. There was no railings on the boat. I got a rope and tied it around my waist, stripped off to my shorts, and went around, and as soon as I got to the mast, I tied it to the mast. Guess the length. It was getting dark off Wataroa. I checked the diesel. As soon as I took the top off the diesel, some of it flopped off onto the deck. It made the deck so slippery, I went over 3 times. Luckily, I thought might happen, and had this rope around my waist, and one of the Eaglings helped me back on board. Now, finally when I got it down a bit, it used very, very little diesel because it was a Scottish engine. We went to bed on a double bed mattress behind the aft deck. When it got daylight, I woke up. No sign of land. No sign of Blue New Zealand. Yeah. Now this is how it should be. And I've got more history. Now the long-term plan, which I've just been reminded about. I've been in this building before it was ever built, when it was the police camp. The long-term plan has not been consulted with the ratepayers. Those of us who've been here and know the history of all this long before this building was ever built. And why are we only given the short time to talk on them? Could you answer that for me, Madam Mayor?
Happy to, Max. Captain Max, with the number of speakers we have, and it's always been the practice that a certain amount of time is allocated, as it is when people come and speak to us at council meetings. It's a practice that's been there for many, many, many years. And it's something that everybody has adhered to, because council meeting days, there's a lot of other things to work through, and we spend many hours sitting at this table working through a lot of those matters. As far as the submissions go, it is the same. There's 5 minutes to speak, 5 minutes for questions, and 5 minutes latitude to utilise where needed with that. And I will say is that you are a walking historian. I mean, I'm acutely aware of that, and your history that you have is just staggering, because you know everything about everything that's ever been here, and it really should be captured, and not just your box, but somebody should talk to you to capture that, because we don't and we can't afford to lose that. The other thing is that I will clarify with you is that you've never been barred from speaking here. You are always welcome, but when we come to you and say we need to know what you're wanting to talk to council about, and there is a time allocation, we don't hear back from you. And if out of those 26 times you claim you've rung me, I'm sorry, because on my phone history, I showed 3 missed calls from you, 2 of which I've replied to. So I'm not sure where the 26 times comes from. And it's often I can sit down and go through 15 missed calls in a day because I've had back-to-back meetings, but I do get back to people. So I'm sorry if you've made other calls to me that haven't been recorded on my phone.
I write down every time I ring.
It's fine, I'm sorry.
And
It
I
doesn't
have
show on my
those
phone.
records 26 times. And the first time I was here to give you a copy of my book on the Port of Hokitika, because I know you and your husband's history on fishing, and I went to give it to you, and I stood up and you refused to let me speak. I only wanted half a minute to give you a copy of that book, and you refused to talk to me. Now, what sort of a mayor is in charge of all of our assets? No answer.
Sorry, I'm just relating that question to the fact that you didn't speak. Like I said before, as far as council meetings go, they do stand on process. And it's not appropriate for people just to speak at a council meeting without formally making that request. That's a standard procedure anywhere in the country. So my apologies if that hasn't been conveyed to you so that you can actually comprehend that. But I know you've tried to make appointments to speak at council meeting, and we've had one recently, and Di's responded to you on that, but you haven't come back to us to confirm you want to speak. Because
you tried to stop me from coming here, you wanted me to talk to your staff. And you made a statement to say you'd sooner talk to me in private. She didn't want me to talk in public.
Yes, I'm sorry, but you're the last person I'd want to remove from talking to anybody else, because as I said, you're a walking encyclopedia of history here. I have met with you here out of council meetings because you've wanted to talk to me, and we have had conversations. Your history, your knowledge is profound.
I've never been able to talk to you except now, and when you wouldn't speak to me when I was giving you a gift of one of my books. There's 5 of those books.
Max, I'm sorry if there's confusion with that, because we have had several conversations, and one of those times I came downstairs and spoke to you downstairs in the foyer, because you were just passing and wanted to catch up with me, and I came down. We are in the consultation period of discussions with our presenters, and we do need to bring the next presenter forward.
Now, one of your people here.
Next,
Yep.
the information you give about Tika Heenan, about his nickname, that was how he got it, was really good information. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
Really good.
Yeah. And that's the way it used to be. That's the way it used to be. Now, I can't see him here, but there is, my eyes are not very good. But I've given all the copy of all my books to someone who's standing for mayor. Is he here today? No, can't see him.
It's not me.
Are you talking about a councillor, or are you talking about somebody from the public?
A councillor who's going to stand for mayor.
Well, that might be Riley, is that you, Riley?
Yes, Steve.
Steve, put your hand up.
Well, Max, you told that we do get a new mayor, and
Yeah.
thank you very much
Yeah.
for giving your books to where they should have gone.
I think so, and it's about time we had a new mayor that'll listen to the ratepayers.
Yes, and not for councillors to try and put elderly people down. We've got elderly people selling their houses, going into rest homes now, 2,500 a week because of the inflation increases.
Thank you, Anthea.
Come on now.
Thank you, Max.
Thank you very much.
Can you get my books? I don't know your books.
Right, all right, we have a chance to have a break, or we can proceed through. What is the consensus around the table, being actually requirements in here?
Through your worship, can you restate to everyone the purpose of this proceedings, that it's an LTP submission, that there's a time on it, and that with due respect to everyone here, we need to get through
Yes.
and stick to the timeline.
Not just the schedule, but also the scope of what we're actually discussing.
Yes, I know. And I will say with that is that I knew that Max would not be talking to task, and I did want to give him that latitude to be able to say what he wanted to say. So Max was given a lot of latitude that I wouldn't be given to other people. So please accept that one for that. But I will remind everybody too that the speakers can speak for up to 5 minutes, longer at my discretion. There is 5 minutes for questions, clarification, and as I said, there is 5 minutes for latitude within there, which so far we have used that latitude with each presenter, and for the last one slightly more. So we will, if the consensus around the table is to continue, we will do just that. We will carry on for time's sake and move to Paul and Claire's Breeze, please, which is submission 40. Pages 112 to 114.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you for the time to speak to the gathering here today and the first speech. First of all, I'm going to be really quick about this. I've lived in Hectic for 42 years. I'm very, very fortunate. Out of our 4 children, 3 of them live here, and with Ash's contribution, number 6 is on the way. I'd like to think that everybody in here had the same opportunities as what I have, because it's been a wonderful place to live. My concerns are though, and Paul will know this, I'm the longest term campaigner about fresh water coming out of Lake Canary. It does concern me grievously. Now, my employment has been as a mechanic, and I've been self-employed for the last 25 years. I'm moving out of that as of. But apart from that, I had 13 years nursing. I had 27 years in the fire brigade, and I've been in search and rescue for a long time, which has given me the ability to see both disasters and the landscape. And the landscape's what I want to talk about. I'm concerned about Mount Tahua, because in the future I see an imminent disaster there. Should the aquifers be full before the major earthquake, the fault rupture, I fear that everyone in Stewart Street is going to be dead. There'll be a landslide that will come down there like you've never seen. Now, the problem I have is this, and I could apportion blame, but I'm not going to. I'm here we've got a problem, and I want to focus on a solution, and I want all you people to help me. We need to do something about the effluent that's getting tipped into Lake Canary. It ought to have a robust sewage system put in, and it hasn't. Meanwhile, the slope's down into the lake, and I was going to build a model and bring it to you today, and I thought, no, I don't need to do that. Water runs downhill, I don't need to build a model and show you what's happening. The effluent from those tanks is accumulating, and eventually we're going to see gastroenteritis come out of Lake Canary. It's just a matter of time. Now, Transport Nelson wanted to build a hotel at the side of the lake, and they didn't get consent because there was too many pans in it, and they wanted to put the effluent over into Arahura, and Marriott said no, and good on them. So, we've got a problem. I wrote, and Paul was very good, he'd done a good job for me at putting this out into the public. Ian Hustwick was gloating about installing the virtues of the new subdivision. So I confronted him in the paper about the outfall from the septic tanks. And he said that the new systems were so good that you could drink the water that came out of the outlet. This was in response to my concerns regarding the effluent. So in response to that, Paul, once again, thank you, gave the response that I said, I'll put my nursing hat on there. I didn't, they look very nice with all these little caps on, but I will. So I invited him to demonstrate his proposal that he would drink the water. I'm still waiting for that. Everybody in here might say, well, yes, the new sewage systems are robust, and I take that on board, that's fact. But they're not that robust that they don't contain ground contamination. So if those new sewage systems they were having were so good, the towns wouldn't need to be connected to a sewage system. We'd be still peeing and crapping, and it'd be still going into our backyard, and the deposits build up. So the problem we've got is this. I'm not quite sure, and this I'm not setting an exam for you, but I needed to find out where the Alpine fault was in relation to Lake Canary. Can anybody put their hand up and tell me exactly where the Alpine fault is in relation to Lake Canary? It's not an exam, believe me. Does everybody know where the Alpine fault is in relation to Lake Canary?
It's through the top of it, isn't it? The lodge, yes, the lodge.
No, it's fair enough. It's fair enough because I had to do some homework myself. Well, it comes in at the south end of Lake Canary, goes around the back of Tahua and follows up through the valley, through Milltown. It comes out at about Wainini, then it goes across them up the main road and heads eastwards. That's my problem, and having been in the brigade, we were called to Lake Canary many years ago, and we felt that there was people trapped in a house where there'd been landslides. Now that subdivision up there has had, and I believe, too much foliage clearance within the 1 year parameter, which you can only take a certain amount out. And it does concern me, it destabilises it. The whole of the site is on a gravel fan, and only someone with a lack of information, and I feel sorry for the people that are built there, with good intent. They're looking at one of the grandest scenes in the country, and here it is up on a gravel fan. It's not somewhere where I'd want to be. And there's not one way that I haven't seen people die. Well, there is actually electrocution. Apart from that, you can question me on that. I do not want to see any more deaths. I've seen my fill. I do not want to be around dead people anymore. I don't mind doing it because if I can be of help to somebody, I'll be there. I'm your man. I will help, and it's not nice, but I see a massive disaster at Lake Canary, but I also see a disaster for us because the milk powder factory, they're well aware of my concerns and they do nothing. It's a multi-billion-dollar facet for this community. One of my boys works there and I'm very grateful for the job they've got. And Chris Pull and I have been in communication with Chris ever since he was in regional council, allaying my concerns about the water quality in this lake, and nothing's happening. Now, we're going to be saddled with a very, very expensive and robust sewage scheme that's going to have to go in out there that need not be. I'm not going to apportion blame to anybody, but I'm here to ask your help. What can we do? Because it's going to catch up on us. What will happen is a family will go, they'll hop in the lake and then they'll get gastroenteritis. Now, working at Grey Hospital, I saw all this stuff unfold in front of me. So I've been pretty fortunate, really. As a nurse, I've watched and saw this stuff, and it's been very handy for me to be able to think, you know, what can I do? We've got a problem. Let's not focus on the problem. What's the solution here? We've got a dirty farming practice down the south end of the lake that's tipping nitrates in there like you wouldn't believe, and developing the land and tipping nitrates. I own Lake Canary. I'm the actual owner of Lake Canary, and I represent about 5 million other New Zealanders who also own it. You only have to look out this window at Mount Tahua and see it falling down, and here we are. We're putting, on a gravel fan, we're putting houses in there. It's insane. I've said my piece, and of the 4 children that we have, the one that comes back from Christchurch, he works in the forensic unit. He has concerns each time, and he says to me, let's go to Lake Canary, we'll have a picnic out there. So we go and have a cup of coffee, we stand by the lake and I look at it. And I see my lake, which you all know and we all know, is falling to pieces. Now I've got a heater tank in my roof at home with water, and I don't know, it's probably about, I don't know, 80 or 100 gallons, a bit more. I don't climb into my roof each morning and defecate and pee in it and then come down and make a cup of tea. Well, that's what we've got happening out there right now. And I find it's intolerable. When I'm away from the coast and I'm thinking about Westland, the first thing that comes to me is just a vision of Lake Canary. As a toddler, I've swum in it. I've actually peed in it too, of course. But as a toddler, that was my rock. And I still think of Lake Canary. Now, unfortunately, when I think of Christchurch from here, I get this picture of the old railway station and Morehouse Avenue. I know which place I'd prefer to be. We're living in paradise here, but we're destroying it. We're loving it to death. We're letting landed gentry build expensive houses and pee in our lake. And we've got the biggest disaster we're going to be confronted with sitting right on our doorstep. Now, I could have come here with pages and pages of information today, but I haven't done that. It's all in my head. A 7 earthquake or near enough is to make catastrophic failure to the land structure. I've said enough. The information's there. It isn't science, but I've been fortunate. I brought the search and rescue piece up. I know Mount Tahua intimately. I've flown it over that many times with both the Air Force and other private operators doing stuff, and I've been very grateful for that. I've seen some wonderful sights. It was fantastic. But it also irks me because it gives me a better insight to just how dangerous Mount Tahua and around the foreshore of Lake Canary is. I'm here to ask for your help. One of our biggest problems is sitting right in front of us. Now, I've nothing more to say unless someone wants to ask me a question. I don't think it's even questionable. It's an event that's going to take place. Both of them. The sewage and contamination and the catastrophic loss of life which we will see.
Can I just say something? We're on to 10 minutes, So.
Hi, yeah, this is my dad there. He was born on Hampton Street, and then we lived in Christchurch, and I was brought up in Christchurch until I was 14, and we came to this godforsaken place called Hokitika, and it's just absolutely gobsmacked. And he took me, I hated it, and he took me out to Lake Canary, and I fell in love with the place, and I've been here basically ever since. He has left that legacy to me and to everybody else, like all our forefathers have, and it's up to us to protect that legacy. And I find that Lake Canary is just getting more and more commercialised, and it's damaging the lake, and that just breaks my heart.
The fact of the matter is, there's a photo of Pat here sitting on 2 tanks in the desert. So with other New Zealanders, this is what we fought for, and we're watching it being destroyed and sold off in front of us. If we don't do something, we're letting our return men down. I've been very fortunate that I've never had to serve. Very, very fortunate. Very fortunate living here. It's a wonderful place, and thank you for everybody that contributes to it. I just hope you enjoy it as much as I do. And our grandchildren can have those same pleasures, but my concerns relate to you today, and I'm here to ask for your help. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Glenn. Has anybody got any questions in the last couple of minutes that we have? Paul?
It's not a question so much as a comment, but it's very easy for us to sit here now and say next submitter and move on. But in actual fact, what Paul's raising is such an important issue, and it doesn't deserve to be brushed aside. There should be a roundtable meeting. Something should come of this. There should be like a roundtable meeting. Let's get to the bottom of what exactly is facing Lake Canary. We all drink it, and we all say what wonderful water it is coming out of Lake Canary with the dairy in, with the sewage seepage. And it's not just a matter of these new subdivisions that have got newfangled sewage schemes. What about the old septic tanks? And there's a lot of them out there, and they're all seeping downhill into the lake, into the water, down to the wastewater treatment station and into your taps. And then there's also in that equation is what about all these people that go out there and they drop their loved ones' ashes in the lake?
Yeah.
It's a disgusting practice.
Okay, so
but there should be something come of this.
Exactly, and that's something that we can bring up in the deliberations this afternoon, because I've got that noted as you have, Paul, that we need to look into this and actually mark it as a point to dig into.
Can I just make one small comment, please? Just one small comment. I was informed, and I wasn't aware of this, but a septic tank after 6 weeks, if you don't use it, the bacterial action stops in it grossly. But after that 6 week period, you'll find most of these batches are itinerant. People come back and might wait for 2 months. So effectively what it means when they come in and inhabit these batches, they've got raw sewage going out the outflow, and that's facing down into Lake Canary. It's being contaminated as we speak. We've got the biggest disaster that we're confronted with, and we've got a dairy factory up there which is $1 billion industry. I don't think it would bode well if it leaked out that their primary product was coming from a sewage pond. It's serious. We need to focus on this. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And noted, Paul, because as I said, I've got that noted that we discuss that further this afternoon. I've spoken about this before, and it does need some focus, some serious focus. Next to the table, we invite Katrina, please. Katrina's here, so we'll come in. Hokitika Hockey Club, submission number 43, pages 124, 125. Morning, Katrina.
Good morning. Good morning to you all. Yes, I'm the president of the Hokitika Hockey Club, and we'd like to put a submission into the long-term plan about getting a multi-use facility for hockey in Hokitika. We've got the opportunity of some of the land at Western High School to build half a turf, but obviously that requires a lot of fundraising and applying to funding sources. We have a lot of youth in Hokitika, But at the moment, we have to travel to Greymouth for competition. So we'd really like a facility that we could utilise in Hokitika for the young people, because the travelling is a big barrier to families. As you know, the way things are, people have got shorter money, so going to Greymouth every week is a barrier to young people doing hockey, because we have to go to Greymouth. So, yeah. Short and sweet.
No, that's good, thanks Katrina. So can I just ask then, so when you say this land at Western High School for half a turf, you've already had that discussion with Western High?
Yes, we have, yeah, but there is like the other half of where the outside courts are at the hub, the outside courts, and sort of goes towards the basketball courts. So it would only be a half turf. Western High are keen for us to have it there, but obviously they've got no money to help us. You know, we're probably looking at $500,000 for a half turf. So obviously we'll do, you know, we do our fundraising at the Hoo Hoo Grubs at Wild Foods Festival, but that's going to take a lot of to do that, and so yeah, we would like it on the long-term plan, so that could actually help us, and maybe we can, you know, it can be a collaborative effort between council, Western High School, ourselves and funders to get a facility, and also other sports can use it as well. We can't use the hub because of the surface that it is. So the hockey sticks.
Use the hockey turf.
What's that?
What other sports can use the hockey turf?
Futsal, soccer. I know soccer are on the field as well, but they can also play on the turf.
Right. And has the Hockey Federation shown any supporters in any shape or form with this? New Zealand Hockey Federation?
Hockey New Zealand?
New Zealand.
No, but we haven't approached them. In Greymouth, it's the West Turf up there is a private, run by a private, nothing to do with West Coast Hockey. So,
okay.
Yes, Katrina, just thinking bigger than half a turf, have you done any exploration around building a whole turf somewhere like this here?
Well, you know, that would be great.
If people are going to use it soccer and things, it's worth having an actual turf that's, you know, full size.
Yeah, it's just where we would put that. And obviously that's going to be more money to build a full turf. But it's where we would put that.
James?
Ongoing maintenance of it, costly, and how often does it have to be replaced?
I think that they last about, well, the one at Greymouth lasts about 15 years, isn't it?
Yeah, 15, but high use turfs are sort of 10 to 15 years. I think they can stretch out for more if you want to, but yeah.
It's just that this turf bit has to be replaced. Obviously, the rest of the structure stays the same. It's just the turf. But if you look after it, then you could, you know, get longer out of it.
Is the weather, the rain impacted in any way as far as degradation?
No, because you actually want water on it.
You need water.
Yeah. And that the turf needs to be watered to actually, that makes the turf last longer. Yeah.
The hosing system with the Nelson, watch my daughter, but they have the sprinklers going constantly.
Yeah, and we do at Greymouth as well. So, yeah. So the water is not an issue. Yeah.
Just one on Greymouth. Who did you say, who runs that one now?
West Turf, so, yeah, so they're separate to the West Coast Hockey Association. So
Is that like a organisation that sort of?
Yes, yeah. So they hire it out. We have to pay hire fees we practice up there and when we play the games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't know who owns the ground up there?
Council?
If I can just say, it's the West Turf Recreation Trust, so it's a charitable trust. I think the land is council land, but the turf itself is run and owned by the trust.
Thanks, Don.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Kesson.
Does that trust have any interest in Hokitika, or are they just focusing on what they've got up there?
Well, because there's no other turfs where you have to go to Greymouth.
Yeah. Sorry, would that trust look to be put another turf in down here?
No, I wouldn't think so, no.
There would be some demand on one in grey, potentially.
Yes, well, so we'd like to be able to run at the moment the young kids go up there as well, then we could actually run part of that competition down here, so then they would have to travel down here instead of us having to travel up here all the time. Obviously, the older men, premier men and women, they need a full turf, so they would still have to go to Greymouth.
Katrina, what's the current membership of the hockey club?
So we're probably about 70 to 80 playing hockey, and then there's, we're a pretty small committee that are running the hockey club. So there's about 80. We've got 2 teams, one primary team and a collegiate team, which is high school, and then we have the 2 premier men and women's teams. And we have my kids are heavily involved in hockey, and my daughter's representing Tasman for under 18s for hockey. So, there is some really good hockey players, some really good hockey players come out of Hokitika. So, and most people will travel because if you want your kids to do stuff, that's what you do. But it would be really good to have some facility here in Hokitika, and then we could actually get more things here.
Christina, have you looked at other programs as well, like lotteries or?
Yes, we will, yeah. The problem is you've got to get all your ducks in a row, and then you only have so long to utilise that money, so.
We need a very tight plan as far as funding applications and searches, and then.
Yeah. And because we're only like 3 or 4 of us in the committee, and we all work, and it's difficult.
Councillor Phelps.
Hi Katrina, forgive me if I missed it, do you have a rough estimate of what this would cost overall, irrespective of who pays for it?
So about $500,000 at the but that was probably over a year ago when we looked at that. Like most things, it's gone, everything's going up. Half price.
Any further questions, Katrina? No.
Awesome.
Thank you for that.
Right. No, thank you very much. Thank you.
And it's a really tough one, because I went to the soccer field and watched 400 kids playing football, the other day, and again, it's we've got the need, we've just got to recognise that, and then what do we put in place, can we put it in place, and how do we do that without the impact and the pressure on the ratepayers? So I appreciate your time and your presentation, thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have, and I'm pretty sure Janelle's online still. Yes, she is. We have Janelle Shaw from Glacier Country Tourism Promotions Group, submission number 47, pages 137 to 138. Morning, Janelle.
Good day, how are you? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, loud and clear.
Tēnā koutou katoa, Mayor, councillors and council staff. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. For those that don't know me, my name's obviously Janelle Shaw. I am chairperson of Glacier Country Tourism Group. Glacier Country Tourism Group represents over 90 businesses between Whareroa and Paringa. I will take our submission as being read. I'd just like to take this opportunity to highlight a few points within the submission. The submission, pre-submission, Glacier Country went out to all our members and surveyed our members to gather some feedback around what matters most as both operators and as residents of Westland. Tourism's importance to the Westland economy is well known, It's not just as the numbers speak for themselves. Notably, the tourism economic output in Westland grew by 28% in 2014, compared to a national increase of just 10%, a broad measure that reflects the full scale of activity and impact that tourism has on their wider economy, not just on the tourism sector itself. This growth reinforces that tourism is not only just a driver of visitation, but a critical engine for local jobs, business confidence, and community wellbeing. It is important that council decisions and investment priorities reflect the value of tourism brings to the region. With the right support and transparency, we can ensure that the economic benefits of tourism continue to flow throughout our communities. With that in mind, I will go through and speak to the points that we raised within our submission. Firstly, the Glacier Country Tourism Promotions Rate. The current naming of this rate is misleading. It implies that it is for tourism promotions, when it in fact is not for tourism promotions. This rate is being used to fund the community development officer roles, which we are fully supportive of. However, for transparency for our ratepayers, it's a simple change, and we would request that this is reflected within the long-term plan. Secondly, the district-wide promotions rate. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge that we're very grateful for the 13K that we have been advised that will be allocated to Glacier Country Tourism Group. This 13K is used to help partially fund our tourism promotions administrator, which is the only paid role within our organisation. However, this distribution isn't reflected within the plan. It was stated when we requested information around the breakdown of how that rate would be allocated. So we would request that this is reflected within the plan. As part of our survey, members have raised growing concerns around the lack of transparency in how the district-wide promotions rates being allocated and ultimately spent. We acknowledge the importance of the Hokitika Eyesight and West Coast Wilderness Trail as valuable visitor assets. However, as ratepayers, we deserve clarity on where our contributions are going. What proportion is used for direct tourism promotion? What amount support community services or operational costs of these facilities? We ask for a clear and detailed breakdown of income and expenditure. Greater transparency is not only essential for building trust, but also evaluating the effectiveness of the tourism investment across the district. The current distribution of this rate does not reflect Glacier Country's substantial contribution to the district's tourism economy. Glacier Country members strongly believe that if this rate is truly intended to promote tourism across Westland, then the way it's distributed must be fairer and more representative of regional impact. All ratepayers contribute to this fund, yet the benefits aren't equitably shared. We urge Westland District Council to undertake a full review of the district-wide tourism promotions rate to ensure it's fair, it's equitable and fit for purpose, including a reassessment of who pays, how it's allocated and what outcomes it delivers. Should this review not be undertaken as part of this long-term plan, Glacier Country Tourism Group renews its request for an increased share of this rate, a justified proportion investment that reflects our region's value and supports continuation of essential marketing, promotion and coordination activities. The last item within our submission was around the Franz Joseph wastewater infrastructure. While Council are very aware of the challenges, the issue does not appear to be fully addressed in the current long-term plan, particularly in terms of outlining both short-term and long-term measures. The existing wastewater infrastructure is highly vulnerable, especially in extreme weather events, and so it does pose a serious risk both environmentally but for the regional economy. Franz Joseph is a tourism destination and of national and regional significance, and the resilience of our infrastructure is vital. We strongly urge Council to prioritise the matter within the LTP by identifying immediate protection measures and committing to a clear and sustainable long-term solutions. In conclusion, thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. we as Glacier Country are simply asking for transparency, fairness and genuine collaboration with the council. With your support, we can ensure that Glacier Country and Western continue to thrive for our visitors, our residents and our future. Kia ora.
Thanks, Janelle. Very good presentation and your submission was great. Questions please for Janelle. Councillor Casson.
Is it worth Leslie addressing the couple of points raised around the promotion fund name or the funding for community development officers now and the fact that it has been cleaned up, is my understanding?
It has been discussed before, but Leslie and I were talking about that pre this, because following our conversation yesterday, Janelle, I did give Leslie a bit of a breakdown on that discussion as far as the relativity to your submission. And it is something that, Leslie, do you want to cover off with Janelle?
We understand you're not happy with the name, it was just that it was a previous rate, named Glacier Promotions rate. So we just reinstated that rate because you wanted that amount of money separated out from your community rate. We can change that name, there's no problem with that. What I believe the Chief Executive is due to provide a name. So we can put it whatever you want it to be, provided it's not too long.
I think it just needs to reflect the community, that it's to fund the community roles. And I'm pretty sure that's previously, that's how it was worded within the LTP.
And I believe that's reflected in what we've had from Anne at Fox and Adam from Frant as well around that. I think they've given suggestions, is my understanding.
And we did have this conversation with the annual plan last year about that desire to separate the tourism from the CDO role so that there's clarity with that funding. So can we do that for this year, or do we have to?
The rate is actually separate now. It's just the name. If you don't like the name, we can change that before.
Okay.
We can do it this year.
Right, good. So, yeah, so that's one place. Janelle, with having Leslie and Lindley here, is there anything else you would like to, any other information that you require or information they require to get the transparency and the breakdowns there?
Thanks, Helen. No, I don't think so. I think the naming of that rate probably seems quite insignificant, but it is quite misleading as to what it's being used for, because it is not for tourism promotions, it's for community development. So I do think it's important that we address that naming, because as ratepayers, you know, ultimately they're not going to understand what that's going to. So yeah, but happy to provide any information that you need from us at this end.
We can change the name to community development rate, officer rate, if that would that suit? I mean, whatever you want.
Yeah, I think that's fairly straightforward.
So let's have a conversation offline to get that addressed, if we can, and then the request for a full review of the tourism promotions rate purpose and application. There is work to be done through that whole component, and as we discussed yesterday, the contribution to the wilderness trail, etc. We need to look at that and break that down. We won't have time to do that before this one, but it's something that we need to put forward as council as a request for work to be done ready for the next one. But also too, moving forward, that is an element of what we're going to be changing as we go forward as far as further discussions on breakdowns, accountability, and also the clarification on the content, because it is hard unless you're a connoisseur of the rate system. It is a very hard system to understand.
And I suspect the tourism promotion rate possibly also needs a new title.
Yes, yeah. So we'll have those discussions about how we word that going forward.
Brilliant, thank you, I appreciate your time.
That's right, thanks very much, Janelle. Oh, Paul, sorry, Paul's got something for you.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Sure, Janelle, it's Paul here. Regarding your comments about the Friends wastewater scheme vulnerability, do you agree that the long-term plan, which pushes that out, the funding for a replacement scheme for Friends to 2031 is far too late?
Yeah, I do believe that, Paul, particularly with no short-term measures in place, which we don't appear to have a robust plan for what that would look like if that's the case. So yeah, I do think that's too long.
Thanks, Janelle. Thanks, Paul. Anything further for Janelle? No? All good. All right. Thank you very much, Janelle, for your time. Appreciate it.
Okay, so have a great day.
Thank you. Right, we haven't had a break as yet, and we'll do a really brief one, but I see that that Stasha's here as well at the moment, so we'll bring Stasha forward for yours, if that's all right. Sorry, oh, Dawn, sorry, I ticked you off. Hang on, Stasha. Sorry, Dawn.
Yes, it is non-hockey hat on today.
Yes, sorry, Regional Community Centre Corporation, Hokitika Regional Theatre. Sorry, Dawn. And Hayley's here in support as well, as is someone on the team, so thank you. Sorry, Dawn, I actually put a tick beside you.
I think that happened one other time, actually. Anyway, thank you, Mayor Lash and councillors and staff, and Hayley and Hayley Kirby, theatre manager, and Rob Daniel, building coordinator and involved in the theatre as well. I'm Don Neal, I think most of you know me, and I'm the president of the Westland Community Centre Incorporated, the owner of the Hokitika Region Theatre. And quite simply, our submission is just that we support the provision of the continuation of theatre funding from the District Council to the Region Theatre. So that's it. But no, I'll give a bit of an update too. We do, of course, as we've always admitted, that we believe that the Region Theatre is a key, vital asset for the Hokitika and Western community. It presents good value for money for the District Council because it contributes to the Council's obligations for social wellbeing and the promotion of that. The last long-term plan, or annual plan it was, I think, our society submitted a business plan, you may recall, to ensure that we were provided with the funding last time. And so just a very brief sort of update, I guess, as to the direction we are going with the theatre. That business plan and other changes in our organisation have sort of signalled a bit of a change to the direction that the theatre's taking. The business plan, it focused on sort of 3 or 4 key things anyway, as well as some others as well. But one being a focus on being clear about what governance and management is, the split of governance and management. We've done what we can to progress towards that. I think particularly just freeing up our theatre manager, Hayley, to do the managing, and the committee to focus on the governance of the organisation. And I think that's been a really productive sort of a shift in the work that we do. We do have, as well as allowing the governance and the management of the theatre, we do have new committee members who've really put a new lease on life in the theatre, as well as our committee members, staff and volunteers as well. So we've got an ongoing continuation of new people getting involved. I do think that Hayley's put a real injection in, and if you haven't seen it on Facebook or in The Guardian or outside the theatre or anywhere else, I guess, then you've probably had your eyes closed for the last year. The financial sustainability is another key important thing that I'm sure you're interested in, and we're really just continuing to do what we can to minimise expenses and build revenue to make us more financially sustainable. But at this stage, we do still depend on the council's contribution to the theatre as well. But in the long term, well, we'll see in the long term, I suppose. Our objective is to be fully self-sustaining and be able to fund ourselves and things, but it will take a time for us to do that. Another focus of the business plan was to change the use, or to focus more on the use of the theatre rather than the refurbishment. So we've sort of consciously made a shift to kind of putting a stop to the heritage refurbishment that's basically completed, and well, it is completed actually, with the Better Off funding work that was done last year. We do, of course, still have an important focus on building maintenance and making sure that that's still, the building's still there and stable and safe and functioning properly. But a shift in focus to make the use of the theatre and build revenue from that is a really important part of what we're doing. And along that line, we've built community support, like I said, Facebook Guardian, even things really encouraging donations from private individuals. We had one $1,000 donation from an anonymous individual, which really boosts us as well as the financial coffers, so that's really great. We try to focus on a whole diverse range of events and films, so that we're contributing to the whole community and not just people who like to go to the movies or anything. We have a whole range of things, outdoor movies or outdoor events, family events with the Moana extravaganza and film extravaganza. We have health things. We've supported West Coast Women's Refuge. There's a men's health thing just this week. We've had book launches, we've had film premieres and all that sort of stuff. We're doing our best to attract performers and top quality performers as well, which again, raises the profile of the theatre, the town, the district, and it increases our revenue as well. So things like the upgrade of the green room and the foyer have helped to make it an attractive place for performers to come and do their thing. Our networking, or Hayley specifically, I guess, networking with distributors and events agents is really giving us a profile in the industry to make use of that sort of thing. And finally, just in terms of increasing the use of the theatre, we are just focusing on lots of encouraging the community to get involved in the theatre. We're kind of being upfront that we need them to support us and we need them to use the theatre, and I think we're getting a pretty good response overall. So, like I said, community groups, Potini Ngaitahu, we've really appreciated the relationship we've had with them, with film premieres, book launches, and so forth. And even just yesterday, and also liaising, working with the schools as well. And even just yesterday, Hayley was talking to the principal of the Western High School just about what possible uses we can. The new drama teacher that we've got there, so that's going to be great for us too. So thank you very much, Neil Ash. So yeah, just simply concluding that we do support the provision that the council's put in the long-term plan. It's not specifically stated in the plan, but we have had it confirmed that the council has provided for that funding in the funding.
Thank you, John, for that. And just if I can, I just want to, before I hand over to you, Tanka, I just really want to acknowledge the work that the team have put into the turnaround of the Regent Theatre. Hayley has been able to develop and promote what she's doing, the board getting on behind her in support. It's been fantastic to see, and it's created a new fever out in the community of support and passion for what is the community's involvement and ownership of. So credit to everybody involved with that, because Hayley's a dynamo on her own, and the fact that everybody's got in behind her with that. The fact that all the work had gone on previously to bring the building up to the level that it is commendable as well. We want to acknowledge that. And also too, as we've had with other discussions, we've always said that business plan is to sort of give you that reinvigoration that you've had and that you're carrying out, so that rather than say we've got this to spend every year, it's changing that attitude of how we work, what we do, what we want to achieve, and that if we can lessen that burden on the ratepayers, then so be it. But at the same token, it's actually pulling in support from the ratepayers too. So, it's credit to everybody involved with that. We absolutely applaud all the work that you've done and are doing, and your focus going forward. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah, it is exciting. I think from all points of view, not just within the committee, but council support, local support, it's great.
Councillor Davison.
Yeah, thanks, Dawn. In terms of debt, do you have any debt, and if you have, is it substantial?
We don't have our treasurer Jackie here, so I won't sort of pretend to be the financial expert. But no, we don't. We've intentionally gone without.
Yeah, that's really good. I mean, so the reason why I asked, I just reading the paper there, the one in Greymouth, it's got real substantial debt there.
So
we've managed
You guys
to-
are doing a fantastic job.
We've managed to get through, that means it all. And I think that should be our approach from here on, really. I think that we just don't really want to go into it.
Yeah, well done.
Absolutely. Anybody else, any comments, any questions? Councillor Beard, and then I'll come to you, Paul.
Just credit to you all. I think it's a great popular hub down here, and it's got a great vibe. Hayley was basically the icing on the cake down here, and and the quality of the shows, the movies, the concerts, and what you're giving to the community is huge. So well done.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah, through your worship, I think that the theatre shouldn't have to continually fight for funding for its survival. It's just as important as any other infrastructure in the town, as the footpaths and the cemetery and the streetlights. It should be routinely part of the council budget going forward. And in the past, it's been at the whim of councils that have come and gone, and the funding has been cut, and slashed, and burned, and the committee's been left to pick up the pieces. And so luckily we've had some good leadership that has kept the theatre going and has got it to the standard that it is today, and I commend for that. But I think the council role in this should be embedded rather than just as an add-on to request basically for every year.
And that's something we can discuss this afternoon as well. Just wanted to mention that. So certainly acknowledge that comment, Paul, and we have had that discussion with Dawn and the team about not making it available every year.
Yeah, I certainly appreciate the fact, getting it into the long-term plan is a key step, and I think it's great to have that. And really just noting that, again, we've had no votes in opposition or submissions in opposition to the Regent Theatre funding. So, yes, ratepayers want cuts to rates and all that sort of stuff, but the Regent Theatre's never really featured in any submissions against it.
Oh, thank you very much for that. Anything further for Dawn? Thank you very much, Don. Really appreciate your time. And the support team too. Thanks, guys, for.
Yeah, and thanks to everyone's involvement over the last couple of years I've been involved. The communication from the council back and forth has been fantastic, and I appreciate it from my role. So thanks.
Thanks, Amy. Yeah. So. So we'll bring Stasha to the table now. She's representing the Catholic Parish of South Western, and then we'll take a quick cup of tea break, to which members of the community are welcome to join us for. It'll be a very quick one, and then we'll come back and carry on. I notice some of the submitters aren't here. We haven't heard whether they are going to be turning up. So we'll just gauge that one as we go. But Stasha, welcome to here this morning, and thank you for taking the time to travel up from Whangaroa. Appreciate it.
I wish it was easier than the IT version. My name is Stasha Kennedy. For those of you who don't know me, I do know some of the folks around the table. I thank you for the opportunity to speak to my submission as the chairperson of our leadership team for the Catholic Parish of South Westland. In April 2024, we had a change of parish priest, and I was tasked to kind of get my head around what appeared to be dramatically increasing rates for our churches. We are stewards of the Catholic Church property from Harry to Haas, and that includes 5 churches and the presbytery. We've always paid water rates in Whangaroa, funnily enough, as well as full general rates for the presbytery in Whangaroa, and also full general rates for that property at Jackson's, which was an inaccessible bit of bush. In 2022, when the targeted water rates were first applied in Fox Glacier at Our Lady of the Snows, Father Michael Mahoney raised his concerns about rates with the council. Well, I think he raised them with individual councillors, but without success, and he was quite discouraged at that time. But then in 2023, Harry and Franz Joseph were also rated for water. And at this stage, we expect our water rates alone to amount to $3,273 for the coming year. And all this in only a 4-year span. I've been ringing, writing, speaking, bailing up, council staff, rating officers, CEOs, I don't even know if they're still called that, and councillors for more than a year now, trying to find a way to ease the rating burden for our parish. In my submission, I reminded the council that all of our churches are autonomous from the gold rush days, handed down to us by our forebears as a result of their hard work, generosity, and deep faith. And that mahi, that faith, created the historic treasures now dotted down the coast, which we are doing our very, very best to preserve. Each one of those churches is so much more than just a building. They are a link to our old people and filled to overflowing with memories of their faith lives as well as our own. Our congregations may be few in number, but our connection as a Catholic community is woven into the fabric of our celebration of Mass and strengthened by the totara we stand on when gathered together. And as a matter of straight up practicality, I'm asking you to consider the minuscule amount of water used by our churches. We use, this is Pruitt from Waterod, we use about that much water at each Mass. Franz is the only community blessed with weekly Mass now. Waterod gathers 3 times a month. Harry and Fox are twice a month. And Haast is only once a month that they can gather 3 people to be there. Even allowing for Easter and Christmas, we will be jolly lucky to use 20 litres of water between the lot over the year. Our use must be the lightest of anyone in Westland rated for water. Our small numbers mean we do struggle to meet our expenses with a climate that is pretty hard on buildings, with big distances to travel between our communities. It's a real challenge to do urgent and general maintenance, pay insurance, and actually get Father Peter to the far-flung churches to say Mass, as well as meet our rising rates liability. Something has to give. Please, please, take a moment to find a way. Find a way to lessen this burden. I can only remind Council that although the Rating Act allows targeted rates to be applied to churches, you have only recently chosen to do so. There is an old saying that I think applies to this situation. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacia, for that. It's greatly appreciated. Questions, please. Councillor Neal.
You said you've only recently started charging rates. When did that happen?
Go to my little it looks like in Waterod, we've always paid rates, but the church and presbytery are sort of connected through there. So we've expected to do that. However, it was started in the 2022-23 year. The one church at Fox was rated, and then the following year, Harry and Franz. Haast isn't rated because we don't supply any water to them, they have tank water. So we have 5 churches, and 4 of those have water going past the gate, as it were, but only recently have we been charged. To me, that's fairly recent. I've only been back since the end of 21.
Stacia, if I can ask, the church and the presbytery in Whareroa, so is that a combined charge? Because obviously one's the house of the minister versus the church.
It's actually a mess at the moment, so you probably don't want to ask about that. I've been meeting with the rating officers over this past year about it. I've just got they've just renumbered things, changed the numbers for rating purposes, and they're trying to get it sorted. So it goes past, I think the water is fed in through the church and to the presbytery. And the rating of that is, and the way the rating boundaries are drawn is currently being sorted.
There is a simple solution to this, of course, your worship, and that's called common sense. And in the past, something like this would have been sorted out with a simple phone call. But instead, we've got a strict application of the law, and Stasha is entirely correct. Just because it's there and it is able to be enforced doesn't mean it should be. It's just wrong, and it should be addressed, and I'm pleased you brought it up.
Thank you, and we will be discussing that this afternoon as far as that goes, because it's not just the Catholic Church.
Absolutely. I was talking to the Anglican minister the other day in Hokitika, and he's pretty much of the same opinion. You know, I think it applies to all those churches, and really, to be honest, there's not that many in the coast. Go to Levin and there's one on every corner.
Councillor Nera.
Yeah, look, mate, I'm sorry you had to drive up here for this today, because like Paul says, it's common sense, and you,
Really good to see you. Although I haven't been doing this stuff in a long time, and I'm a bit nervous.
And you did a great presentation. Yeah.
Oh, that's brilliant. Thanks, Stasha, that's really appreciated. Anything further for Stasha? No? So, no?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time there.
You have a pot plant that needs water.
One in the corner. I think that pot plant's Anglican though.
So what we will do is, I see, because we've got Greg here and Bed Farmers are zooming, we'll stop briefly for a cup of tea, to which the audience, members of the community are welcome to join us in here. We'll reconvene back here at 11:15 sharp, please, ready to carry on. There's a very short break, but please, if you'd like to join us for a cup of tea or coffee in there, please do. And we reconvene at 11:15 sharp. Thank you, everybody.
Can you hear me, Nigel?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. We mustn't be up yet. We must be waiting in order. Oh, you've muted again, mate.
We are, oh, oh boy. Peter, You guys ready?
Sorry.
Ready.
Downstairs. Up and downstairs.
Kate's in a week saying that message.
She did IT.
I think we bring her up here for the afternoon.
Why don't we put her in here?
On the patio.
Yes, downstairs in IT.
Who?
The dog.
Hey, Boggy.
Oh. Right. We will resume at 11:20. But first off, retrospectively, we should have moved a second result to adjourn for a brief break. So this is going to be done retrospectively, but if I can move on a second, please, and resolve and approve that we adjourn for morning tea at 11:08, coming back in at 11:20. Thank you, Councillor Beard. Seconded, Councillor Neil, thank you very much. In favour? Harry, thank you very much, everybody, for that. Right, so getting on with the presentations. Don Harcourt's not here. He was going to be, so we'll move on to Greg Maitland, please. Greg, thank you for coming in today, and thank you for your submission. Greg's submission, 155 to 159, everybody. Thanks, Greg.
My name's Greg Maitland. We've only got a few things to talk about today. I imagine we're all aware that it's Nicola Willis's budget today, and she's halving it from what it was 10 years ago. Like it's the tightest budget for the last 10 years. So I was hoping that would set a precedent for council's thinking for the future. But I see that the current debt for council is 37 million and set to peak at 80 million. And my main concern is what these rate rises are going to do to low income people and people that are already struggling. There was an article in the press today, I've got the vast on, but it was, last year 140 households in New Zealand had to get a bank loan to pay their electricity bill, and about 30,000 people had their electricity cut off because of it. And throughout New Zealand, the situation is the same as Western District Council, where infrastructure has to be paid for. Someone has to pay it. And my concern is that in New Zealand now, there's much more disparity of income than what there was in the past. Like on the West Coast, we have, for example, young gold miners that can earn over $100,000 a year, and yet you'll have a pensioner that's on $18,000 a year. And so the $100,000 a year people really like to see some gold-plated items coming from council, but the other people are concerned about where they're going to live if they can't pay their rates, because council does have the right to take money from mortgage accounts and banks or sell property if things get really tight. So I really feel there's a lot of people out there struggling and just wondering where this is all going to end. So in that regard, I've thought, well, when you get a problem, to try and think about the solution. And what I'd like to see councils do is to amalgamate a little more and put pressure on internal affairs to raise the rebate levy for people on low incomes, so that people, if they're at a certain level, they have a much greater chance of being able to afford their rates. Because in the end of the day, the ratepayers paying for the infrastructure, but there's a lot more taxpayers out there than ratepayers. So there's a lot of disparity with who uses the services. There's a struggle for councils, like the Soul Patrols is a classic example, where some accommodation providers would benefit from it, but there's some there that don't, but they all get hammered with extra pan rates, stuff like that. So I can imagine it's really difficult for councils to set rates that are applicable to all. That's why I think relief needs to come from government, or Yeah, or just either that or ask government to increase the tax rate of higher income earners to cover. And then for the big ticket items that government legislated upon councils like the sewage and the water, that there's far more input from government to supply those. Because I know councils like the Tararua Council, that I heard that their bill for water is going to be up around 200 million, and apparently they have a population base not much less than. So it's a problem that covers the whole country, and at the moment I can't see any solutions being enacted upon by either government or councils. I was talking to Kaipuku, Shirley Gardner, here yesterday, and she said that they're just absolutely flat out supplying meals to people that can't afford to put food on the table in our district. So that to me is a real concern. The other things I wanted to talk about was there's three things that I like stopped in the budget, and that's the concrete around the Cat Square, 300,000. The swimming pool, 2.5 million. And I just want to see these cut right back, because like I like to see the concrete around the Cat Square and the 2.5 million spent and the upgrade of the swimming pool finished. But I just think that those amounts are just too high, the austerity that we're being faced with at the moment. And also I'd like to see gone as golden handshakes from councils, because like everyone knows that social media is pretty bad when it comes to flack to councillors and people that work for the council. And I think a lot of that comes from people that see things that just upset their lives. And so I think it's in the council's interest not to do those sort of things, because otherwise it just gives ammunition for people to really put the hard word on everyone that works for council, and that's not right, because people are just doing their job. In regards to the sewage, I think first of all, a couple of years ago it was stated that it was going to be 12 million to do the new plant, and now it's up around 28 million. Over 2 years, I struggled to see where those costs are coming from. And I've always believed that the system to treat our sewage waste is oxidation. And really the ponds that do it at the moment do it just as well as what sewage, an automated sewage plant would do, which in the long term I think would be more cost and maintenance to run this new plant than what the simple old oxidation ponds do. And the reason I bring that up is I haven't seen any evidence, scientific evidence, that the effect of the sewage ponds on the ocean hasn't been impacted the environment in a negative way, like in a way that is noticeable, that's for sure. Because for one thing, the outflow into the ocean goes into where the waves break, so there's much more, even further oxidation of the material, whereas the Western Dairy Company outflow that goes out 800 metres, that's all well and good, but the dairy company didn't have to address the fact that there's a biofilm build-up in the 3 kilometres of pipeline that went out there. So really, it's not really that much different than what goes in the oxidation ponds at the moment. And I would have much rather preferred to have seen just an extra pond put on if it was necessary. So that's what I had to say about that. The other thing is, with the museum, I'd like to see that being run as a similar model to the Regent Theatre, if that's possible, and also incorporate the eyesight as it used to be when Barry Keenan and his wife used to run it. It was a great site, and I don't know how they did economically, but I'd like to see that being looked at in that regard. The Paki Waitara building, I'd like to see that sold as it is in its present state, because I think rather than council moving in there and have to redesign the whole building to suit council needs, it's already suitable for, commercial interest. There's shops below, there's, it's sort of set up for that. And I think it'd be more valuable on the market to sell it as it is rather than restructure it. So, and regarding the Totra Bridge, I'd like to see a load test done on that rather than just write it off just through a visual report. I think from what I've heard talking to people in Ross, that the word was that 2 engineers had looked at it that used to work with those, or one of them in particular worked with that type of bridge for years and years and years, and they basically had cut their teeth on them. And he had a look at it and said that it was, his opinion, that it was as solid as a rock. So there's another opinion, for me as a layperson, that I feel it should be looked at by load testing it, how they do with other bridges around the district, before an opinion is made on it. Yeah, I think that's about it, really. Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Thanks, Greg, because as always, you put a lot of thought and consideration into your submissions and are always well written, and I appreciate that. Questions, clarification, please, councillors, for Greg? Councillor Neal, then I'll come to
With the wastewater treatment plant, thank you. Would what you're suggesting, maybe just another pond and keeping on going how we are, is that going to meet legislation?
Well, I think that's the trouble, but the government may require to have, a new upgraded system. But I think when it comes to government, the idea is to challenge them with evidence that something's not working, because even Nicola Willis said the other day that she wants to see councils cut spending as well. So there may be support there for that, because, I can't see the point of throwing something out that works. And it's really low maintenance, really. And with the water system, like Mr. Bennett said at a previous meeting at the RSA, that even the water system is not in that bad a condition. And so you get the government coming along and putting big ticket items on council, and we're sort of told to jump and how high. And I think to myself, well, with the big ticket items, and as a voter voting for the members to represent us on council, well, it sort of negates the whole purpose of me voting, because a lot of the money that's been spent has been designated by government, and yet they're not sort of really stumping up. So, I'd like to see, personally, I'd like to see councils, I'm not talking about the LGF, the local government in New Zealand, I'm not talking about that, but I'd like to see, and we're seeing it on the West Coast now, where the councils are talking with each other and working together. But I'd like to see councils throughout New Zealand actually stumping up to government and saying, well, this is how it is. These are our ratepayers. They can't afford what's going on at the moment. We've got to work out a better way to do this. And if some of the districts have perfectly working sewage ponds, why chuck them out? There's no point. It's not common sense. So, I'd just like to see more collaboration with councils on that regard.
So on that, you said you're not talking about LGNZs, so you don't think we should be going back in with them?
Well,
because they're the obvious vehicle for that collaboration.
Correct. It is obvious there, but from the stuff that I've read up on LGNZ, to me it's sort of more of an arm of government that's sort of educating councils at how to think, and I think councils are well endowed to think for themselves, because each council in each district knows their constituents well. They know what our aspirations are, and the West Coast, in my mind, is far different from many other provinces in New Zealand, and it should be treated as such and be allowed to do what it was in a sense, which is best for people. Yeah.
Councillor Beck.
Through your worship. So just clarifying the swimming pool, what do you think should be the only bit of remedial future development of the pool? Just the roof or nothing at all?
Well, I just struggle with when these amounts are quoted, like 2.6 million, I think, has been quoted for the pool. And that's a hell of a lot of money, you know, even with the toilets at Casquare, 630,000 something, for 6 toilets, 6 pans. And as I said at the meeting at RSA, that I would really like to see more transparency on what these items cost and use the skills of a quantity surveyor, and so that it's more transparent for ratepayers to really know where their money's going, because sometimes I look at these sums and I think, geez, is that right, you know? 630,000 for 6 toilets, that's over $100,000 for a toilet. You could have built a really nice house for that for 630,000.
And you would have had to pay for the land too. So.
Yeah, that's right, and the land was there. So, yeah, and I think these are points that people in the community see, and that's what concerns them. They feel that it's, you know, what's going on here.
Greg, you make some really good points in your solution. Until we get to the oxidation ponds, do you think that we should move the Arohura mussel beds?
Well, I did a lot of inquiry into when I was sort of pushing against the disposal of the waste from the Western Dairy Company into the Hokitika River, and I spoke with MPI and people like that. And one of my major concerns was the Arohura mussel beds. You know, that until this date, and I've even measured how long it takes for that water to get up there. It moves at about 4 kilometres, you know, an hour to get up there. So it doesn't take long for that water to get up to the mussel beds. But in saying that, you know, there's been no evidence of any blooms or anything like that, or any stuff getting into the mussels to this point. Yeah. Maybe the ponds could be retained, but there could be a further treatment before anything goes out. And that's why I think a third pond would be good, because it would be even more oxidised, and there could also be more oxidation of the ponds by, you know, having those sort of fans in there to actually get the water moving, because it's a really simple process. It's been around since Roman times, and I understand what you're saying, that even the thought of it is offensive. It's, in a way, it's offensive to me, but I'm just trying to think of what we can work with at the moment and what we can afford. You know, that I don't know really what to say to that, Paul. I hear what you're saying, and I would think the same too, but it's just that when people can't afford their rates anymore, and we're going to look at 28 million for this other thing, well, sometimes I think we have to bite the bullet a bit, you know.
Yes, no one will argue with that, of course, but when it comes to wastewater, it's a fundamental of society. And the oxidation ponds haven't performed exceptionally well over the years, and it is an inefficient process. You know, that's just not my words. That's the reports that sit in behind all this. I do believe that there was the contamination of the mussel beds years ago. It was confirmed as contaminated. That's why no one goes there.
Yeah. Okay.
No one's foolish enough to go there for years, simply because of the northern drift coming from that outfall.
Yeah.
I certainly had that feedback from members of the plant as well.
They've been there for years.
Yeah. Well, at my submission a few years ago on the plan, I asked for an investigation to put sewage ponds at Tucker's Flat. And at the time, there was an iwi representative at the meeting said that that wouldn't be any good because the pathogens could go from Tucker's Flat over to the Hokitika River. But then, because I thought we had an idea it could have a complex there at the Tucker Flat intersection road where the water comes in. But there was a question about mixing the water services with sewage, but then my point was that there's probably not a water service that goes through the streets of Hokitika that doesn't also run alongside sewage. And the other thing was that,
Sorry, that's just an alarm practice, everybody, so, yep.
yeah, and the other thing was that, there was no evidence of pathogens being able to reach the Hokitika River. And so I think there's a far greater risk of pathogens reaching their water supply through septic tanks at Lake Canary than what there is of pathogens going to there. Because what I envisaged for Tucker State was to have a series of settling ponds and sewage ponds and then replanted in native bush, stuff like that, and have the cycleway go through it and have plantings of things that would attract native birds and flora and fauna to actually enhance the cycleway experience. And it would all be out in one sort of spot.
And it's a long way from Tucker Street to the river to go through, all those gravels would filter that out. But that's a different scenario than we're talking about on the beach.
Yeah.
We can take this into another discussion, a deeper discussion, because it is something that we need to look at and bring into part of the wastewater plan and I know Councillor's got some concerns, as has a lot of the people at the far site too, so appreciate that, Greg, because it is something we need to talk about some more.
Yeah, thanks very much.
I appreciate your time and thank you for coming in. Sorry to cut that short.
Yes.
Thank you, Greg. So we've had the alarm practice. Sorry, it happened a couple of minutes earlier than what I thought it was going to be. And I guess that's the nature of alarms. Next we go to Simon. He's there on the screen. Is Nigel there too, Simon?
Yeah, I believe he is, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So Federated Farmers, West Coast Federated Farmers Chair Simon Cameron, there he is, and Nigel Billings. Welcome, gentlemen. Your submission and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, look, for those, there's a few familiar faces there in the room, but those of you who don't know, Simon Cameron and beef farmer down at Haast, and obviously the president of Fed Farmers for the Coast. Obviously supported today too by Nigel Billings, who's done the majority of the work here in the submission. There's probably a couple of the first points that Nigel can speak to. Nigel, if you want to speak to those, and then I can speak to the more local issues.
Yeah, absolutely, Simon. Thank you, Your Worship, councillors. My 2 points were sort of really back on what the last couple of submitters were talking about in terms of rate increases, and just 2 things that we're really pleased to see that you've got a rate increase limit or cap. Many councils don't have that sort of thing. Seems a little bit superfluous for ratepayers, for our rural people who are facing up to sort of 19-20%, and we're really looking forward to council getting below that 7. And on the back of that, in the 28-29 year, I think it is, and on the back of that, I think I've heard the concern raised that just the lack of clarity in the consultation document about the actual drivers of rates increases. There's, good transparency, your sources of funding and what percentages the general rate. That's really useful for us and the share of the general rate. But we felt that, that we've had councils like Waimati, for example, that just had a good couple of pages and said this part of your rate increase comes from upgrading water supplies and this part comes from what we're doing with the roading network. And so those were my 2 points, and I can hand back to Simon. Thank you.
Thanks, Nigel. Simon?
Yeah, thanks, Nigel. Just a couple of the first thing for me, I should have actually checked this out a bit earlier, but I was discussing this with a local just a couple of days ago. The bit around the Hennes Clearing landfill, I believe there's a couple of affected areas down there, and I'm just not 100% sure what one it was specific to. If it was the old Carter's Mill site or if it's the old landfill south of Hennes Clearing.
Yes, it's the area south of the township. The Carter's Beach one is a doctor looking after that right now.
Right. Yeah, so I think that there, regardless, it doesn't really change our position with what we've submitted. It's going to be a major job to do that. Sort of since being partially moved under urgency works with the storm. reinstating power lines and a rock wall there. So the infected areas become much more, the volume of infected material is a lot more because it's been mixed in, I believe, with a lot of sand and other debris. So to actually cart it away is going to be a monumental job. But I believe the local contractor too that was down there said, it's safe as houses, but we can't really afford to go touching that unless we get that 6 million funding from I believe the Ministry of Environment, the contaminated sites funding. The Jackson Bay Wharf is probably the main one for us. You'll see in the submission that it's come back from strong feedback within the community. It's of high importance to everyone here. Obviously, if we would become isolated through storms or earthquakes or whatever, that's also going to be a bit of a necessity for us. And we would love to see that get its full attention in any way, really. And the dog registration fees, obviously working dogs. I'm not aware of working dogs causing councils too many issues. So we welcome that we are we get the dispensation for the working team. But yeah, I guess if anyone's got any questions or further, I'd be happy to take them.
Thank you, Simon. Councillors, any questions? Clarification?
I think there's merit in that discount around the second working dog piece. Obviously, discussion later on, but I think it's a point well made by a group representing a large number of people who have multiple dogs registered, who will have the biggest impact of our changes here.
Yep, agreed. So we can discuss this afternoon in the deliberations on that one. So appreciate that, Simon, and your feedback. Anything further, councillors? No. Okay. Right. No further questions. So thank you. Sorry, Paul, you have one?
Yeah, through your worship. So, hey, Simon, it's Paul here. Just noting the support for the Jackson Bay Wharf repairs. How do you see that being funded across the district? Or the target rate?
Yeah, good question. One of the things that I actually had noted down around that was in terms of talking with, again, locals, commercial and recreational users, that I'm sure you're all well aware it's becoming a growing concern, the large increase of recreational use at Jackson Bay and the shortage of parking, etc. There's a lot of recreational use on the wharf. There's also still a fairly consistent amount of commercial use on the wharf, and it should be a users pay type fee. The commercial guys down there's a couple of them that they sort of pay voluntary anyway, and we'd certainly like to see something where the user pays, but also we need to put something in place where recreational guys, one, we can sort the slipway out because that's a bit of a hassle down there as well, and an area for parking, and just I'm sure everyone would be happy to pay it. In terms of the rating, I guess that you guys are probably more referring to the rates increases to fund it, but yeah, we want to see it paid. We need to invest in it. We need it there. What the best way is, I'm not sure, but I think the user pays would be a big help.
So that would be the operational funding, but the capital costs, though, who do you imagine would be paying that? Because I don't imagine the farmer out at Cockatoo and Porterine too impressed with being rated to pay for the Jackson Bay Wharf.
I think probably in alignment with the West Coast Wilderness Trail. People in Haas don't support paying for that. It's a two-way conversation, isn't it?
That's why I'm asking for farmers.
Yeah, I think that was written in our submission, I think, wasn't it, Nigel? With the capital.
Yeah, certainly we support council's position to leave it in the capital plan. Make every effort, of course, to get external funding, and if there's like the rating policy, to cover the costs, whether that was a targeted rate or whether it came from the general rate, we'd be fairly easy about that. We know getting money out of central government is a huge challenge, but I think this is you know, in an adverse events context, a real sitter for, you know, going looking for, you know, infrastructure fund, adverse events recovery fund. But yeah, either or. We weren't sure from your consultation document the extent to which you used the uniform annual general charge. But if there was room to do so, that would certainly please us. If you budgeted more money for the Jackson Bay Wharf and put it on a uniform annual general charge.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Neal?
Yeah, the resilience in adverse events, can you expand on that a bit? How is it going to help and how vital is it?
Yeah, I'll take that. We obviously have a fair bit of rough weather here on the coast, as you all are aware. Everyone keeps talking about this magnitude 8 earthquake and that causing some isolation for us all through here. So in these adverse events, if we were to lose our road north and south, say for a week, and you had continuous marginal weather following that, the only other option is to fly stuff in. So if you're not able to fly, that wharf is going to be vital. But also, if this earthquake goes off and the situation would be as bad as, worst case scenario as they'd predicted, and our roads are destroyed north and south, it could be some time before we get them open. How do we get fuel in here? There's a lot of machinery down this end of town, but if we've got no fuel, we can't really help the efforts in working out of here. But I'm sure if the wharf is there, you can get a barge to it. It's the only deep sea port on the coast, I believe. So you'd soon be able to steam some diesel around and get this machinery operating and going.
And how long would it take after the event to get a barge load or shipload, whatever, of food and supplies?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I'm not a naval sailor, so I could do the maths on a per knot versus the distance from Bluff or further up the coast, but off my head, I don't have that answer for you. Sorry, yeah.
I think in his defence, it's not something he can answer because it depends on the event. He is accurate. It is the only deep water port on the entire west coast, and it is a port that has been factored in with NEMA as far as the emergency management situations for the coast as well, to enable just that fuel, food, etc. No matter whether it goes to Haast or further afield up the coast or whatever. It's safe harbourage for boats. Gosh, a lot of hands have just gone up. We are coming to close of time, but I will work through Councillor Phelps and then to you, Councillor Beard.
Oh, hi, Simon. Patrick here.
Yeah, Patrick.
I'm an atheist, so this is just a figure of speech, but in the event that God smiles unfavourably on the west coast and delivers an earthquake that renders the roads and the bridges incapable, for what reason do you think the wharf itself would be spared in such an event?
Yeah, again, I don't have a crystal ball for answering that one, but I mean, if we invested in it and we did our best efforts to keep it up and operating to the best of our ability, then that's going to improve the chances of that withstanding such an event, isn't it?
Obviously, versus investing in the roads or the bridges?
Sorry?
Compared to just putting an equal amount of money into the roading or the bridging network?
Well, I'm sure you've travelled the Haast Pass, and I know you spent a bit of time campaigning around the Knights Point Road and that. I think Knights Point is obviously very unstable, so there's one issue there. And the Haast Pass Road, imagine a magnitude 8 earthquake. The big parts of that road are already slumping, and contractors that have worked up there and been involved with engineers have told me that it's scary to think what might happen through that pass. So I'm not saying we shouldn't invest in the road. Of course we should, in the bridges, but there's a lot more of them that sit vulnerable in such an event versus the wharf.
Thank you.
Councillor Beard.
Mine wasn't just not really a question, but Simon, I just think tonight when you possibly go to the hotel, ask some of the guys there how long that will take to ship some diesel or food into supplies. It'd be a good question for some of those locals.
It really comes down to how quickly a boat can be loaded and with what's needed and then get there.
I agree.
We have the Australian Army and Navy on standby for such a situation.
And Air Force.
And, yeah, well, they do actually.
So
to
good
come in.
questions and,
Yep.
and
Could I maybe just add something there? It probably wasn't in this to be covered in this at all, but yeah, maybe there's something for future considerations. Is it something that we should look into in terms of our airfield? We've got a very good airstrip there at Haast. They've landed large aircraft on it before. Is that something that we should look at maybe putting some money into, that you could actually land a bigger aircraft on? Currently it's an unsealed surface, but if you were to seal it, you might have potential to extra options there.
Move forward. Thank you, Simon. Any further questions for Simon, please? No? Right. Thank you very much, Simon. Greatly appreciated for your time. Very much appreciated for your time.
Yeah, where's your backdrop?
Sorry?
Yeah, it looks like ours.
The background is, that's looking at the Okuru and Turnbull rivers, mainly Turnbull.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Cheers, Foggy.
Appreciate it.
Cheers, Sam.
Cheers.
Thank you. That looked like it was taken before the river mouths got a bit closed off. So next we have Vance and Carol Boyd from SAMEC Territory. Vance is here. Good morning, Vance. Welcome to this morning's proceedings.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Mayor and councillors.
The floor is all yours, Vance. Welcome.
Hang on, we'll just try and, we seem to have switched off the headphones here. We'll just try and rectify things. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You're on mute, Vance. No.
Yeah, he's back.
No, he is. Hold on. Are you there now? No. Now? No. 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 Speak, Vance. Vance.
Well, I'm not. I'm just not quite sure what I've done here.
We can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Stand by.
We can hear you.
You can hear me? Okay. I can just hear you, but we'll run with it. Okay. Look, firstly, thanks for the opportunity to chat to you. And I realise what a difficult task you have, a small rating base, lots of demands, and how to get it all to fit together. It's not an easy task. Could I just add one thing before I start? I did pick up in the plan on page 160. It talks about targeted rating, and in that targeted rating, there's a comment about the Hannah's Clearing water supply capital repayment, which says is assessed as a fixed rate per rating unit on all rateable properties in Hannah's Clearing, where the nature of the connection is a council-funded water supply. As far as I know, the council-funded water supply was discontinued here, so I don't quite know what that refers to, and I appreciate that you may not know at this stage either without researching it, but I just thought I'd raise that because it's I don't see the actual any allocation of funds anywhere for it, but it's a comment on page 160, which may be something carried forward from previous plans. I don't know.
We will have that checked out. Thanks, Vance. Yep.
Not hearing you again. Let's try that. Yeah. Okay. I can hear you.
Good. Yep. No, we will. The team will got that noted. We'll look into that.
Thank you. So, do you want me to refer to talk about the Hannah's Clearing landfill?
You speak to your submission.
Okay. As you know, the old tip site or landfill site is about 1 kilometre south of the town, and it has been capped with rock. And I appreciate the concern about what happens if it becomes eroded, but $8 million, no matter where that funding comes from, is a huge amount of money. And you'll be aware that in April last year, we had a significant storm which caused erosion at the northern end of the village, adjacent to the old Carter's Mill site, and it's exposed a lot of material there, which is being dealt to by DOC by way of having a rock revetment in front of it. And at the tip site, we already have a rock cap on the landfill. It's already some distance from the sea, and it wasn't subject to any erosion during the event of last year, which caused erosion to the north of the town. I'm just concerned that that's a huge amount of money, and I think that it could be the problem could be alleviated by further rock work if that was thought to be a problem, if it was thought to be a problem at all. Because for another $500,000, for example, you could have a significant amount of rock, which is a huge difference between $500,000 and say $8 million. It just seems extraordinary to dig it up and cart it all the way to Hokitika. It's even if funding comes from the government, as it were. So I just like to signal that I think there needs to be alternatives looked at. The other thing I'd like to talk about is the Totara Bridge and the West Coast Wilderness Trail. I think I've ridden, well, with Carol, we've ridden the West Coast Wilderness Trail, I think 4, maybe 5 times. The last time we rode it was November last year, and we got to the end of the Totara Bridge to find, and we knew in advance it was there, a gate across the end of the bridge, another gate halfway across the bridge, so we couldn't sort of get across even if we got across the first one, and another gate at the far end of the bridge. Now, that does severely detract from the attractiveness of the trail, and I am gratified to see that council does appreciate the importance of the trail to the community and to the coast generally, and intends to have a look at doing something about it. And I think it's $1.4 million you've allocated for 25-26 year. What I would like to do, though, is suggest that there should be further investigation of the existing bridge to see what can be done with that. I have read all of the reports from the existing reports, and if you wade through them, which does take quite a while, they're very detailed, and they seek to look at the structure of each, of the residual strength, if you like, of each part of the bridge. And there's actually not that many of them that are less than 50%. There are some which are way below 50%, but not that many. And I have suggested on my submission that one way of, if you like, testing the bridge, which would give us some breathing time to decide where to go with it, would be to test it with a load. This is a well-tried practice with bridges, particularly old bridges where you can't easily calculate the residual strength because of the amount of erosion to the timbers or steel, and it involves really towing your weight across the bridge. I have spoken to Professor Andy Buchanan, and he's Professor Emeritus at Canterbury University and currently a principal of a water engineering firm. And Andy thinks that that is worthy of consideration, and it's not just a matter, however, of getting a hold of a heavy weight and dragging it across the bridge. There would need to be some discussion and determination of how heavy the weight should be, etc. And Andy is currently a principal of firm PWL. They're a specialist water engineering business, and they specialise in bridges. In fact, he's involved with the 5th International Conference of Timber Bridges, which is held in Rotorua next month. And I'd like it to, if you have a medical problem of significance, you go to a specialist, and no disrespect to the current reports, they're very comprehensive, but I liken the authors, the companies that did those more as GPs, whereas there are specialist water engineers who can look at this in a different light. And if they were to say, well, the bridge is doomed, I think we have to accept that. But in the meantime, I would ask you to consider a further look at it with an expert to see whether it's suitable for a load test, which would then determine its suitability for the load it currently carries, which is pedestrians and cyclists, or would be. I know that funding of anything to do with the cycle trail is difficult, and funding is always difficult with cycle trails. There's been models tried where people have been asked to pay for tickets to ride various trails in New Zealand. None of them have really worked because people can get on and off various sections, and very difficult to police it. However, with a bridge, there is the opportunity to put a gate at one end of such a sort of a structure, which would then provide opportunity to collect money by means of barcodes or credit card swiping or whatever. So, for example, if I think there's roughly 7,000 people a year riding the entire West Coast Wilderness Trails, that number will no doubt drop with the last section currently not being able to be finished. But if 7,000 people continued riding and were able to collect, say, even $5 off each person, you've got $35,000, and it could be done by a gate on the end of the bridge, which is accessed by a credit card or something similar. So I'm very happy, if it's of any use to anybody, to send you Professor Buchanan's contact at PTL. He's very interested in the project and would like to have a look at it and see whether or not there's any hope for the old girl being the old bridge. It'd be a shame to lose it and see it fall into the river. And that's roughly all I've got to say. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Vance, for that. Questions, please. Clarification. Councillor.
Yeah, no, it's really good to get that the address of the professor sent to us.
Yeah, I'll email it to the contact that contacted me about today, and leave you guys to take it from there. But it would be really good, I think, to have a specialist look at it and see what we can come up with before we race into building a new bridge.
Thank you, Vance.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vance. Paul.
Okay. Thank you.
Stay there, Vance. You got one, Paul?
Yes. Oh, okay.
One more.
Yes, through your worship. Vance, I'm aware from the TTPP, I recall you live right there.
Yeah. Yeah, we live between here and Queenstown, but we're here about half the year.
Yes, and your place at Hannah's Clearing is right there, isn't it? So
correct. Yeah.
And it won't be that far away from the old landfill, as I recall.
No, about a kilometre.
Yes. So how far is that old dump at the moment from the beach?
As of yesterday, it was 50 metres, which doesn't sound very much, but it's a greater distance than most of the houses that are on the seaward side of the road.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. How much is lost in the front of that? How much of beach has been lost in, say, the last 10 years?
Well, nothing. And the most significant storm in terms of erosion was actually the 1 of April last year, and nothing was lost in that area. In fact, it's been accreting for the last probably 5 years. Going back over 10-year sort of period, it like all beaches are dynamic, and it's come and gone. But my suggestion is that overall, I think it's probably at the same. It's suffered through accretion and erosion. It's probably about the same as it was 10 years ago, even today.
Yeah. Thank you. Great.
Thank you, Vance, for that. Greatly appreciated, as is your knowledge of the area. And it's very sound knowledge. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Helen.
Thank you very much for that.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Right, now Melinda Peckham from Western Basketball has withdrawn from presenting, so we'll move on to Samuel Blight, please. Submission number 69, pages 194 to 195. Destination Hokitika.
Afternoon, Mayor, Councillors, staff. Thank you for your time today and for accepting the correspondence's submission to the long-term plan. I'll assume the submission has been read, but I do want to highlight a few things, including the activities of Destination Hokitika for the last council financial year. Our average income is approximately $100,000, of which just over $37,000 is provided from council for the rate levied on our behalf. Out of this, Destination Hokitika promoted Hokitika via over 1 million online ads promoting the region, 93,000 people visiting the hokitika.org website for the first time. Of those, 76,000 of them spent time on the site with meaningful engagement. 35,000 maps used by many local businesses, including the iSight, to send visitors to other businesses, attractions and the CBD. 40,000 brochures delivered around the country. Promotion at the Home and Leisure Show in Christchurch with a reach of about 13,000 people, mainly people from our biggest domestic market. Promotion of the Reefton NZMCA gathering with about 1,500 people already visiting the West Coast. We believe this represents outstanding value for both the ratepayers and businesses, which provide the majority of our revenue. Destination Hokitika and Western District Council worked cooperatively in a number of spaces in the last year, including the replacement of Christmas lights over Wild Street, with the lights being funded by Destination Hokitika members. And we're currently working closely with the museum in the promotion of the town's history and historic characters. I want to acknowledge the good working relationship Destination Hokitika has with members of this committee and with various staff and management. And particularly I want to acknowledge the positive working relationship we've had in the last year with the District Assets team and the Community Services team. The parts of our work that are funded by the Destination Hokitika Promotions Fund is that which goes into promoting the town as a whole. Westland has three primary industries: mining, farming and tourism, and each play a unique role. Mining is a key part of our economic resilience, but ultimately once the resource is gone, it's gone and cannot be mined again. Farming and dairy is a key part of our industry, but one with increasing foreign ownership. I want to highlight that in Hokitika, most of our businesses in tourism are locally owned, with local rather than franchised flavour. And the local ownership means much of the profit of these businesses get recycled into the local community. And it's not the minimum wage industry it used to be. A recent survey of accommodation providers showed that less than 30% of them had anyone on the minimum wage. The average starting wage for a cleaner was more than $25. COVID demonstrated to us that the tourism sector contributes much to many businesses that do not consider themselves tourism providers, from panel beaters to supermarkets to plumbers. Hokitika has outperformed our counterparts on the West Coast in the recovery of this sector. When I talk to my counterparts in Buller and Grey, they partially credit this to the work that DH can do because of the base it gets from the DH rate. Like all destination management groups, we exist because of this, and much of what DH does that is funded by businesses is leveraged off this base and couldn't exist without it. I want to thank Council for recommending this rate for inclusion in the long-term plan, and we have three requests. One is that the rate be levied for the duration of the long-term plan. Council itself delivers a range of services that rely on funding from external sources, and so you know that relying on an annual amount severely limits long-term projects. We are looking for councillors and staff to be committed to this levy for the long-term plan cycle and not face recommendations during that time that it be cut. Secondly, that the rate be increased each year. This rate has been levied for decades and there has only ever been a single increase. We are delivering more for less, but it's eating away at our capacity. We're not looking for a lot. We've asked each year for the lower of inflation and overall rates rise. And thirdly, that when or if council considers reorganisation of CCOs as it does from time to time, that it consider renaming Destination Westland. To most people locally and abroad, this name makes it sound like a destination management organisation, and while we have an excellent working relationship with Destination Westland, the name causes no end of confusion locally and out of region. Once again, thank you for your time. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for that, Sam. And noted on the name change, it is something that we completely agree with you on, and that will be part of where we're going as far as progress with that review too. So it's bad enough having developed West Coast, Destination Westland, and yeah, it just goes on and on, doesn't it? So very much noted with that.
That process has actually started. That was suggested by their board, and they've been asked to go away and come back with options for the new name. So it is well and truly.
And your points that have raised, and in response to your comment on there with our not connecting, please contact either of these two ladies too, because they both have access to my diaries, because when I have back-to-back meetings and days, it gets a bit complex. But if you want to book in with these two into my diary, they'll now me to the floor or remind me where I need to be. So, because we do need to do that, we need to look at this going forward, because it is something that's been discussed each year. Even when I was on council previously, that are you capturing 100% of the businesses? Are some subsidising others with the promotion and benefit of what work that you do? So it's something that we need to look at overall to make sure there is bang for the buck for everybody that's involved and paying into the rate. And I'm sure there's businesses there that aren't paying in, that are capitalising on those that are. So, and we are gathering that rate for you on your behalf. So, it's just a conversation that we should have collectively and look at how we're going to work this going forward. It's part of what we're trying to rejig, reset to as well. So look forward to doing that. We'll hook in and get that done, and I'm sure there's councillors that want to be involved in that discussion. So questions for Sam, please.
Has Destination Hokitika been involved with the review of the CBD?
Not in local years.
Not yet. They are coming to the table. All we've had is that initial meeting to look at the structure.
So it is mentioned in the LTP, and so I was just curious as to where you're plugged in at all at this stage.
No, that's the next stage.
They've asked for me to be very much.
Yes, they need to be, because any work around the CBD and the future planning of that, we need the right people at the table. That's paramount. It's not for us to decide the layout of the CBD going forward. We need the key players at the table in this. So that will be coming through to you. We've got the next meeting planned for June, is it? For the working group for the CBD. We haven't circulated that, so we will be, but that's
very happy to be
coming to you. So all we do is try to get the structure of what we need to do, how it's going to manage, and then who we need to bring to the table. So we haven't been cut out of anything at this stage. Okay. So anything further for Sam, please?
Thank you. You do a great job.
Thank
you. I appreciate it. Appreciate your submission too. Thanks, Sam.
Cheers, mate.
Thank you very much. Right, so now we have Jackie, who I can just see over in the back there.
Yeah.
So Jackie's submission is number 41, pages 115 to 121. Thanks, Jackie.
Thank you everyone for the opportunity to speak today. And I'm assuming that everyone's read my submissions, studied them in great detail. When I was going through all the submissions and reading everybody's submissions, I got down to a submission from Paul and Glenys Breeze, and we kept reading, and I thought, God, that bloody Paul Breeze is right on my wavelength, isn't he? And then I realised I was actually reading my submission.
Jackie, I did the exact same thing.
So Just a comment, maybe when these submissions are being collated, we get the right format, because when I first got invited to the submissions, I was actually invited to speak after submissions, after your hearing had closed at 3 o'clock this afternoon. It was addressed to the wrong name. You know, the whole thing was a dog's breakfast, actually. So maybe when these submissions are being collated in the future, we can get a decent format going. But, you know, all that aside, I want to express a really deep concern about the proposed rate increase. It's essential that you, as councillors, consider this impact on our community, particularly our senior residents and individuals with lower median incomes. Even a modest hike in council rates will create significant challenges for many pensioners and low-wage earners, and we have a lot of those here. As costs rise, many older residents who depend on fixed incomes, they struggle. They struggle to cover their essential expenses like housing and utilities. And similarly, people on low wages often face tough choices, balancing necessary expenses with financial pressure. And here are some key points that you should keep in mind. Residents on fixed incomes often have limited resources, and any rate increase will strain their budget, making it harder to manage vital expenses like paying the rates and the power bill and the insurance, those sort of things. For some in our community, the choice can be between paying rates and affording to buy food. And that's a reality. I've had old people coming into my shop and they have to cut their food budget because they will always pay their rates and their bills before they will feed themselves, because they don't want to cark it and have debt. That's just a thing that as you get older, you try and get all your affairs in order and make sure everything's pretty hunky-dory. Higher rates could force some families to sell their assets or seek more affordable housing, disrupting their stability and lives. Ultimately, increased costs may hinder residents' participation in essential activities or leisure time with loved ones. And looking at all that, we must be considering the challenges that our region's employers face in attracting staff. Issues such as housing affordability and rate increases do play a role in this. These considerations become urgent when we're comparing employment opportunities in places like Christchurch, for instance, which is our closest large neighbour, where house prices are pretty much on a par with Westland. You can buy a decent house in Christchurch for 600,000 or 700,000. You can pay that in Hokitika in Westland. But the rates in Christchurch are lower. You know, you're looking at $1,000. It's a lot of money. We must remember that the proposed rate increase of 13% next year and 14% the following year contradicts elected members' assurances of fiscal prudence during the last election campaign. Since this council took office, debt has risen from 29 million to 37 million. Rates have increased by nearly 20%. The long-term plan projects a doubling of debt to 80 million within 3 years. As we explore the budgeting options, we should examine how other councils have made tough decisions to support their communities. Even yesterday, the Gore Council cut its staffing budget by $400,000. For us, that's about 1.5% in rates. For instance, the CEO of the Tasman District Council mentioned focusing on essential services and improving efficiencies during their long-term plan. In Kaikoura, a community board operates the museum to save costs to ratepayers, while Christchurch has cut funding for the Arts Centre for similar reasons. Councils across New Zealand are starting to recognise the need for budget cuts in operational spending, and central government has recently announced similar measures. So we need to be taking a leaf out of all those books. Your financial approach undermines this council's stated goals of resilience, sustainability and affordability. Doubling debt in 3 years and significant rate increases do not align with prudent or sustainable financial principles. I urge you to prioritise our residents' well-being. Council needs to set clear KPIs for the CEO, focused on cutting costs, cutting budgets across all departments by at least 10%, driving efficiency and ensuring all decisions prioritise ratepayers. In a way, our council staff and to an extent you councillors have become institutionalised. My observation is that some councillors think they are staff and some staff think they are councillors. The command chains often seem blurred. There's a couple of further issues that I want to address, if I may. The Paki building. Can never get my name. Paki Waitara. I can never get my head around that. And the various requests in the submissions to sell it that have come through in this submission process. I wonder if these submissions would have recommended just selling the building if the costs of earthquake strengthening and refurbishing the current council building had been clearly outlined before the long-term plan was released. And it's not just earthquake strengthening, it's making this building fit for purpose. It's going to cost a lot of money. It seems remiss that before putting this long-term plan out for consultation, a study, however basic, to compare the cost of earthquake strengthening and refitting this current building against the cost of building and fitting out a new combined council building with a library, information site, kiosk, etc., was not conducted. A new building might be expected to cost under 10 million, and I'm just pulling figures out of the air, I really don't know. I'm just taking a guess. While refurbishing this existing structure and bringing it up to a fit-for-purpose building could be between 15 and 20 million, quite conservatively. Someone could have analysed the best funding method in such a study. But, you know, a great start to all this, where we are going to have our council headquarters, or what we're going to do, would be to start to sell off the council's extensive portfolio of bare land and houses, which currently provides very little return for this council. It's just money sitting there dead that we're not using, and we're paying interest on borrowed money. It seems like bloody nonsense to me. Identifying and marketing surplus properties can generate funds for the refurbishment and possibly even for constructing our new building. We should not resort to further borrowing as an easy solution. Everything you borrow impacts rates immediately and for many years to come, and it compounds. You borrow for this, you borrow for that, you borrow for the next thing. The only other thing that I wanted to talk about, I heard it in one of the submissions, was about sewage ponds and Paul's comments. My opinion, and I know a little bit about sewage pond construction and how they operate, if we put another pond there, rather than looking at 50 years in this great big Rolls-Royce system, in 50 years' time, we probably won't even have sewage connected to our houses. We'll have a little button you press and zap. Technology's just advancing and increasing so fast, it's just not funny. But in the meantime, if we looked out, say 20, 25 years to expand our ponds, we've already got a hole done for a third pond. There's plenty of room along there. Put a wetland on the end of it and UV treat it, and then take it out through the dairy company pipe or get it out to sea. And I know that grates with Paul's thinking, but it's the practicality and the reality of our situation. Can we afford something worth $40 million and be paying for that? I suggest no. Can we do a much simpler scheme just to expand on what we've got? Those ponds blew out several years ago, and they changed them from an anaerobic system to an aerobic system. to give us a little bit more time. And the aerobic system is the paddles that you see going that are costing us a bloody fortune in power bills, I'm guessing. They've probably got to have 5 kVA motors on each one going nearly 24 hours a day. Adding another pond would take the pressure off that system. We've got so much infill subdivision, new subdivisions coming online there that we've got to do something, and it should have been done 3 or 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, not, you know, in the next year or 10 years, whenever you're looking at doing it. I don't think you even know what system you're going to have yet, let alone how much it's going to cost. But I would say scale all that right back and bring that into another pond, maybe a wetland on the end of it, and definitely UV treatment, and you should be getting something pretty well clear water with no fecal coliforms going out to sea anyway. So yeah, that's me. I'm quite happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jackie, for your submission. And again, as always, it's well put together, well thought out, and take on board the discussions we've had and your comments about these buildings. And unfortunately, between putting all this together for the long-term plan and discussions here, we have been looking at those other options.
Yeah, I'm sure you have.
Yeah. And it's just the fact of time that it hasn't. Previously, when we've had those discussions with former CEs.
My point really was, you're looking at submissions from people who were making submissions without the right information, and what weight you can give to those submissions.
And it's unfortunate, because you're quite right, because if they knew a different narration on that, we would have different feedback, and I heartily agree with that.
I'm sure you will.
Yeah. Paul, you have, I'm not too sure whether you want to go into this discussion, because I feel it's going to be about the ponds.
Well, I'll start with that. Yes, so through your worship, Jackie, to be a most attractive welcome to Hokitika site to have a third observation pond there, I'm sure. But
somewhere else for the tourists to swim.
Yes, they do. However, I mean, we're not. Well, I'm speaking at Iwi here. We're not. We're not blind to the cost that's blown out on us. And maybe it is time to step back and have a look at what is feasible. But the first port of call is the West Coast Regional Council, which of course is bearing down on us with a deadline and a court action if we don't comply. And so the first meeting that would need to happen on this would be to establish from the Regional Council what is possible. I mean, we're hearing that it's, you know, we've heard previously that the observation ponds weren't.
Yeah, I've done a bit of research on that, and that information was not correct. With a resource consent, that can be done.
Yes, so now we're hearing this from you and from Greg as well earlier, and so let's get to establish, you know, what is in fact the case. Is it possible that the ugly oxidation ponds could be not repurposed, but yes, remediated to do a better job? And I don't know, you know. And so, short answer is, from me, is we're not averse to having another look. The cost is just out of the cards.
And it's going up all the time. That's the issue, without any decisions really being.
But it can't be along the lines of what we have now.
Yeah.
You know, it has to be a new solution that, a new solution that doesn't involve just pumping the water straight out into the sea.
But it's certainly a good concept as far as what can be done to mitigate that by another pond. Or
well, I just keep thinking about the horrendous costs, and I know, I mean, I'm lucky I've got a business. If I was trying to live on a pension, I'd be horrified. I couldn't do it.
Yeah. And that's one of the big things that when we looked at the cost blowing out with this, you know, we said to Leslie, let's look at what, you know, the rates impact 10 years out as to what's actually manageable and doable, which has attributed to some of that cost going up in the meantime of doing that?
I just think looking out 50 years now with the way technology is advancing, and I think back during my lifetime, I mean, when I was a kid, I had bloody records that were little round things that were made out of wax, you know, now we're walking around with little cell phones. It's only 15, 20 years ago that our cell phones were on a great big leather bag over our shoulder with a wire hanging off it. And, you know, this technology is advancing so fast and it's speeding all the time that, you know, in 50 years, we probably won't even have roads. You know, we'll have little flying vehicles or something. It's you know, whatever you read in a comic 50 years ago, we're now doing.
Video calling was science fiction once.
Yeah.
Video calling was science fiction.
Well, if someone can think of it, someone else is going to make it.
Councillor Beard.
I just agree with Jackie with the selling of the land and buildings that we have in excess. Like, we have asked for a list of those, because I know that some of the expenses on those victims, I believe we re-roofed a house.
So I believe.
Months or so,
That list has been put
you
together,
know,
those teams been working on that
yeah.
district assets to start
Sell
working through
things,
that.
It shouldn't be a big exercise. It should be able to go through the rating database and work it out and go and inspect them and put them on the market and get rid of them.
Underway.
Easy.
Yeah, it is underway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, need to.
Councillor Fox, did you have?
No.
Councillor Gillette.
Well, Your Worship, Jackie, I'll pick up on your comments about rates affordability. I think, firstly, I'm entirely proud of the plan we've produced. I think we haven't done enough hard work on it. You can see around the country that other councils take this a lot more seriously. And
that would be an understatement.
I mean, you look at what's happening in Napier now.
Yep.
I think we really need to accept that perhaps we're living beyond our means. And I think the debt problem is not an issue driven by ourselves. It's an edict from central government. There's no money there. Their solution is to increase spaces, to increase borrowing. And that's just gonna, it's an easy way out, but doesn't address the core functions. I think we really need to have a closer look at what are the nice things. We've had a go at this plan, and this is where we've ended up. But you know, over that plan period, what's 9 years is 75% rate increase in 9 years' time.
I think that's an understatement. And in my opinion, you should be going back to the drawing board and going through this thing line by line and take every nice to have, put that right under the microscope, you know. Eyesights, museums, all those sorts of things, all those nice to haves, paddling pools and things like that. And I covered a lot of that in my submission, so I didn't want to go back over that here, but you really need to go through a line by line approach and get this down to around the rate of inflation is where I see it should be. And other councils are doing it, government's doing it, and Helen and I have had this discussion many times. We really should be fighting back against central government and, you know, getting all the councils together if you need to, but someone has to take the lead on that and start pushing back and just saying enough's enough, we can't do this any longer. Because they're just pushing so much onto you. You've just got to show some strength and some leadership in that and really give a push.
Members of Parliament all stripes are localists in opposition, and then all the cracks once they're in government, basically. So I don't think that will change.
Well, you've just got to be seen, at least show your own people that you're seen to be fighting back. Even if you don't achieve a lot, but you know, every time you push, you get a little gain. You get a little gain.
Because we've become so reliant on the team support. Yep. Too many councils around the country go to Wellington to grovel and beg for goodies.
Well, I don't think grovelling is the way to go and begging. I think going there and getting really aggressive and hard-nosed about it. We're coming up to an election year. Surely to God, some clever person could turn this into an election issue, because it's the same issue right around the whole country.
Yeah, it's broken.
Yeah, the system is broken. The model is broken.
And Jackie, I would like to acknowledge the error that was made as far as your name and time and everything else around that. It was a copy and paste error by a staff member and that's been acknowledged.
Yeah, well, my point was just, if we can't get the basics right, we've got to get, how do you get the rest right?
So, yes, so our apologies for that. And I believe that you've had an apology from the staff member.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it at
That's
all.
right.
I'm just.
Yeah, no, that's good. Anything further for Jackie? Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Jackie?
Right, so with that, we will break for lunch. We are now half an hour ahead of ourselves. So I think to help Leslie and Lindley and Earl for this afternoon, is there any information that we require to help with the deliberations this afternoon? If there's anything that you've seen from discussion points, questions, queries that you think would be advantageous to bring information in to assist with the deliberations, please do. Marcus, I think it's time to bring that action to budget for the museum forward this afternoon, if you have that available, please. We need to see I've got the budget, but I want to see the actual to that. That's part of this afternoon's discussion as well. And also, Leslie and Lily, if we can have what the true figure is per percentage of rates, as in how many dollars is a percentage of rates? Because I know we've had different figures quoted to us, but if we can have that precise figure, whether it's 250,000 as a percent or what it is as a percent. Oh, I see. Yeah, but we've had different figures quoted, so if we can have that just precise, that would be great. Is there anything else anybody would like as far as additional information for this afternoon to assist in deliberations?
Probably just a one-word answer.
Hang on, there's a lot of talk going on.
How
We
often
have
do we
one.
monitor water quality? Like how often do we monitor stuff out of Lake?
Well, we generally don't, that's a regional council issue. We don't monitor it, we monitor when it comes to the plant.
And how often do we monitor that?
That's pretty much correct.
So
Samples on our network after treatment are sort of every couple of days.
it may be, Patrick, that we bring that back for a discussion point for clarification and look at what we need for that, because we've got to be sure that we're confident in the structure that's there as far as risk factors going forward, because you can guarantee if there's contamination of water, we're the ones that will cop it, regardless of who's responsible.
Also have to remember, we do have a river intake as well.
Yes, yes.
We're not just always reliant on the lake.
And just information around those churches, if it's possible, it might be a bit complicated to get it, but how many we actually do. Thanks.
Thanks, Leslie. No, that's appreciated. Is there any other information anybody wants to help this afternoon?
Is that just exhaustive of all?
Just so that we need, I don't want to get to this afternoon, Donna, and find that, we're asking questions for that. If we can get it now, no, but if we can have that to help us with the deliberations and understanding. Right.
Just that, but we don't have that.
What was happening?
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's different. We're not going to bring that to the table. It's an action that we're going to be doing. And it has been put together, but that's for a different discussion. Oh, cool. Okay, thank you. Can I move and receive please, excuse me, everybody? Can I just have a move and receive please, resolve to adjourn for lunch, please?
Happy to second that.
1:44, thank you very much.
1:44, 12.
Oh, set. So welcome this afternoon to this afternoon's proceedings, everybody. I will remind everybody that this is live stream. So we do have an audience out there, so please, I would like respect shown and comments managed accordingly. And we will get into the deliberation part from this morning's hearings. So we've got a bit to get through. Some things may be fairly quick for decisions, and others might require a bit more discussion. So first on the list for discussion is the Peki Waitara building. Now, the problem we've got with that is that since the long-term plan discussion started and gone to print, etc., there's been other discussions on the building and options, and one of those that is currently being worked on and looked at, and I'll please jump in if you need correcting or there's something else to put in there, is the option of knocking that down and building a two-storey purpose-built building that houses us, the eyesight, the library, and anything else that we have. And then we sell this. But by building something, I'm not talking something lavish, I'm talking basically as Jackie said before, a mitre 10 building with a nice entrance, a purpose-built, warm, dry, safe building that serves the purpose of time for the service that council provides to the wider community. So that is an option, and I know that Barb's had yarn looking at the footprint, square footage requirements of staff, etc. The footprint there is a lot bigger than here because, of course, there's also that back wing of that building. So that is a part that we couldn't put into the long-term plan discussion because that discussion took part after we'd actually gone to print. So I just would like everybody to take that into consideration. The discussions I had with a couple of developers, engineers, pre this, we'd be looking circa 5 mil for something like that. So it's a lot, it's a lot less than anything else, but it gives us a good 25, 30 years of building. What's that? Yeah, I know, but that's the thing. Until we do further work, we don't have it. But what is the point of spending $4.5 million and concrete in 6 different places in this building? It's still not going to give us the answer we need.
Well, I don't think that was, I don't think that was the on the agenda really.
Well, it was something that was brought forward from the previous CE.
Yes, I know, and I don't think it had any support whatsoever. I mean, so is it just rumour that about the government building here?
We've met with them, and unfortunately the plumbing they've got at the moment just does the exterior, not the interior. So whoever goes in there as a guest is going to have to fund the interior. They've taken internal walls out, but it's barren. So for us to go in there, we would have to pay for the finishing internals. We would have to pay for the wiring, the IT systems and everything else, and whatever heating formation would go in there. So we're talking...
Well, we'd have to fund that in a new building anyway.
Yes, we would, but we're probably talking about 15 to 18 million to do that. What? Yes, I'm not joking. Now, they have said to us that, there would be a very easy lease of a token gesture for X amount of years, which is nice, but it's the upfront capital that would have to be outlaid to do it. And until we actually do that project or get it costed, and that's going to cost us to do as well, again, it's another situation at hand. Jane?
So if it's going to take 15 to 18 million to do that, down there, why will we be able to do?
Because you're building a new purpose-built building. They've taken some internal walls out, but you've still got to configure it for what we require, and you've got 2 stories, 2 floors there as well.
Brand new, everything for 5 million versus...
Look, it may be more, I don't know, but that was the rough figure I was given without the IT.
So at what point do we want to get, or do we have to get to today? Can it just be put on?
It can be, but this is why we need to know that that is an option that is being worked on at the moment to factor into our decision.
Well, this would be a question probably for Earl. What sort of time frame are we looking at to have a real piece of work come back to council saying these are the options? So it's a June council meeting. potentially.
Donna, and then I'll come to you.
Through the chair, we have looked at options quite a few times.
Same as our training.
Spend a lot of money on it too.
66.6% of submitters prefer the option to sell. We did do a resolution to sell the, yeah, the purpose-built building sounds fantastic, especially to hold the library as well, because obviously we're paying rent on the library building. The government building, we would be the preferred tenant. I wouldn't mind actually seeing some kind of figures maybe for that. And then we sell, obviously, this building, the mess across the road, to go into the government building. I don't know, but we have been going round the circle for the triennium, really.
Because we were told we had to wait for this point in time to go through this process for the sale of the Peki Waikato building.
Sooner or later, we have to make a decision,
Yes,
because
we do.
we've got a timeline on this building being allowed in it, isn't it?
So we can basically put this building on the market tomorrow once we've made that decision to sell it, Leslie, is that correct?
Not tomorrow, no, you have to adopt.
Well, adopt, sorry, I mean more meaning that once we've adopted the plan.
Adopt the
Yes.
plan, it could go straight away.
Yeah, so.
This building.
No, the Paki Waikato.
Yeah, so there's formal decisions for that, but that is the other option that it's flipped over. But unfortunately, time's gone against us as far as that goes, and the work that Barb's sort of been putting into that.
And, you know, we're here to listen to the ratepayers and, you know, it is there to sell the building, but I do know that it has come to light about having an option of a rebuild, but.
We should do what the ratepayers have voted for, put it to the market, see what the outcome is, consult it on that.
How much is it worth?
In the meantime, we can.
Yeah, new way to know.
Someone's willing to pay for it.
Yeah, no.
We don't know, it's prime real estate, but it just depends on the market, the time, and who's out there wanting to buy it. Okay.
So why are we not also looking at demolishing this one? So you're talking about demolishing that potentially, having something new up there.
Yeah.
But
And then
also,
sell it.
that could also happen here though, and then just sell that?
Yep.
It could be either way around.
The only beauty of this at the moment is that we're here. That could be done and we go straight from here to there. Yeah.
Because through the chair, the footprint for that site's nearly twice the size of this building. So
Yeah.
much more cost effective to demolish that than it would be this.
Yes.
That's my understanding.
Correct.
In terms of this having gone from a decision we made almost a year ago to come to this long-term plan for decision, with talk of deferral around the table, how does that sit with process and significant engagement? Is it even an option to say we'll come back in a month's time with the information we've got to make an informed decision on that? Or if we need this another long-term plan cycle and we're costing us up 3 more years of nothing else to do it?
Either the next long-term plan or an amendment.
Can it be bettered by a motion here which becomes convoluted and is pending information from the order meeting in a month's time? Probably not, because in your past year.
I think you'd find that order wouldn't go for that. I couldn't say for sure, but I think you'd find the order wouldn't go for that. Because you are supposed to be planning for the 10 years.
Paul?
I think we should show faith with the ratepayers that have submitted on this. 66% saying, you know, ditch it. But, I mean, it could be, like, in a way of reconfirming the decision that we made a year ago, that we're going to quit that building. But there are other options that we're looking at, not confirm that we're going to get rid of the building, but we're going to wait a month as to whether or not for more information on other options, which could mean demolishing that building, or it could mean purchasing the government building. I'm still not giving up on that one. And revisit that, but just reconfirm that whether it's going to go on the market or whether it's going to be at the end of the demolition ball, it's going.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that keeps faith with the ratepayers, rather than us kicking that ball down with down the road again, and, you know, just like, it becomes nauseous. But for the government building, I'd like to see some real figures around that, you know, not to the point of a quantity survey that's going through and cost us, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars or whatever, but I mean, just someone, can give us a rough idea. I don't believe for a minute it's 15 million bucks.
And through the chair, it's going to be virtually impossible to actually account for in our accounts to do that. And we have to have figures for the life plan. And we can't say, well, it could be this or it could be that, because we can't put figures in there.
It sounds like we've got an accurate figure in the plan anyway.
I mean, we've got the $5 million for rebuilding over here, and that's not even accurate, so.
Your approximate, Donna?
What have we got in the plan for?
Donna's just.
The preferred option, sell.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it wasn't.
can your question is, the council value is 1.36 million.
No, I just, and I'm not sure what's the right time to actually say it, but does anyone know, I know that piece of land down there was for sale on the other side
On the
of
other
the
side,
building.
yeah.
Does anyone know if that's sold or?
I know that there was a contract on
Just
it,
making a
and there was
driveway.
2 or 3 people waiting in the pipelines for it, but I don't know where it's gone to. There's nothing showing as it being sold.
Yeah.
Paul, do you know anything on that? Do you read anything on that? No. No. Do you know anything on that, Paul?
No, not on that, not a sale on that. But I just think that it'd be really good for council to know where they want to be first.
Yeah.
You can't make that decision without the information.
No.
I realise that, but
We have had this information before, haven't we?
Not like this.
No, but last year or the year before, there was figures of this building, that building, of purpose-built building at the airport, or.
And I think those figures were more focused on supporting the narrative of the time as opposed to where we're at now. Earl, as far as getting some figures together, is that doable by June's meeting?
Including the government
Okay.
house?
Well, I could talk to Andrew about that and see if we can define it a bit more.
Heritage New Zealand do not actually have funding or even figures.
No, they've got to apply for funding to assist, and also, yeah, and also the internal fit out will have to be up to the historic Heritage New Zealand standards, and that's where the cost comes in. So, no.
They're not going to do all that money and then leave it sitting empty.
I think they would be open to a Donald Trump deal. I think. Honestly, I mean, it's about restoring the facade, retaining the facade, not least than the interior. I mean, I'd be had if they said they turn any proposal down just because it's not up to heritage standards inside. If they can find a long-term tenant, they would jump at it. And I think we'd be really foolish to rule it out now. We should just get an independent assessment of what the broad ballpark that we're talking about to finish the job and make it fit for purpose. And if that turns out to be, say, $5 million, then I'd soon be in there with the Heritage New Zealand, pin them down and make sure we get a sweet deal going forward, and there we go.
Yeah, I'll second that. Through your worship, I think it's completely natural that we want to keep our options open. I think it's completely natural that we're averse to making difficult decisions, but I think the symptom of that's been the last 3 years of indecision, and I think that the symptom will be potentially another 3 years of indecision. We may all be sitting around here 3 years from now talking about what to do with the Paki Waitara building.
We don't have the time. Time's not on our side to kick the can down the road any further.
So I think we simply sell.
But we can't be homeless either.
I think we just sell the Paki Waitara building, just get one option out of the way, and then that'll clarify what we need to do.
Right, well, I'm going to go firstly to what Paul put forward before as an option. Does anybody want to put that forward as a motion?
Yes.
No, Paul said regarding time frame of figures for that.
1 month.
Reconfirm that the Paki Waitara building is toast, and give a month for staff to come back with an assessment of a rebuild on that site, or what the internal reconstruction of the government building might be, and then armed with that, make a firm decision in a month's time.
Through the chair, what you also have to understand is that if we get rid of the Peggy White Harbour building, which is a requirement, it's not, doesn't affect me, but we're gonna have to do work on this building. Or maybe see the house, but if we do work on this building, the staff are gonna have to disestablish. So there's an impact there.
But you see, that might depend on what happens with the government.
Exactly.
Yes, yes. Ultimately, if we can go from here to wherever, that would be easy.
Yeah, we need direction today as to what we put in the plan because it's got to go back to audit.
Yeah.
So waiting till the end of May for figures and we haven't got time to do that. We will not.
Thank you for that.
I'll move a motion today to sell it.
I'll second that motion.
And I'll see it.
But there's options there on the plan. There's option 1, which is sell Peggy White Harbour. There's option 2, delay the sale. Option 2, keep the land in the building. I mean, there's different options.
66, we have to listen to the
66. Small number.
66,
but it's not 66% about people that.
Of 0.7%.
What one year makes them percent of the population?
Yeah.
We did vote on it and agreed to sell
We
it.
did.
It was said it had been sold, and the feedback was overwhelming to sell it. So let's
And each of us has been elected in a capacity to actually make decisions from time to time. So it's a novel idea perhaps to make one today and sell the building. Yeah.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Through the chair.
Yes, Joseph.
Well, I see that the vast percentage have said to sell it. They didn't know all the options that we are now currently looking at. And the reasoning behind wanting to sell it was to get rid of a deceived Campbell, who we don't want. I don't think the problem is with us keeping, delaying it for a wee bit, to get all that information in. I don't think they'll be cross about that. I just think they want us to make good decisions. The reason for getting rid of it is to stop us.
And you're quite right, and a lot of discussion out in the community, there's been a lot of people that have actually said, why don't we do just that?
Yeah.
Which has been quite a swirl around from moving that forward in community comment.
Leslie needs a decision
Yeah,
today.
so you.
Tomorrow is always a day away.
Yep, that's fine, thank you, councillor.
Sorry, if you do determine to delay.
Councillors, please.
If you do determine to delay, we'll have to put the loan back in for the future years because we took it out because the third option was to sell. So it will, and costs as well, keeping it, so that will affect your rates going forward.
Councillor Beard has moved the
Councillor,
motion.
please.
Yeah, sorry,
Leslie
Councillor
speaking, if we can just hear what Leslie's saying to us, please, be respectful.
I'm just advising you that, we'll have to put those costs back in until you do make a decision what happens, because there will be ongoing costs with it until the decision's been made.
Okay.
And through your worship, a motion has been moved and it's been seconded, so it does actually need to be voted on as well.
Yes, it does. I'm fully aware of that, but we also needed that point of clarification.
Yeah, I think we're allowed to have further discussion.
Yes, we are.
Because the motion wasn't called for at that point.
Quite right. So, councillor, do you want to? Sorry.
Yeah, one idea, and I don't know that anyone's going to agree with this, but one other option that I thought of, and Helen and I have spoken to you about that, was looking at the road being closed down here, where we already own the road, presumably, and actually building that, sell that, because we don't need prime real estate for council building. We don't need to be right at the entrance to it. Close that and see if we can fit something in down there.
No, we don't need another idea.
That's a bit disrespectful, councillor. We are here to discuss options and looking at the future.
I've talked to Bainbridge and half its road is there, there's not enough room, there's no car.
Anyway, the decision is on the Peggy White building. We've had a concept of the design of an earlier motion from Paul. We've had Patrick come in with another.
I merely seconded it. Donna's motion.
Donna's motion, sorry, Donna. Seconded and thirded. So what is the appetite of council, please? Because I'm not going to have people jumping in ahead of. Is everybody happy with the discussion and ready to make a decision?
I prefer Paul's view on.
Actually, I agree with that too from my point of view.
I agree. Sorry, I support what Paul was saying. The issue there is not about the issue is about the land. Is that the land actually has a use potentially. And if we end up better off by building a building there than strengthening this or spending whatever to go in here, and that might end up being the best option for the ratepayers in terms of cost. So we might shoot ourselves in the foot today by selling it, and we end up worse off. Ratepayers end up worse off down there because potentially our short-sightedness on this thing. It's a hard one. It's a really hard one. I'd sell it tomorrow if it had no use, but it possibly does.
So Leslie, just to be crystal clear on going to audit with this, we're signing off this in July? June. And you've got to have this in.
We'll finish their audit by the 18th of June. So they've got to audit the LTP between now and us putting any changes in, and then the 18th of June for them to actually provide their opinion.
Okay.
Returning it into the old long-term plan, my understanding is as a 1.5% of rates operation each year.
So we'll have to put we have some operational expenditure in for the first year, because obviously even if we put it for sale, it's not going to go immediately. So we have some cost in, but we'll have to increase that. So that will be the first year, and then put the loan back in because we want to pay that off, so we'll still be needing to pay it.
Do we have a quantum on, is that about 400k a year, or is it? My understanding was it was somewhere between 1% and 1.5%, so sort of 2.5 or 250 to 400 if that comes back in, which is not the way we were hoping to see things go.
I mean, we're using the building as well now, so there's costs of electricity and cleaning and all that kind of things as well.
Sorry, Chair, but we're using the building, but no way would be covering the costs that building costs us a year, would it?
Covering the cost.
As in keeping that building, like.
The income supersedes the cost of running it.
Yeah, the income,
Yeah.
And the debt servicing for it and.
No, I mean, we're not, they're not rental. I mean, we've got the eyesight there and then, yeah.
The eyesight's costing us money though, it's not making us money.
Yeah.
Right. So, councillors, we've had two options noted around the table.
We've got a motion on the floor.
And also Paul's was all but a motion, what he was reading. What is the appetite of council to go with?
You bring forward the June meeting the week. Should make it June the 18th. It's whether the staff can turn around feasible options.
Yeah, we need to be able to make changes.
And I want to make that meeting, and I wouldn't mind my vote being used, but anyway.
Noted.
The annual loan repayment is 73. 600, and then there's interest on that.
73,000 a year.
Yeah.
It's just a loan repayment, not.
Interest only, not principal.
operational costs.
No, that's the loan
repayment.
repayment. And plus interest as well. Yeah.
That's a lot.
All right. So we've got two options out there. What is the appetite to go for? One is that we look at putting 1.5 back onto the rates by holding on to the building until options have been discussed and assessed. Leslie, what happens if we go to the market to sell the building and get that work done at the same time?
If we say that, in the LGP, that's what could happen, then we should be all right.
That we're selling it, but we can do the work behind that?
Yeah.
Okay, do we have to go out to the public to consult on that? Should we be switching which side of the road we're doing something on?
No, not if we actually acknowledge in this one that that's what we're going to do.
Right.
It should be all right.
Okay. That makes a difference. That makes a
Put it
big
to the market and
difference.
see if you can find a willing buyer in the meantime.
There's
Do
no
some due
guarantee it's
diligence
gonna
on
be
other
sold.
options.
No, there's not. You're quite
There's
right.
no guarantee that there's a buyer out there either.
Oh, no.
So that has to be accounted for in the plan.
Yes.
That contingency has to be built in.
Well, there's a buyer, and it depends on what they're willing to pay.
And it's, yeah, so the option
We
we
have to increase the figures, I mean,
Yeah. So we're quite safe to say that it's going to go on the market, but do this other work in the interim and make a decision. Okay, at another date. So that's,
Which includes keeping.
yes, yes.
Oh, no, my motion again?
Yeah. No, it's a valid conversation to have because I want everybody to be comprehending the situation and the whys and wherefores and be, that we're on the right track.
With all due respect, I think you want to probably you might want to consider amending your motion with the other couple of points that got made on the end. Further conversations to that, but completely up to you.
Yep, so.
Me?
Yes.
Okay, so, yeah, I move the motion that it's to be put on the market, Paki Waitara building is to go on the market immediately. But with work getting done and to come back to us in a time frame of a month of some figures to do with
The two options.
whether we rebuild over across the road or Government House, how much it's actually going to look.
Okay. How does that sit with everybody?
Is that going to affect buyers' interest if they hear what we're saying?
Not
And knowing that it might not be
Not necessarily, because the other option will be this site. And both sides of the road are key real estate sites coming into town. So.
If someone's got their eye on that, it's been a nice bit of real estate. That's why they
It's a large area.
And there's also.
And long term, so you go.
I was just going to say, and it's also the conversation of what the value is as well. So that may, at the end of the day, we may decide, well, that's it, got some damn good money, we can't turn that down, that's what we're going to carry on with. It's a crystal ball.
What's the last part of the motion?
So the last part of the motion was Earl or staff coming back to us with figures to do with a rebuild, with including the eyesight and the library, or what a potential fit out would be of Government House, Second House.
We need to be specific about demolishing the building,
Oh, sorry.
demolish and rebuild.
Yeah.
Because I think that's the second point. Is using that horrible green structure again, recycling it.
Can we just say the other options or not? Or you've got to be more specific?
We need to be more prescriptive. Yeah, so what Natasha's got is, moved by councillor Beard, seconded by councillor Phelps, the Piki Waitara building to be put on the market immediately. Patrick, I don't know actually whether you supported that second part, but with investigations being done with figures on the two options being option 1, demolish and rebuild the Piki Waitara site, 2, cost of occupancy of the government building to be reported back in June. Yep. Paul?
Just again on the government building, can we make sure that it's like, because someone come up with that figure of 15 million.
Oh, look, that was just a ballpark that we had with Andrew and his team at the time, because they said there's rules of how it has to be structured internally to standards. So.
Yeah, but I don't know.
That's what to be, yeah. Oh, we can't take that as the figure, we have to do it.
That all has to be teased out, of course, because I thought that rule kind of got thrown out the window when they were trying to save Christchurch heritage buildings. It was more of a facade that was of interest to Heritage New Zealand rather than retain the heritage character of the interior. But that was, it has to be established. But can I suggest that be like an independent, like someone like Sam Summerton,
Yep, good idea, Sam. Yep.
they could come in and do a quick, on the back of a cigarette packet, estimate what it's going to cost.
Yep.
One of the consultants at home will do it fine.
Okay. Right, so that was the motion. Is everybody crystal clear on that, or they want it reading again?
Better read it again.
Okay, the motion is that the Peki Waitara building be put on the market immediately with the caveat that investigations being done with figures on the two options, being option 1, demolish and rebuild on the Peki Waitara site, 2, cost of occupancy of the government building, to be reported back in June. And that has no impact then on the increase in rates. We are being compliant with audit. We're ticking the boxes there as well. Okay. And getting this approval. So moved by Donna, seconded by Patrick. I'll have a show of hands for this to make sure that we've got this right. All in favour? Against? Well, there's nobody against. It's unanimous. Thank you. Lovely. Thank you everybody for that one. That's number 1.
And we did, I don't know how long ago it was, it could have been 6 months, but we did move a resolution to establish.
Yes, we did, but it's nice that we can know that we're doing our homework thoroughly, but we're still sticking with that earlier motion on that. So thank you everybody for that. And noted on the suggestion of Sam, Paul will get onto that and get that done for that building. Right, point 2, number 2 is Hannah's Clearing landfill remediation. 20.5% of submitters prefer this option, which is keeping the plan with full loan funding. 43.59%, majority of submitters keeping the plan with grant funding and partial loan funding, which is also noted as council's preferred option as consulted on. And 3 was removed from the plan entirely, and that was 18% of submitters prefer that option. And then 18% of submitters did not choose a specific option but provided a comment on the topic. So discussion, please, councillors. Yep, Patrick.
Okay, I was going to say that
I was simply going to ask, through your worship, Leslie, is there any benefit in the real impact on rates of moving it from the plan or not?
Not in the current year, not in the 25-26 year, it's each year after the loan impact. Yeah.
Through the chair, less with external funding.
And so what is that loan impact in the outer years?
8 to 9% in my calculations.
On our rates?
8 to 9% to the goals.
Leslie, is that correct?
I don't know the percentage, but at the end of the day, are you talking about the 2 million or the whole 8 million?
Oh, both.
Well, the 2 million on ratepayers, the 6 million is funded. So, do we not proceed if we don't get funding, which is what we've said?
Well, that's going to be.
Yeah. All right, so Paul.
Through your worship, I think it's a daft idea to scoop out that old rubbish dump and truck it all up here. I don't think it's that urgent. That rubbish dump, we've heard it today from Barnes Boyd, it's not under immediate threat, it's capped. This threat of we don't want another Fox River, of course we don't. That was an extraordinary event. And you don't need to look any further than Compton, where the old Greymouth rubbish dump is sitting right on the beach, and it got scooped out by erosion. It was capped with rock, and it's been, now it's that big sanctuary thing up there. And it's as safe as houses, and that's all you need to do, is you just need to rock it in the future. This is $8 million, it's just nonsense. Remove it.
I thought we really just put it in there as a feel-good thing in case someone asks us why we didn't do it. So I don't think we're really that serious with it.
Risk to us, perceived risk, actual risk. I know we
There's
don't
a
know.
big perceived risk. The actual risk currently is probably minimal. It has got rock armouring along the front water edge side, not over the top of it. It's about a metre from high tide mark up above on the edge of the road. It's entirely within your call.
Is there?
If we didn't get external funding, I'd leave it there. But that's just me.
Sorry, if we can't
If we
get.
can't get external funding, I'd leave it there for now.
So what is the cost then to reinforce it so it's not subjected to sea erosion or anything else in that?
It would need some more rock armouring on it, to reduce your risk. But it has been sitting there like it is now for 3 years.
No.
It's sitting there like it is now for 3 years.
Yeah, okay. But it is something that we would be needing to factor in at some stage, is armouring it a bit more to be certain of that protection. Yep.
So we leave a small amount in the budget so we have to do that in time and say, that's all we're prepared to do.
Well, I mean, through your worship, do you even need to do that? I mean, don't you just respond if nature changes course, then you respond to it rather than factoring it into and saying, well, we are going to. There's nothing to say that the sea is going to bite in there and it's going to dispose it until it happens. I think, honestly, I think that this whole thing was included in written by someone with shares in a truck company and put into this long-term plan. I just don't see the point of it.
And it's not the only one, there's other ones that we can stop it.
Yeah, there are other ones. So as far as future proofing, have we got anything else that's potentially vulnerable that we're going to be looking at? We do.
There's one at that's right on the edge of the river. It's rock armoured as well. If the river grades up, comes up over the bank, it's probably going to run along the southern side of it, I would think.
Yeah.
We were looking at getting assessments done on that with content, what content's in there. Like at Harry, we don't actually know, we haven't got a good graph on what the contents are. Even when we took the stuff out of Fox, we had to do that type of work to find out, how much was going out, how much contamination there is underneath, because it's an underlying landfill, so there's always leachates getting through and underneath. But please remember that the reason we've put it in the plan is the government has provided a funding mechanism to help councils reduce their risk and supply support funding to move vulnerable landfills. So that's why it's in there.
Exactly.
Completely get and respect that, and this is definitely not a personal attack on that, but on the other side of that, we're looking to ask for 8 or 9% rate rise contribution towards that, which our people can't afford at the moment. So there's a
Through your worship as well, I'd also say that there's other ways to be prepared. For example, keeping our rates as low as we can, keeping our debt as low as we can, and keeping headroom there, not just for this, but for problems that we haven't even imagined because they haven't happened yet, that we would just respond to if they did happen out of the blue. And it could be this, or it could be something no one in this room's even thought of. And you respond to a crisis when you have to sometimes. And as Ashley said, I just don't think voting this on the ratepayer on the chance that we might get some money from a government that reckons it's tightening purse strings, whether it is or not. I think we ratepayer would be right for us to be out.
The other thing too with that is the loan funding or the government share contribution. When is that information released, or when would we know whether that's there?
It's not for a few months.
So this would have to go into the budget, into the long-term plan in its fullness, as in $2 million, which impacts the rates. Yeah, so, and there's no way, if we don't get it, that is still in the rates structure until next year. So the ratepayers are paying into something that's potentially not going to happen. Yeah, thank you. Jane?
Is the government funding potentially also available for armouring and capping?
Tito?
No, it's more for like contaminated sites for removal.
Okay.
So the armouring and capping thing, that's potentially, that's a very small amount of money.
Like how much?
Between $50,000 and $100,000.
Oh, okay.
Good to know. Paul?
Yes, I mean, I wouldn't be tempted by that carrot of the government fund, that will very quickly dry up. You only need to say to the government, well, thanks for that, these $6 million we want for Hannah's Clearing. Now we've got Cannabis Knoll, we've got Harry, we've got, and the list goes on, and I'll say, you know, we're not, we can't do that. So, no, it's just, false hope.
All right, so am I taking, does anybody want any more discussion, questions on this? So am I taking from this that everybody's in agreement that we remove it entirely from the long-term plan?
Can we put in protection of it? And protection at this point?
We can put it in if we've got some figures.
I don't think
I don't even think we need
I don't think you need
I think we could leave it.
The change.
Leave it, leave it for an emergency, like fund or unbudgeted expenditure possible.
There you go.
So would this allow us as council to perhaps put 100k or whatever into a contingency fund if we're going to be easing up on some of this budgetary?
Right, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah.
The one we cancelled.
Have if you don't, have if you don't. Okay, that's cool. All right, so do we take it then that everybody's in agreement that we remove it from the long-term plan altogether? Would somebody like to move that motion that we do? Councillor Baird, can somebody second that? And the motion is that we remove the Hannah's Clearing landfill remediation entirely from the long-term plan. All in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you, everybody. Now we're into another Nelly one. Jackson's Bay Wharf up here. Now, okay. And another update for you, and I'm recognising that we do have the public potentially watching this too, is that when we originally put in for the airport funding along with the ports for Grey and Buller, with the regional infrastructure funding, we were putting in Jackson's Bay a project, and we took that out to eliminate the risk of having, because it was combined, having the airport turned down. We took it out, but Kanoa have come back and asked us to represent that, and that's just happened last week, work on that. So it's been very sudden. It has actually gone through the first and second checks, so not last week, week before. It's gone through the checks this last week. We will have a decision on that at the end of June. I have spoken to other industries that use it, and there is support from the lobster industry, the crab industry, fishing industry, as well as community groups. It's been phenomenal, and those letters of support have gone on with the application. The application is for 3.9 mil, and what that covers is a grand plan for the wharf, that the wharf is strengthened according to the report that Field and Lobster paid for. The crane is fixed or replaced by a second-hand one. There is a launching ramp created for the recreational fishers. There is a car park created around what Charlie's currently leased off us, which is our land down there, and a toll for the users, which is not the locals, it's the external users of the facility. And when you're looking at roughly 127 boats and cars or vehicles and trailers in the fishing in the weekends, let alone during the week, through the peak of the season, it's phenomenal. And also with that, we've included the special purpose road that we currently have funded, and we've asked that that be considered as in staying in the picture in all perpetuity, rather than having to have that challenged or have that risk of being removed. It's a big ask, and we've been ballsy with the ask, but we've got nothing to lose with it. They can take components out. So this is a very sudden piece of work that's been done at the request of Kanoa. They came back and said, we want that in, because the other big part of this is, and we have NEMA's support with this, is that it is the only deep water port on the coast. It has got no risk of losing that classification due to any weather event, earthquake or anything else, whereas the access into Buller and Grey can be undermined with an earthquake as far as liquefaction and movement of ground. It is a port that is safe for the Australian Navy to come into with helicopters to distribute no matter how far up here. So that we have that support as well, and that is part of what the government is looking at with that as well. So it's a multifaceted approach. And again, a bit like discussions with that, it's happened after we've gone out with this. And as always with these sort of papers, we're normally restricted on sharing this information, but this information is important that we understand the discussion that's going to be had. So whether, again, we could put a time frame around that. There is no cost in this as far as impact on rates, is there, Leslie? No, and as far as what we would have to fund out of this, we've put in at 40%, and with that I have some of that in kind, which we can turn into a dollar figure as far as our contribution, and I have an element of it that's also been put forward financially from some of those commercial companies, which would lessen what we'd be looking at, but we will know this by the end of June as far as the decision goes. So please factor that into your thought process. I'm sorry, I have to get permission to actually say what I've said today, because normally do not like these things to be made public. But as far as a decision that we make here, which impacts everybody, ratepayers, it's information you needed to know. So I'll go back to the first hands, which was Paul, and then I'll come to you, Ash.
Newsflash, Kanoa are not Santa Claus. And of course, they changed all those rules, and so they don't give out cash. You talked about a 40% contribution. They expect a big contribution, of course, before they will give any cash. So it comes very much with strings attached. I would be quite wary of it, to be honest. The other thing is of course, you can't talk about the future of that wharf without talking about the future of the road between the wharf and Neils Beach. Not the past Jackson Bay Road. That's another issue. But just from Neils Beach to the wharf is so uncertain. I think even Shane Jones, if he had a look at that firsthand, he would be queried, do I really want to put $4.9 million into shoring up this old wharf? Because like it or not, the slips that have come down off that hillside have changed the future of Jackson Bay forever. I think it's coming time for hard decisions, but the wharf itself for now is okay, and all that money that was spent, well, it is from what it was. There was that money that was spent by the previous council, and Aaron Waddell's went down and did the piles and da-da-da. There's a lot more work that needs to be done, but that's because it's an 80-year-old lady. It needs a bit of work. But honestly, you can't just expect the ratepayers to throw more money at that for something that hasn't paid its way. And for these companies that are using it, haven't paid their way until now. All of a sudden, they're prepared to.
No, I'm not prepared to fund a report that says the taxpayer and the ratepayer like this.
They've paid for the report themselves.
No, it's one thing to pay for a PDF, it's another thing to pay to get a report.
They might throw some cash at it.
It's a lobbying document, effectively.
And then you've got the specious argument in there about these recreational fishers. The recreational fishers aren't using the wharf.
I'm sorry, they are using the wharf. They're bringing trucks in to offload in the course of the night, which is why Minister Jones had infrared cameras put in, as well as MPI, to assess the situation. There's a commercial operation happening from some of the recreational fishers from Southland on that wharf. There's evidence being correlated continuously.
Yes, I'm not doubting that much, but these hundreds of recreational fishers that are coming in from Central Otago every long weekend, and they're going in and raping and pillaging the pale beds and the blue cod fisheries, etc. The majority of them are not even touching the wharf. They're backing their boats up into They've had the rebates up into.
I'm sorry, I will challenge you on that, Paul. There's actually evidence and I've seen it. And I have sat down there with some of the locals at 2, 3, 4 in the morning and observed the activity. They have trucks come out. MPI have stopped 2 of those on the road going from Jackson's Bay back to Southland with fish. They have confiscated a truck, a boat and a vehicle that tows it. And they have also confiscated the load of another vehicle. It is going on, and they do use the truck and the crane.
But your worship, I'm not disputing that. What I'm saying is the majority, which are those ones that come down, and there are 90, 100 of them, packed up into the place on a long weekend, that you can't move, they're not using the wharf. These are the daytime ones. These ones that come through the middle of the night, yeah, I'm sure there are, you know, because there's lots of illegal fly-by-nighters out there. But I don't think that that's really an argument to keep the wharf, because, you know, we're going to bring these recreational fishermen into tow. Anyway, but the bigger issue really is that road.
Just through the chair, look, from the southern area, I'd like to thank you for what you've done on this, on the wharf. I think you've done a great job. I think we've got to wait until we get an answer from you know.
Wellington.
Yeah.
Thanks, thank you, Councillor.
So,
I appreciate that. Appreciate that, because I the feedback and the interaction I've had with the community down there has been phenomenal. The relevance of it, also to the local iwi and the history that's down there. The wharf at the moment has a weight restriction of, I can't think what the weight restriction is on that wharf. Have you got that, Earl? I can't think what it is. It's not a lot.
No, it's about 2.5 tons.
No, I think it's come down to less than that now. And I know also that underneath the wharf, the structure is not solid in a lot of places. So, yeah, it is a problem. It's a matter of how we address it according to what we've consulted on. Ash?
Is that 60% going to be a suspensory, if it's successful,
Yes.
a suspensory loan
Yes.
like the airport?
Yes.
So we're looking at 1.6 mil to find or to fund with their contributions.
Yes.
How much geese have you got in kind and cash offerings from industry or others?
Not at this stage.
Does it need to be in the plan at all? Now, can you not apply for that funding, your worship? Regardless, take it out of the plan and apply for it.
I don't think that's fair.
Well, you can't possibly do it if it's not in the plan, surely. There's no way we could do it.
78% supported keeping it in the plan with loan funding. So Leslie, as far as this in the plan, out of the plan, what options do we have as far as, in fact, we've gone out for submissions on this.
Yeah.
Where does that leave us sitting as far as action we have to take?
So we went out with the co-code option with the funding. So what you're talking about is getting funding. So I don't see what the problem is, as long as we explain the difference.
I think we've got that pretty clear from what you see.
So we're looking at option 1, keeping the plan with loan funding. And is there a consequence that if we don't get that, what we have to do then? As far as, do we have to come back and then rediscuss what?
We probably need to say, or have some idea of what you would do now if you don't get the funding.
Don't get it. Okay. All right. So that's
Through your worship, that's my concern too, is around the conversation with Alan McGibbon today, his submission, closing the wharf, and then what do we do with it? What does it cost to actually deconstruct? You know, do we have any idea about that, Earl? Reconstructing the wharf, any costings around that?
No.
You'd have to get a barge down there, you'd have to get all that stuff out. You're probably looking at around $1
You probably need a fair bit of security too, I'd say.
So either way, it's costing money.
Actually, right.
Pretty worship. I mean, the third option is also to sell it. We may potentially inject some of the ratepayers' money into the capital expenses of upgrading it now, or possibly through Kano, the tax bill, pour some money in, or possibly some fishing operators will pour it in. But irrespective of whether or not that capital gets put in and who funds it, I think it's fair to say that if we were good custodians of that asset, it wouldn't be in the decrepit state that it's currently in. And just because someone might inject some cash into it now, doesn't mean that the same indifference and disregard that we've clearly exhibited up until this point won't just occur, and then 20 or 30 years from now, there's just another dairy wharf sitting there again. And I've long thought that one possibility for that wharf would be if we were to seek, at the very least, expressions of interest, doesn't mean we would follow through on it, but seek expressions of interest from people who may wish to purchase it, possibly a consortium of the local grey fishermen or whoever else, and then they would own and operate it, and anyone else that wanted access to it would pay an appropriate rate, and then that would get put into actually upgrading it. And I would be very surprised if in the event of a civil emergency, there wasn't access to operate that asset. Because actually, frankly, at the moment, if there was a civil emergency now, with the state that it's in, would it be fit for purpose? I think we've got to ask ourselves if we're actually the best owners of that asset or not.
So the options are, and as we said before, 78% said keep in place with loan funding, 1.9% said close the wharf, 11.76 said sell the wharf, and 7.84 of submitters did not choose to go for any option at all. So we can still make that decision if we don't get the funding. We can still make that decision.
Yeah.
So it's a matter of whether council wants to wait to see the end of June what the results are of that application.
It's not.
Because there's no impact on this in the rates, is there?
No, because we've got it in the plan with loan funding.
Yes.
Sorry, with loan funding.
So that.
So the impact would be that if we got funding, then we could reduce the loan.
So forgive me, the 3.9 million we've got in the plan, that's as you say, that's loan funding. So until we draw down on that loan, it wouldn't. Until we actually get effect of that loan, it wouldn't have an impact on the rates, right?
So it won't affect the rates at all until we draw down.
Okay.
So we could keep it in the plan with loan funding. We don't get the funding from Kanoa. We come back and make a decision to potentially sell the wharf and it's gone.
And in the meantime, it allows us to have a discussion with industry as far as whether they'd be interested in purchasing it and ownership of it and have further discussions.
In the meantime, God might make the decisions for us, because that road is so precarious.
Yes, it is. It's quite agreed.
And once that slip goes big time, and you've got a wharf sitting on the other side of it.
Yep.
And the problem is
we've got that situation anyway here on the coast.
Glacier sitting there too, so I think.
Yep. Right.
Yeah. And there's two of those roads in the district. One of them goes to the region. One goes to Kiramia, one goes to Jackson's Bay. And
all right. So the appetiters, Councillor Burden, do you want to?
Yeah, happy to move that we keep it in the plan with the loan funding on the condition that we seek external funding to make that project happen somehow. And if it, I don't know if this makes sense, and then if it doesn't, if we fail, we look at selling. We'll look at other options. Consider other options.
Happy to second that or postulation of that.
Yeah. So is everybody quite happy with the discussion to this stage on this, that we're ready to take a vote on that?
is there anyone who wants to sell it today? Because I'll be all right on What's that? Okay, so there is actually appetite in the room other than me for selling it today.
Are we voting on that?
I don't think we should release it.
No, I just don't think.
We've just inherited it.
Yeah.
And as you say, we haven't looked after it. We haven't been good custodians.
That doesn't mean we need to continue that bad practice though either.
No, I agree.
So the motion is to keep the Jackson Bay Wharf, keep it in the plan, with the potential of loan funding as applied for currently. With external loan funding, On the, hang on, that's got my bridge, isn't it? Sorry, going back to this, I won't repeat you, I'll get you to here. So keep it in the plan with external loan funding. If unsuccessful, we come back and consider other options. Is everybody happy with that? So, sorry, we'll try and are you happy to vote against? So Riley's moved that, Ashley, you've seconded that, thank you. All in favour? Against? 3 against.
Can I rethink this?
6 for, 3 against.
Okay, so in a month's time we'll know about the funding.
Yes.
And then,
We come back and look at other options. It makes no impact on the rates in the meantime.
yeah, but the comeback period needs to be.
Well, as soon as we find out
It's
about
going to be
it.
the end of June that we find out on that.
That's right,
So
that's my
it'll be
reason.
July, it'll be here at the council table again for
The
discussion.
issue is that if you do get loan funding, it's not the end of the problem.
No.
No, it's not.
You still own it
Yes.
and we've got to maintain it.
Yes, so we've also got to look at, can we?
Make sure you remember that when it comes to the cycle trail.
The trick I've learned, Ryan, over the last 2 or 3 years is to just change your values issue by issue and then you can pick
Right,
and
if we
choose.
can just have some order back in here. Councillors, do you two wish to have your votes against recorded?
Yes, those are the 3 of us.
Oh, sorry, and Jane, sorry.
And I think Donovan's coming over the dance hall, but anyway, maybe get
We're there,
him.
so if you're clear on that now, resolve to keep.
The rest of you.
No, that needs to be tidied up. Keep it in the plan, keep Jackson Bay in the plan. No, that's not right to the reading. With the external loan funding. External loan funding.
I'm getting towards large minority votes, it's good.
It's not repair, it's repair, isn't it? Sorry, yes, sorry. In the long-term plan with
No, I think it was
external,
6-3, Cal.
with external loan funding.
Well, I said we didn't
If
look at five.
unsuccessful funding, then look at other options, not to sell, but other options available. Options available for Jackson Bay. Yep, lovely. Okay. Righty ho, that's that one done as well. You're right with that. So next one is the West Coast Wilderness Trail route to Ross, and again we're a bit screwed with some of these conversations.
We've put in for funding on that, we've had discussions.
Excuse me, please, councillors.
We've had discussions with, Wilderness Trail, and energy management team, they were pretty positive on it, and we shall find out how we can.
What have we applied for, sorry, you?
We applied for, funding to put in an alternative alignment bridge.
How much fund?
We applied for 1.4 million.
Is that the whole job?
And this will go
Before we get some
on the north, on the east side.
We work it out.
It'll go on the.
Yeah, so we do not
East
touch
side.
that.
Right.
Yes, so we just need, if we can, sorry, if we can, just for clarification, because Paul's just said, do we not have, we have 700,000 in our budget anyway for the Wilderness Trail, but not since, that was actually the West Lily Boardwalk, wasn't it? And we still have that there. So the funding you've applied for doesn't require that. It means that that is still there in our budget for future planning, future management.
Correct, we've also applied for funding to support that and another section of the trail.
Yeah. Yeah.
So just to get this very clear, you've applied for 100% funding of that project.
Okay, Brian.
Through the chair, so can we have a bit of consistency and do the same as the orphan? We don't do it unless we get the funding.
Yeah.
I think we could use materials from one for the other.
That was all, through the chair, that was already in previous.
That's council's preferred option, and 50% of the vote submitters agreed.
Yes, it was. So, more discussion. Does anybody want more discussion on this point?
Consistency isn't always an argument because there's different assets.
I'm not averse to option 3, but just in case anyone else out there doesn't want to feel alone.
Noted.
I'm just surprised that Evie have found the heart and we can entertain
possibly 100% funding.
Well, at the moment, we have quite considerable support from Wellington and what we're trying to achieve here by saying we don't want to hand out, we want to hand up. If this is enabled, we can create that, and they're well aware of the impact of that cycle trail on the coast economy. And now that Buller's got their one as well, we have got a lot of support there at the moment, and conversations have been going well. Long may they continue. Yeah, there's opportunities there for us, and if we don't take advantage of these opportunities as they arrive, we will miss out and we will go backwards. There's no doubt about that with some of the things that we own. It's what we do, we get these things across line, like the wharf, like the bridge. It's what we do with future maintenance and management of those, what's important, that we factor in a management program for those so that we ensure we keep the value of that asset up rather than let things fall into disrepair.
Through your worship, part of the trouble is with capital assets like this is in a lot of other contexts, capital depreciation is funded out of some form of cash flow. That factory down the road will wearing down all the time. You sell butter and you feed that in your potential capital, whereas we're injecting ratepayers or taxpayers' capital into this, and then the asset's just getting run down, but there's no cash flow directly going back into that. There's a mismatch between the people who are paying for it versus the people who are benefiting from it. At the very least, you could agree there's non-alignment there at the moment, and how we go about that. And I just worry with things like this, as I just said about the wharf, that okay, it might solve it today, but 5 or 10 years or 15 years from now, where does that leave our ratepayers? And as we have discussed before, the coastal bridge isn't the only problem. What happens with the Mahana Pool or other assets along, it's, I
So it is really important that we manage what we've got better than what it's been done before, and we put plans and processes in place to ensure that we do that, and hope like hell that in other future councils down the road that they don't go and undermine what's been done.
Through the chair to do what council previously.
But the incentives remain, which is to keep the rates low. It's like if you're a farmer and you think you're going to sell your farm in the next year or two, you might think, I just want to put too much into fencing for the next year or two, and that incentive is not going to disappear, irrespective of which angels are sitting around this table. And I'm just not, I think we're possibly just kicking the can down the road, even if we get external funding for it.
Your Worship, so that hope that we've put in MB funding this, is that also going to cover those little bridges on between Ruata and? No, that's separate. How much of is that replacement?
Well, there's about 3 in along there, and they're highly different to this one, where you can just retrofit steel frame across and leave the existing structure.
Yeah.
So you're probably looking at about $100,000 each.
Yes. Each. Yep.
Don't all have to happen at once. One there that's a little bit, I'm not on the bridge now, but there's a couple of little last couple of as I said, this, we had positive conversations with them. They haven't signed anything off yet. The design that we've proposed and that we've put through to them is a rather simplistic design, nothing like what we've got here now, and it's more like what's up at the George.
Yeah. Right. A few submitters have asked around white voting and load testing. Did either of our reports do load testing, or they just did the?
No, they did do intrusive drilling to check out the strength of the banks. They didn't do any load testing.
And because of the results of that intrusive stuff, they decided not to do.
Yeah.
It's not actually.
It wasn't seen as an option because of the conditions.
So it was rolled out for a reason as opposed to just not done.
What they're probably not aware of is that the load testing is on your piles, but this truss bridge, they collapse under their own weight, and that's the issue. And you can't load test your truss. So that's the issue. And some people they're probably unaware of that.
No, and as much as that's been discussed, it's a different
Hopefully,
loading as opposed to the actual problem.
Hopefully be a moot argument.
Yeah, hopefully.
I think a lot of check flex in terms of new grade.
Yep. Number 4, alternate West Coast Wilderness Trail route to Ross. What is the appetite of council, please, on that? Is that option 1, which says build an alternative route to Ross with external funding?
Move that.
Need to move that. Second that, councillor Burden. Move councillor Casson. All in favour? Against? Councillor Phelps, you want that recorded against? Righty who? Okay. You got that? Okay, you got it. Right, next point is point 5. We're on point 5 now, folks. Dog registration restructure. Mixed bag of responses on that, very level as far as restructure, do it, don't, and they're actually even. This part of our business, Leslie, correct me if I'm wrong, please, but hasn't had budgets as such, hasn't had a lot of control around it's what it does. It's been left to its own device to a certain extent. This is trying to get some form of control and business body to the dog control component.
Well, there's been no change to the theme for years, so effectively, money values is cheaper and cheaper for the user. We should be mainly a user fee. There will always be a rating element, and there should be, because everybody benefits from dog control. You know, even if you haven't got a dog, you've got a dog roaming on your property and attacking you and whatever, everybody has some effect from dog control, but it should be more of a user pays. And what this is doing, that we've looked at here, is more in line with other councils, how the Act works. It's kind of taking that responsible ownership through the actual fee structure itself. And you're effectively saying you've got a more of a responsible ownership if you've got a neutered dog or whatever it is, wording you don't like or like Helen.
Half dog? Half dog. Oh, I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Half dog wouldn't move around very much.
It's encouraging people, you know, who have just got pets to actually neuter the dogs. And it's also given some respite to working dogs as well, which we didn't have within our structures either previously.
We've had it before, working dog on it, I know. Yeah, I kind of think I remember that when we were on that time too, but I'm not sure.
And it caused problems as well.
Yeah. I'm not too sure, because I mean the farming sector's changed since then too, as far as who's got dogs and who hasn't. But I guess there'll always be that contestable element in the community as well. The other thing that Claire's wanted to do with this is when she goes out and when she goes to Haast, she's going to have that ability for people to come to her through microchipping and tagging the dogs and recording them, and she will pick up on dogs that haven't been registered before. It's sort of an amnesty type arrangement, but they're still, you know, paying in. But for everyone that we don't and hasn't paid registration in the past, for everyone that we can get, we're further ahead.
Yeah.
Ashley.
And on the back of that, can you confirm the fee reduction or the percentage reduction for working dogs?
Working dogs, I think the first one is 80. I haven't got it in front of me. I think that's 50%.
Roughly.
50%.
Yeah, 40 dollars.
50% for the next dogs.
Because Fair Farmers have submitted on 50% off the next.
Yeah,
Just carry again, which is that in line with what we've already got in there, or does that need to be?
No, we've started with $80, which is less than 50%, and then 50% of the 80.
So they're hitting, they're getting what they're asking for, in effect, $80.
Yeah. We'll just check exactly what that is now, and then we're not saying one thing and another.
Especially with she who's standing at the door, talking about new dogs, those working dogs, we still getting 50% more for them than we would have been if they weren't being registered. And I think it's a good step change by having them registered, by getting them in line with that process.
I haven't parked in your spot.
If they were registered.
If they were registered,
Yeah.
yeah.
Can we just have one at a time, please? Yeah. Patrick and then Jane.
Through your worship, sorry, pardon my enthusiasm, but if we, I think the question for me about working dog thing is that if people aren't really taking their farms off their property that much, and they're not the ones that are causing the work for dog control, I'd be very keen to hear what your view of the rule is on this, but I mean, realistically, it does seem a bit rough to be hitting people over the head for fees for dogs. It might even almost not leave the property, and so would it just be that if you didn't have the cost on them, other dog owners would have to be a higher cost, or, yeah, I'm just curious to hear what the merits or shortcomings of the approach would be.
So all dogs have to be registered in New Zealand. Police dogs are registered, guide dogs are registered. Guide dogs are registered with the Guide Dogs for the Blind, police dogs are registered at the police academy, and then they go out to their respective places. So all dogs have to be registered. And believe it or not, farmers' dogs do escape and go where they shouldn't. And so they're just as much using my resources as well as anybody else's.
I imagine most dog owners will tell you my dog's fine, it's everyone else's dog, that's the problem.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
No matter how good your dog is, there's
No,
always a chance
I was,
they get out.
I was more just thinking if you're in the back end of nowhere down at Hearts and your dog's hardly going, anyway.
Yeah, but the thing is, what you've got to think about is when that dog goes out, what does it do?
Yeah.
I've got, for instance, of somebody down that way whose dogs have been getting out and they're meant to be working dogs and they've killed chooks and all sorts of things.
Dogs,
I've not yet. So, you know, they could get on the road, cause an accident. So they're just as much, they're
Just as much of a
the same
headache
as
as
everybody
the others.
else. Yeah, they're just the same as everybody else. And dogs have got a brain. And if they want to go and do something that you don't want them to do, no matter how well trained they are, they'll go and do it. You know, they're dogs.
The other thing that Claire has structured with people that are struggling is the fact that they can pay their registration in small bites over a period of time as well.
Pun intended.
Small
Small
bites, sorry,
bites,
yes, I just realised that what you said there. Which is helping, but you know, we do recognise that people are struggling, but also for a lot of the, especially the age that we have in the community, you know, their pets are their companion, they're their life. So, it's doing the right thing by our responsibility in conjunction with supporting them easily.
Just to clarify, so it's, first one is 80, and after that it's 50% of the full charge.
Right.
Ah, so it's not 50% of the 80?
No, it's $57.50 of the full charge for an uninjured dog is 150. And we are talking
Why would we, if it's a working dog and the working dog fee is $80, why don't we not do half of the working dog fee as opposed to then reclassifying second, third, 10th dog to being normal dogs, not working dogs, whatever terminology, full dog, half dog, whatever terminology we want to use, that seems not common. That doesn't seem right to me in the sense of your first one's a working dog, we agree, here's $80, thank you very much. 2 to 10 or however many you have, all become normal dogs. Bad terminology, but non-working dogs.
Half price.
Yeah, as opposed to half price working dog, which would make sense.
Most people on a farm have a pet dog and they have working dogs. So we're taking into consideration the first dog that because we have in the past, many years ago when working dogs were involved, people were putting their chihuahuas as a working dog. Which I think that's the reason I was told that working dogs was taken away in the end, because people were abusing that situation. So if we put it that the first dog is classified, you know, is registered as a pet companion or whatever, and then acknowledge that the working dogs that they've got, which is however many that they use with the sheep, stock, whatever, is then reduced, and it's just acknowledging that they have got working dogs.
Why is the first dog, if it's counted as a pet usually, why is that only 80 as opposed to the full?
Yeah.
And what justification is there for giving a discount to working dogs? Because that's all tax deductible for them anyway.
Because working dogs in the Animal Control Act have to be classified as working dogs.
Yeah, that's fine, but do we have to give them a reduced rate? In there?
Every other council does.
So often we hit businesses harder, for example, our tourism businesses, we hit them harder with rates, but then when it comes to the dogs and the farmers, we're actually hitting them lighter.
Yeah, good point.
But they're not caused that.
Generally. What you said, farm dogs.
Well, of course I have problems with farm dogs, but not as much as dogs and...
Well, there are many farm dogs, is what there are.
It's more, yeah. Per property, actually, is paying far bigger stake in the costs into animal control. Per property, the farm dog properties are paying a far bigger percentage towards the cost of the business unit you operate. That's, I guess, where the discount comes in. If we register them all as full dogs at full fee, they're paying a disproportionately large amount. Yes, they choose to run dogs as part of their work, but they are classified as work dogs and protected by the Act, or covered by the Act. I think it's justified in...
That would be justified then saying if you've got more than one dog, regardless of whether they're working or not, wouldn't it then? Well, for working dogs, doesn't it?
I think when we first came to
Yeah, discussion, that's a good point.
we put the first dog at full charge, but council asked us to reduce that. So that was something you wanted to do, because you're asking now if they're actually a pet, why aren't they the full charge? But that was
And it's interesting in this submission was the introduction of the working dog fee category in line with the Dog Control Act is fully supported along with 28.1% price break for the additional working dogs. They do contend that a 50% reduction of the fee for the additional working dog would be more appropriate given the low impact of working dogs and dog teams on council's costs. So they were submitting that the additional dog fee is 50% of the $80, which is $40. That's what's in their submission. So we're saying that that's going to be 50% of the full registration price of $157.
It's 50% for the full one, but you're making a correlation that probably we didn't actually determine the figure on.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Also, can I add that pig dogs and hunting dogs aren't in that classification of working dogs? I believe there is something they have to go through with DOC to get a special certificate to say that they are working hunting dogs. But just because somebody's got 4 or 5 hunting dogs and use them to go out and do hunting, it doesn't mean that they're going to get that. It's not under the working dogs category. They still have to pay the full amount unless they've been to DOC and got all the appropriate certificates. That have to be produced to us.
So consensus around the table, please, everybody. Sorry, I need to get to the right page. On the dog charges. Restructure the dog registration fees. Sorry, Jane?
I think I agree with the majority of option 2.
Do not change the dog registration fees. It was equal, restructure the dog registration fees was equal to the 2, do not change. 47%.
Not on my one, it's got 6.
No, that's comments, no option chosen. Option 1 and option 2, restructure and don't change, were the same at 47% or 9 out of the 42 submitters. Oh, sorry, 47%, no, and 14 out of the 30 submitters. It was equal on that. Thank you. So as far as impact on, because the other thing is too, is that, you know, we have to have the dog control business functioning with a budget. Yeah, and yeah, you're taking money from one and putting it into another as far as the ratepayers are still funding it regardless, but there has to be some structure within the dog control for the work that they do, and the distance that Claire covers, because she does go from here through to Otira and down to Haas, and I know she does do those Ks. So she needs the confidence too that also she can run the program she's wanting to do as far as finding the dogs that aren't registered and getting some control of them too.
And there hasn't been an update, I think it's been listed for a long time.
For a long time.
I think it's still fairly cheap compared to a lot of other counties.
Yeah.
Auckland's $213.
Sorry?
How much? $213.
Register a dog. I suppose that teaches people responsibility though, doesn't it? If you're going to pay for what your dog can Yeah, yeah. Okay. So what's the sentiments, everybody? Restructuring the dog fees?
Supporting the restructure, have we landed with that 50% or not off of working dogs? I'm supportive of it, it's supporting the table to the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, depending on how many working dogs there is, to be half price off the working dog fee as opposed to the full price.
Full price.
No, I support it.
Support that too?
Yeah.
So that's a $40 fee for the extra working dog instead of
First dog is
75.
full, and then half is
Instead of
the
75.
working dog category for
Yeah.
second, third, fourth, 10th, whatever. 4 working dogs that meet the criteria.
So that's an amendment to what we put forward previously?
Yeah, but that's all right.
Yeah, okay. So at the moment, the full price is $175, is that right? $157 is it? I've got the.
Currently, we have it at 57.50.
Yeah.
And you want to pay about 40.
Right. What's the consensus around town for that versus working dogs? No, no.
I'm very curious, I'm not a dog owner, but how many roles of dog roles is there?
So, Ash, do you want to move that motion on, that change it, if you want to just word it please, so that, Natasha can get that noted?
Yeah, option 1, restructuring the dog registration fees, noting 50% off the working dog fee for additional, subsequent working dogs.
Everybody happy with that? Who was that? Councillor Burton seconded it? Okay, all in favour? Show of hands, please. What, against? You want those, your votes recorded? Okay, Councillor Davison and Councillor Neal voted against, please. That is carried. Thank you very much, everybody, on that one. So that is the end of those ones. Leslie, as far as taking, as far as any changes to your decisions here, which would be the Hands Clearing landfill, what is the change that makes to the rates with that coming out? Do we have that figure?
It won't actually change the first year because if it's loan funding or anything, that would be for the second year onwards.
Second year onwards, okay. So there's no impact on what we're going up with anyway with that, but it's the future, okay?
Which would be around 8%, wouldn't it?
Sorry?
Which would be around 8% saving.
I have to go back to my work.
Yeah, okay.
If you work that out, I'm sure.
Those numbers are right.
We haven't looked at it from that perspective.
Okay. All right, so that brings that part of these proceedings to a close as far as those deliberations. So there were also 35 other topics that were submitted on, which we have to capture and acknowledge. So we will get through those as to whether we are noting them or putting them forward for further discussion. So the first one is financial accountability. And the comments in general were that the financial plan is seen as unsustainable, with debt expected to double in 3 years, rates increases exceeding inflation. Council is urged to reduce or stop using external consultants and stay within its means in the next decade. Concerns were raised about the handling of government funding, particularly the 3 waters federal funding. And suggested cost savings measures include a 10% departmental budget cut, merging senior management roles, and reducing unnecessary expenditure such as leasing a library building when the council previously owned one. I think we'll take those as noted. I think that's probably, there's got elements in there of those comments that we're acutely aware of and that we desire to see some changes ourselves. So if we can take that as noted, is everybody happy with that?
It's an issue that the city needs to respond to, but I think that the comments in there could be covered in item 12, which refers to rates.
Yes, yes, put the two together as one response goes, yeah, okay. Okay, so we have that. The next one is the Three Waters, and again, that's another situation that's been messy because of the process and the information as it's been released from the government, which has been very, very painful. And it's in some ways, yeah, it's a hard one. The Hokitika wastewater treatment plant, for starting new projects, getting that completed. I think the desire around the table with that is to look at, I know that there's a meeting coming up for that, but that's on the current proposal. But I think I take it that there's an appetite to look at along the lines of what Jackie Grant talk about with the additional pond UV or whatever. Possibly, what is the perception of council here? Do we want some more information on that?
Through the chair. We have to vote on something because we're running out of resource at the same time. I do agree that government's looking at changing the wastewater treatment standards to some, again, to some amount. I don't know what, I can't imagine it being less, but you never know. The ponds don't currently meet, well, they won't meet the current standards. But something is going to have to be implemented to treat the wastewater. And I agree that we'll keep looking at alternative options, but we still have to have an option to move forward with, which is going to a future meeting.
Yeah, so bearing in mind, and on the other side of the equation, of course, is the bills, towards 30 million. It's, so somewhere in between is reality. I guess it's, there's no harm, is there, in now taking a step back, pushing pause, and finding out just exactly what is the science behind it. What are the, what is possible with oxidation as a future method of treating wastewater, and yeah, with some new treatment measures that might be included with the ponds. I think it's worth having a look at, and that would also entail meeting with the regional council post haste. But I think just blithely going along the path with consultants and looking again at the mechanical solution on inland. Now that it's got to ridiculous proportions, I think it's time to pause and take another look.
Through your worship, I'm just wondering in terms of the LTP, whether we should just kind of note this and use this as background information, because really, are we actually going to be making a decision on this as a, whatever the three water entity, and what would their decision want to be? So maybe if this is stuff that we could forward on to the outcome of that part of the process for them to consider.
Consultation.
There may be no point in making any recommendation or decision in terms of the LTP, because of what's coming.
I'll just get you all to comment on that, while we're relative to that.
Yes, that's the point.
Through your worship, my understanding of it, in terms of why we're building this new plant, is that the one that we've got is not going to get a consent under the law as it stands in the next few years. Is that right? It will become illegal for us to basically have that unless the law changes, and as it is. And two, I'm not sure how much of a factor, I think I've just assumed this was the case, but we're having nightmares with, landfills that are near the coastline and that sort of stuff. So quite why you want a pond of defecation basically sitting there vulnerable to erosion or even just one bad storm or something like that. It could rip it open and it would spill the township's collective guts into the.
It has been inundated before.
Yeah. So I just, taking a long-term view, look, I'd rather go for the lowest cost approach we can, but I just don't know that cheap's not always good either. And it may be that doing what the road that we've gone down already may be the most prudent long-term path. I just, yeah. Or maybe there's a better option to carry on what we're doing, I don't know.
I guess it's wanting that surety of options and what's best practice going forward, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it will be legal.
Okay, just what are the issues with the current ponds where they don't meet the standards? Are they too small or?
That type of processing doesn't.
Sorry?
The type of processing that a station pond provides doesn't meet the standard for housing.
So the actual pond itself is okay?
At this stage, and our councils are correct that it is prone to inundation.
But the structure of the.
The ponds at the moment are a third to half full. They will need future rather large investment maintenance to keep them operational as they are.
Right, they don't need a lining on or anything like that? Okay.
The other factor as well is 20 or 30 years time, I think it's probably going to be 20 or 30 years warmer. The rainfall will be more severe, the seas will be harsher. It's not a nice thing to think about, but it will be the case. And so those ponds will become less and less inviolable. Actually, and Riley and I will be around to see that.
Noted.
Maybe.
Maybe it's
Yep.
You should just know this.
Yes.
And move on to the next one.
Yes, yep, absolutely. So, Dylan's got that. Sorry,
Is that covered off Friends as well?
Friends is part of Future Friends, it's also part of the river protection.
Friends? Or do we go?
No, it's part of the whole thing.
I'd like to talk about the Friends.
So Friends, Joseph, is we've done the kicker wall to protect the backwash of water. Part of the funding from the government is to do an extension on that wall heading down in towards the Tartary. It's not going to be enough to turn the river away from the Tartary, but the engineers have now said, because I took that stuff to Wellington last week, have now said that the risk of the water circulating back up to our ponds isn't high at this stage, but we are at the hands of the back of God as far as what the river does. So, and what they also have changed, instead of saying that that wall is our responsibility by cost because it's protecting our ponds, they've now actually conceded that that wall extension is actually protecting the town and the infrastructure assets that are there. So that is a separate discussion now that's gone to Wellington as far as Future Friends and bringing the infrastructure owners to the table as well as far as what we do to manage that going forward. So our ponds will become irrelevant as far as the river, but we still have to look at moving them to somewhere else.
Has the, so these officials that you talk to then, and where, in MB?
No, Parliament, ministers.
Yeah, who?
I spoke to.
Yes, I mean in terms of the officials, what department?
I spoke to 3 different ministers and I took maps, and Minister Jones, when he comes here, he's got the maps now of what we're doing as well. And local government as well, I thought, yeah. So with regional deals, part of that is the fact that from the tourism infrastructure is that you've got 500 ratepayers paying for something that supports 3,500 beds. It's not sustainable. So there's that assistance in the regional deals, yeah. So we've got to look at that because to put that sort of cost onto the ratepayers there is just not.
Yes, your worship, but but what you're saying now, that come out of Wellington just recently, is polar opposite of what comes out from the regional council. The regional council's chief river engineer who says that it is vulnerable and that the war is going to make the situation worse.
For our ponds?
Yes.
If they extend the wall down?
Well, the hook that's been put in for now.
Yeah.
Is has made it worse, and hence the regional council submission. I don't know why they pulled out today. But this submission on this was pretty clear that we need to act now, and that's not another wall, it's about planning for another pond.
Yep. So Barb and I met with the regional council last Monday. Yeah. And the engineers spoke to us, and when we questioned them on what they were saying, they supported that it's not imminent danger for our ponds, but that wall isn't actually going to be doing a hell of a lot to support our ponds, because if the river wants to circulate back up and impact that, it will. It's the river on that side has sort of got ahead of us as far as the wall extension they're talking about isn't going to stop the water going into the Tartary, and then from the Tartary it's into Lake Galt, and then it's off down to Maporika. So that's what we're saying, the river's got ahead of us now. Actually, the situation's changed, and it's about protecting the infrastructural assets that are there. So they have retreated back off that slightly, but knowing the regional council, as we do, that conversation could change depending on the wind, which way the wind's blowing each day. So I'm not taking those comments as being trustable, but I'm taking them as being that's from the river engineers discussion. I've got the advice from them, and I've got the supportive documentation from them to take to Wellington.
Okay. So separate from that, the planning for the new wastewater.
Yep. That's what we have to get underway.
Whatever that might be.
Yep.
So now we've got that scheduled for 2031.
Yep.
And as I said at the previous meeting, that's far too late. It needs to be factored in now. And that's what we heard from Friends Inc. as well. Is we need to put that in there now. And of course, when we're talking about a future wastewater plant for Friends, like not the observation ponds that are sitting on the edge of the river now, but something inland, and probably having to look at that mechanical type of wastewater plant, that has to be something that has the capacity of the same as Hokitika. So, where are we at? And we know that the last time this was seriously looked at, and then was ruled out, and the previous council foolishly made the decision to rebuild on the river, on the edge of the river. But the last time that was talked about in the council chambers, it was $8 million for a mechanical wastewater plant. How on earth, and that was going to cope with like 3,500 at peak of season, how on earth do we get a disparity between that and 28 million for Hokitika when we're talking the same volumes? I don't get it, I don't understand how the Hokitika ones galloped away so much.
I think there's a difference between seasonal and collective, is there not? As far as this is a full-time population base versus a, Earl, I'll get this next one.
Yeah, I mean, we're focused on what's out here, we know about what's down there. We've still got about 10 years left on the resource consent for the one in France. And we are moving forward to look at designs for down there. We're focused on the one here.
Right.
Oh, just the regional council and the district council, we've got the same rate base, so we just got to get on and work together. This is crazy.
It's certainly there, Paul, and it's part of the Future France program, because it's time we had the asset owners, the infrastructure asset owners at the table as well with that work, and that's part of what I talked to Wellington about.
Yes, I agree with that, but it's here in the plan, but it's 2031, so.
We've got to start working on this now.
Yes, it's got to be moved forward.
Yes, we can't wait till 2031 and bite us in the backside.
No, that's right. So,
yep.
So what options do we have then to move it forward in the plan?
Well, I guess we've got to acknowledge the fact of what we're looking at, and it's not necessarily in conjunction with Future France. It's actually, there are some sites available up the top of, out by the Tartary, the top end of the Tartary, there are options there. It's time we sort of started looking at that and mapping that out and what it looks like. And
the placement of where it is now is where it's on the plan is where it's going to get expended. So you don't really want to shift your expenditure back any further because the board is going to just start funding it from that stage. So we better to leave it for when we're actually going to expend it, use the time between then and now to do a development. We actually have to do it.
Right, is everybody happy with that? Jane, I'll take this as the last point on this one.
So Brian, when you say the two councils have to work together, what's the problem? Because the regional council is governed by their legislation, aren't they? And their requirements are quite different to ours, what they're monitoring.
Well, they told us to build a stock bank below the ponds, so we did it, and that's the way we signed up. So what's the problem?
There's other things to play behind there as far as political games as well, but we won't go there. Yeah. Right, so we've got that, we've got points noted from that. So Glacier Country community funding. I think we acknowledged that with Janelle as far as conversations that need to happen there and how that will be managed and worded, etc. going forward. So I think we can take that as noted.
Brands and Fox.
Yes, no, it's Glacier Country.
Well, that's the generalisation which has been the point of.
Yes, but Leslie's aware of that and she's got Janelle's explanation.
No, they just want it clear, accounted for and showing that each of the two townships and the Glacier Country Tourism promotion money, the 13K for that is actually the promotion money, not the total 70.
So Leslie's got that noted. Hokitika swimming pool.
Miss Boat Jackson's Bay, the bay.
I've got number 8 on my page.
It's very tiny at the top.
Top of the page up there.
I don't have it on my page.
Top of the screen.
I don't have it on my page, which is what I'm looking for, which is why I've missed. I go 7 next year, then to 9. It just says boat ref. We'll just take that as noted because that just ties back to the conversation that was had there.
It'd be great to get that sorted and you've done some awesome work in that space to actually make that asset work.
Hopefully, fingers crossed. Thanks, Ash. Hokitika swimming pool. I think we could take that as the comments are noted.
Do we need to make a decision around that further expenditure? There's a demand so we might spend that.
Look at that. Chop.
Yeah. There's two, from the conversation we had in previous meetings and things, there's two conversations to be had. One is the redo the roof, and then the facility we've just spent however many $1 million on is shortened in its lifespan. And then there's the spend the money on a paddling pool, which I've said it before, my understanding is we missed the beat not doing that as part of the original project. But I'm fully supportive of removing the paddling pool as a father of a 4-year-old and a father of one who's going to arrive on it, so I'm completely supportive of taking that out for saving money for the ratepayers. And I think we need to make a decision on that as part of the long plan.
And as someone noted that I'm aware of, I will also.
Just on that, I met with some parents about that. They want to come and see me about that.
Sorry.
And Yarn's looking at that because some pools have got the same problem in other cities, other towns. And there is like a blockade you can put down and you can move it. So if we put something like that in, he's looking at the cost of this. If you put something like that in, it means then that we can take the pool up to the right length for swimming sports, which means that the pool will have more use for the schools. And that means that that gap then becomes the toddler's pool. And you can move that back to the baseline to have the pool open to its normal capacity. So,
Through the chair, I can speak a little bit to that. There are a few issues with that. It's not as easy as that sounds. But and trying to make that end piece, the paddling pool, is not really feasible because the water temperature is the same as the pool itself, and it's not going to be heated enough for toddlers as such.
Just the pool itself. Through the chair, I don't sort of see too much of an issue with the current pool, with the kiddies using it and adults using it. It's and I spoke to the lifeguards over there, and everything seems to be working really well. And they've had comments back from parents
So it's working well.
Is the little toddler's pool not there anymore?
Yes, it is.
You've been in there.
Your mum fell in that once. With the knee on it, it wasn't good. Anyway, the roof, does that need done, or is that, like, is it shot, or? Did we not fix the roof when we fixed the pool? Oh, is this the Ross pool, sorry?
There was money in the long-term plan that was needed to, on that structure as opposed to on the pool, or nice to have, so I think we need to make a distinguishment between just scrapping all money on that pool and then being short-sighted and doing damage to the thing we've just spent a lot of money on, and not spending money on a toddler's pool that we probably don't need. You could argue we don't need, which is the argument we're having currently. So, can we have some comment on that, please? Phil was where I was.
So if we can just have some, so Phil, sorry, please.
Yeah, I know we need money to replace sections of roof, or if not all of the roof. That's coming down to poor condition, but there is a separate item over there for shortening the pool and potentially putting the shelves back.
What do you think someone would pay for the pool if we were put it out to?
Oh, right. Can't we some order, please, we're coming up to 3:30, we'll have to make a decision whether you agree on it.
System to replace the diesel system for heating the pool. And that is a return on investment. It'll actually save money, and I'm not entirely sure what area, but it'll actually save money by installing an HVAC system and replacing the diesel system. So there's that, and there's the roof, which is the item you're talking about, Ash.
Yeah. So I'm personally supportive of a roof to keep our structure, keep the whole thing open and not being degraded, much like the one in Ross. Fully supportive of a strong business case around ROI on the heating, because the heating's the thing that makes that thing, you know, I've ran hot pools down in France, and the heating cost of those is your biggest cost. And that if we can move away from that with something cleaner or greener or fundamentally cheaper, then that makes sense. It will return its stuff in a couple of years based on, I think, what we've been told.
Right. So,
but I don't support the paddling pool.
So Leslie, we've got funding in the budget for the pool. We're not looking at altering that figure to put stuff in or out, are we? It's sitting there, it's already in there, and again, it doesn't affect the rates until we draw it down. Yeah. No. Okay. So
that
we
not remove it if there's.
Is there any impact on the rates?
Well, I think I've got a second to. Well, not now, but if you're putting
we
it,
don't have to
remove
it right now. I think this is a bit more. I mean, this is a pretty rash decision around the table. What's the relevance of taking it out? There's no impact.
When we draw it down, if we never need to be drawn down, there will be. Yeah, I don't, you know, completely supportive of the alternative heating source, completely supportive of the roof. I don't think we then need to go and spend more money on a facility. We just spend a whole lot of money on a kids pool.
These points are mainly to be noted as opposed to being formal decision making at this table, because you also need a breakdown of the budget as far as what component you're taking down.
Have had in the past over the 10 years. It's in there in different projects in different years over the 10 years. There's no type of decision between as I tried this in the previous meeting about
well within the capabilities of the laws of physics, I say we do.
You leave it in there, it can be made. You take it out, it can't be made.
Yeah, I think that's just
right. Protect yourself. Or if it's appetite, we could take it out now and it doesn't need to be done then, and it's protected from further expenditure on that facility.
Decision now, no one does make
That's
It's about 1.4 million with that total support.
Yeah.
Yeah, so take that out.
250k per thing, you're just shy of.
But there's also 516,000 for the roof and shore shield flooring. So what's the break split between the roof and the flooring?
The flooring.
Two complete opposite things in my.
Yes, but look, this is the thing. It's all well and good to say take it out, but we've got to break it down into components and make sure that everybody understands that that budget figure actually covers about 5 different components of work. So what is relevant? The roof, is that part of maintenance of the building? Does that have to say? So we've got to make sure that we're very clear on what's in and what's out, because we can't put a figure on that until such time as we've got that breakdown of those components.
We do have those figures.
In the LTP, it is split
That's what I'm
out.
saying. It's not a matter of just going blanket, take everything out. It's a matter of being crystal clear.
I'm not.
Can we just have some order here? Jane, you're wanting to pass comment? No? Question? Sorry. So as far as being compliant with what we're doing and where we're going, we can make a decision on what's in and what's out, and we have the breakdown to put against those items.
I'm sure we must have a breakdown to figure.
Yeah. Stephen's got it on the screen here in front of us.
Page 122.
Right, just have to do
There's three components to Hokitika upgrade.
Stephen, would you like to read those out so we've got that?
Well, there's a heating upgrade, which is 700k. There's a roofing and the flooring, which is 516. And then you've got the Thomas Pool, which is back out in 2031, 686, and the following year 701, so nearly 1.4 million.
Oh, yeah, the same. More than the heating and the roof and floor, though.
Yeah.
So they broke down the roof and the flooring, so it's separate.
That's what I was saying. What's the breakdown between roofing's probably critical, but I don't understand the flooring aspects.
So what is the flooring, Jan's here, or Earl, don't know which one of you want to, what is the flooring referring to in that?
So in my opinion, the flooring is probably nice to have, because when we did the stage 2 redevelopment, we broke open a lot of the concrete surfaces, but we didn't do everything. So we resurfaced some of the areas, but some of the areas are still the old surfaces. So that was to make everything smooth and redo. So we got a smooth surface all around.
Is this the base of the pool, or is this the...
No, it's around the pool. There's nothing to be done on the base of the pool. That was all done as part of the redevelopment.
So is there any component of it that's a health and safety risk as far as unevenness or anything else?
No, it could be addressed with minor maintenance. The roof, I would say, is critical if you want to keep it watertight. And I can split the roofing and the flooring cost, but I don't have that in front of me right now.
Okay, so heating's in, and then so we can resolve this at the next meeting as far as a breakdown of the roof versus flooring and settle on a figure. But we're agreeing that the toddler's pool is out. Is that what you're?
Yes, I'm happy to move a motion on that.
Yep, okay.
Can we not take the flooring out?
Jan has a figure on that at the
The
moment.
amount to be confirmed.
Well, I don't know about that, Jane.
We don't know what it is, Jane.
It might be nominal.
I've looked over there before, Jane. It's fairly uneven in places for the elderly.
Thank you, he just said it's health and safety.
But he's just talking about the average, eh?
Toddler's out, and come back with.
We can't cater to everyone.
Yep, okay. All right. Okay, so we have a motion coming forward.
Right, now that we're actually talking about it, to remove the funding for the pad and pool in 2031, 2032 to a value of about $1.3 million. Someone can clarify that from the long-term plan to keep the heat exchange money in, and then we'll get to come back to us on the difference between the flooring and the roofing. The roofing is a beautiful, the flooring is a nice to have, and that nice to have can probably be moved because I don't live in the position of nice to haves.
So that's 1.387 to come out in the toddler's pool over most of that 2-year spend.
And Natasha, you might have to wordsmith that, sorry.
Yeah. And then we bring, so the heat stays in and the roof flooring, yeah, and you'll define that with a figure for the June meeting.
I'm suspecting the roofing will be the vast majority of that.
Yeah. So is everybody quite happy with that? And do I have a seconder to that motion? Did you got that?
Please.
Thank you, Councillor Phelps. Right, all in favour? Show of hands, please.
Right.
Yep, okay, carried. Thank you, everybody, for that. Right. Yes, yes, we could have. Yep, thanks, Jan, for that. Right, rates. We know they're unsustainable. We know we've got work to do there. I think we've got that as noted.
Can I just,
Sorry.
through your worship, I just refer to page 121 because it's really the crux of the matter. Because we've just been talking about CapEx, it's OpEx, which is the killer. This is why our rates are so high.
Yeah.
The cost, like the pool costs us
$500,000 a year?
It's 700. By the end of the plan, it's $1 million a year.
To run.
Run the cycle trail, 413, it's going to be 700. This is where the crux, if we really wanted to attack rates, it's OpEx.
You're assuming we really do want to attack rates, do you?
I think everybody does. So rates.
Because I know when we did the workshop on the LTV workshop, we focused on CapEx projects primarily because the physical things, you know, that you can see, tangible, that you can make it an assessment of and decide whether it's in or out, but the actual running cost of the whole organisation is.
Deciding whether you're going to spend $500,000 on Carnegie or the kilometre, whether you want to keep maintaining all the operating expenses.
Yes.
Or the museum, you know.
Look, we're coming on to that shortly. It's what you've been talking about, Stephen. And he's dead right as far as managing things in the future. It's not just now, it's the future costs. So what's Oh, so I've got rates next. What have you got?
Which is a great segue from swimming pools.
So chlorination's on there as well. We're bound by legal requirements, so there's nothing we can do about that, put ourselves into a serious predicament by being a default.
I don't know if there's nothing we can do about it. My understanding is at the moment Christchurch City Council have very serious conversations with the regulator about removing fluoride from the water supply.
That's because they assume that their aquifer water is of the highest quality, and after the earthquakes over there, that's because they've had a few issues. So we are legislatively bound to provide fluoridation.
I think it was the Haas community, isn't it, that is lobbying for it. There's no opportunity to even have a conversation.
No. No. And he's been to the Ombudsman, and he himself is not in town, right? And the rest of the town is actually not an issue. So rates with chlorination, sorry, Colin. Very briefly.
Past information.
Yes.
Okay, so where did we get through? I know we discussed this before. It was thrown back on, and we said it was going to be costly to challenge. What was it, Bill? It was.
Yeah, you have to challenge it in the with the central government, but it's been challenged before and it's been rejected. So. Council staff and council wants to keep their water supply to the highest standard possible, and it's recommended, well, it's actually dictated that you have 3 layers of protection, and that's what we've got.
It's challenging.
But if I mean, we know from the Haas community, because there was a petition and that's that there's a strong will there to dechlorinate the water. Why shouldn't we give them a chance?
They can go to the Ombudsman, which is what they're doing, but the biggest problem we've got was the petition that we were presented with, and that went to the Ombudsman as well. The names on it were from Haas. 90% of the names on it were from people that live in Haas.
But then, who from Haas is on the water supply? And that's the thing. The petition ought to be just those on the water supply, doesn't it?
And the person pushing the petition is not.
Will you go on the water supply?
No, because it's nowhere near his property. It's got no potential to go on it.
But there is, but there was a very strong will from Haas though to dechlorinate water.
I've had that discussion when I've been down there, and I found no support of it whatsoever, because I've raised that twice now. And I've been down there talking to the locals, all been at meetings. The biggest thing they say is that when they come back to their places after being away, they turn the tap on, there's a strong smell, but after running the tap, it goes, which is quite natural, I think, for build up in the pipeline.
On occasion, but it's not.
Yeah.
If you put a glass of chlorinated water on a beach top, and the first amount of time chlorine goes out.
Yeah.
Given that the Haas water was drawn from a bore at the Haas River, very deep, my understanding, deep in the gravels, I just don't see what the issue is. I can see the argument for dechlorinating that water. Why not give them a chance?
They are, and they can, and they are.
No, you'd have to get lawyers and everything.
Yep. So we've left it with them, that if they want to contest it, they're going through the channels, which is what they're doing. But it means it's not costing us to do that. So if they want to get that through the Ombudsman, and we're given that direction, then that's what will happen. But it's their cost. And bear in mind, if you do it for one, you've got to do it for all.
Well, there's other councils that are challenging the regulator about it quite vocally, and I think, it's worth a go, in my opinion.
Well, it's also possible as well that those councils may succeed, and there's nothing to prevent us in the future dechlorinating or anything like that, but do we need to be the one to take on the world?
And incur the cost.
Yeah.
But we were asked by.
Yes, we were. So are we noting this and letting the due court legal process play its part with this? Because it's come back onto my radar again in the last couple of weeks as far as the complainant going and the action he's doing and the process he's following through with the ombudsman. So
He's entitled.
yeah, he is entitled to it. So he's going through the correct procedure. So if everybody's happy with that, we'll go on to rates.
So, we haven't finished with Swinburne, have we?
Yeah, we moved on to chlorination.
It's chlorine and drinking.
And not out of some.
Oh, sorry.
No, the other thing is too, is that we've been going for over 2 hours now, which we either have to take a break or push on, but we need a motion to do that. What is the consensus? Because we still have a lot to get through by noting or taking action on.
I could pop to the room.
Yeah, there's a 5 minute strictly.
All right, 5 minutes,
Not the
please.
same time.
Right, so can I move it to the please? Let me take a 5 minute break, Councillor Neil, Councillor Hanson. We can take a 5 minute break. Thanks, Di. Di's just putting us back onto the live stream. Right, so the next one on the schedule is rates. Yes, we are on to rates, sorry. I'm running off two different sheets here with different things, so excuse me for that. So the rates, I think, is everybody happy that we take that as noted? We're certainly acutely aware of the comments and the issues we face, and Stephen's very correct in his comments regarding rates and budgets and costs and everything else, and we've still got a lot of work to do to bring things into perspective.
Bishop, I'm just wondering if there's a piece of work that we can at least work on to review going forward in that plan where our OPEX is going to be. We haven't done any work on it, we're focused on CapEx. There must be an opportunity to look at the engine that's driving this whole council.
Primarily, that's something that the CE has to do with staff, because operational was not ours.
Yeah, it's a shame that Bart wasn't here today.
Yeah. So that's, I guess.
Yeah, I agree. There's no magic bullet on this one, but I think there's more work we can do. Definitely more work we can do. And obviously, like I said before, there's councils that are relentlessly savaging their budgets and cutting roles even to fit within a target range.
Leslie?
You were talking about noting all these, but there's a comment in here regarding the churches and
Well, 6.
Have I missed the churches off here as well?
And so within that category.
Sorry. I need to work off this sheet and get one in. Stephen's right with that, with as far as further work goes, that there was a lot of work to do.
Well, you can't ignore, the verbal submissions. Jackie's right on the money there. We've got an ageing population struggling to pay rates that with the increases that we're getting. And as I said, in the plan, we could be 75% higher on average than we are now. And rate inflation won't be 75%.
If you made an investment and expected 13% year-on-year growth, you'd be pretty happy about it. But the inverse of that is that if you're expecting the cost to go up 13% compounding,
Yeah, okay, so that's noted as far as more work goes, and that's something we can bring up with the chief executive to look at that and perhaps factor that into a work program for the next 6 months.
I think we're aware of some internal challenges, but it's something that we get comment from outside, from the community, makes comments, anecdotal. There may or may not be any substance in it, but there's some work we can do, I'm sure, to make things more efficient.
not just efficient, but also, as per your comments about operating expenses, are there things that we can just eliminate as well?
So that we could bring that into a piece of work that I wanted to bring everybody together and say, what is the next 6 months like? What are the key things that we need to be looking at and working on in the next 6 months? And that will stay then online for anybody potentially that's back into council after the next elections. But we can demonstrate that that piece of work's already started and start making some potential offerings to the next council on things to focus on and work on. Paul?
On the rates, I mean, here we are this year with, looking at average 13%, last year 18%, and with the promise that this was the painful year and the next year, which we're in, was going to be a lot easier. It's not. But you only need to listen to the message that we heard today, pretty loud and clear. Les Morgan.
Unaffordable.
Yeah, unaffordability. And Les Morgan was right, and he's fears that he'll be looking at in a few years' time, be looking at rates for 10 grand and Federated Farmers and their submissions were pretty stark as well as in their predictions. But if our starting point is always the status quo, then we're doomed to forever be on this hamster wheel of increasing rates rather than cutting our cloth. You know, since I've been sitting around this table, when you talk about cutting the cloth, the budget today, the national budget today, I've just seen snippets of it online, but the government departments have all got zero extra funding. You know, they have to make their budget fit their circumstances. We started the status quo, and then you've got the inflationary pressures, and you've got the insurances going up, and you've got blah blah blah, and next minute you're at 13%, and that 13% is only, you know, I mean that's not where it actually hits home with a lot of people. You know, it's a lot worse than that.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Noted on that one. So if everybody's happy, I think we'll bring that into a work stream. Stephen, you might like to take the lead on that one as far as rates. Some work looking at that to perhaps set a platform of work.
The interesting is I just dismantle the whole thing and rebuild it.
Right, so we've got a lot to get through before we pass a motion to extend the meeting past the 6 hours. We'll just close off the rates one, which has the churches, which has Stacia Kennedy's submission in there. And I've just received an email from Stacia, which I would like to acknowledge and read out to everybody. Hi Helen, I just want you to know that even though I was very nervous, I felt welcome and really heard today. Regardless of the outcome, this consultation process was a positive experience. Regards, Stacia. So that's really nice.
That's nice, but we can put the icing on the cake by just simply instructing them that it's just unreasonable.
It's not quite as simple as that, Paul, if I can, and I think, Lisa, you've got to figure if we do that across all the churches in Westland, it is...
Yeah, so Paul, so this is the churches in the district, and we've got 15 on there, and the total amount of charges, this is not rate, this is charges for, as per the Act, so your water, sewage, your refuse collection, etc., and that's 50,000.
Because they don't pay rates on the land of the church.
They don't pay rates on church land. They would do on the
material.
Yeah, and anything that isn't used as far as the church is concerned. But as far as charges is concerned, it's 50,000.
But Your Worship, this is totally anathema to user pays. User pays, they'll be paying 20 cents.
But they're not on metered water.
No one's on metered water.
It doesn't matter. I mean, it's
It
just
does matter,
a
we
matter
can't,
of being
we can't charge everybody without a meter.
Well, with respect through Your Worship, I mean, how did we suddenly land on this? We weren't charging this, and now all of a sudden in 2023 we are charging it, and now there's no escape. I don't accept that. You know, I think there is an escape.
There is an escape, it's just $50,000.
I think the escape
Is it just $50,000 though? Are there other properties that are places of worship and then within trigger the same or expect the same outcome?
Yeah.
Are we looking at a problem that's far bigger than, you know?
She said herself she'd spoken to somebody else.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
the 15 properties you refer to, is it exhaustive?
That's not just the Catholic.
It's Jehovah's Witness, Anglican, everybody.
Right.
Yeah, but this lady's just come to us with 5 churches. They got no sewage hooked up. They got no rubbish. They're talking about a cup full of water.
Yeah,
it's not 50 grand. It's not costing us 50 grand.
No. It's just unreasonable.
No, there is some flats here in that. So there's some Catholic flat
Well, in South Westland.
properties or something.
In South Westland.
Yeah. In the Catholic church.
Flats.
Yeah, flat. Accommodation. Yeah, I don't know what it's about, but.
Well, no, the flats would be St Mary's flats, sure.
Could be two.
But it's the nearest.
It's not that far.
Yeah, that's down the flats.
Oh, yeah, Sewell Street.
Yes.
Yeah, Sewell Street.
That's a different,
Oh,
that's a different kettle altogether.
So is that factored into that 50k, Leslie?
That's 18,700.
Yeah.
Is that part of that 50k?
Yeah.
It is. So that would stay.
Yeah.
So in essence, we're talking about,
Yeah.
what am I, 32,000?
Yeah.
Well, it's not even that much, because it's not $32,000 worth of rates.
No, but it's 32,000 because we can't take the flats out. It's 32,000 that they're paying out, which they're contesting. What is the repercussions of this with other community groups and other like situations that we're going to have pushback on now then to do the same thing with?
We are looking at making an exception for religion, which I think is a foolish thing to do. Whether it be Catholic Church, the Anglican Church, West Rugby Club, whoever, that is a business unit that chooses to own those assets. And if they wish to own those assets, they ought to be rated on them as consistently as any other property owner in the district.
And that's why I've just asked Leslie that question, is that what does that leave us vulnerable for challenges?
Exactly right. It leaves, it's a precedent that leaves us then open with these other non-rateable or 50% rateable.
As soon as you make someone better off by granting that they are a special case, you are giving a financial incentive for anyone that can to argue that they are a special case.
That is going to be a huge amount of money if they come forward, and then you've got to be able to justify why they don't get it, but they do.
And then you have to take, and then whatever cost you relieve them of the burden of, you have to get that out of somebody else's hide, which is the remaining base.
They're very valid comments, and I appreciate that because, you know, we've got to get the full picture of this. It's not about just that, it's the bigger picture. It's responsibility and accountability with the whole situation and what it actually brings forward. Jane?
So they can get their water disconnected and just pay half the water rate if it's still running past their place.
Yeah.
So could I do that for my house as well, as my water tank? Or no? No, I'm just curious. So
If the whole rate and is still within that, as the Act says, within its 50 metres, is it? 50 metres.
I thought there was no opting in or out. Yeah, basically, if it's to your boundary, you have to pay for it. Yeah.
If you're within 50 metres, you have to pay a half charge.
It's a half charge, not a
Right.
It's trying to encourage people to connect.
Yeah.
The Act's trying to encourage people to connect to it.
Look, it's a really sticky one, but we have to think about where does this lead us to? And I fully appreciate your comments there, Paul, but there is a bigger picture for it. So, and I'm also conscious of where we are with this. So, is there any other comments before I come back to you, Paul, on everybody's happy with what their comprehension is?
Yeah, likewise, I'm sympathetic to them, but I think that you've got to have it, a level playing field.
And we can offer them that half charge, which lessens.
Disconnect.
Yeah, disconnect. Yeah.
I think there's got to be a solution, I just think we can't resolve that in a couple of minutes.
No.
We should note it and put it down for investigation or consideration.
Yeah. I actually think that's a valid point, Stephen, and I think that's a conversation we can then go out to them and sort of say about the half rate with that disconnection. And if they do that, we can look at this, and it's incentivising them to.
And can we look at it, though, we need to be quite clear on whether or not we can look at it.
Well, that's something that Earl can then look at it, and he can guide us on that, so we can have the right conversation with them. But I think you're right, Stephen, it's not something we can make a snap decision on necessarily, because we've got to look at the consequences, we've got to look at the options that's available for them, and then go through that with them from there.
I think they can make their own decisions about fate. We shouldn't offer any false hope. So.
Paul, last comment, please.
Through your worship, I don't think it's a matter of faith that we're talking about here, a matter of fairness, and the fact that what did we do only 3 years ago before they got this suddenly? It was spread. Presumably it was spread. I mean, and then all of a sudden, someone has decided that actually there is a way that they ought to be charged, which I don't get. But I think that I thought that it was prescribed in the Rating Act, I must be mistaken, that the places of religion were defined in the Rating Act.
Yeah, but not for service charges.
So they're already exempt from rates, if I'm not
Yes,
mistaken.
they're exempt
In my
from
opinion, they're
rates,
already
they're not being
getting a good deal,
rated.
frankly.
You've got to see the classification between rates and service charges, and although we charge them as a rate, they're actually service charges for your water and your sewage. And they are fully rateable for the service charges under the Act. They're not rated and they don't get general rate, they
It
don't
sounds
get.
to me like a loophole in the Act. I mean, surely the ability to charge fully for service rates in the Act is meant to apply equally to the clause of the Act that gives an exemption for places of religion.
No. It says, in that part of the Act, it says whatever, like church, this, that, there's except for. So it literally tells you they're exempt from rates except for your water, your sewage,
So for 150 years we have exempted, but for the last 3 years.
No, I think she's thinking of when we reduced the rates, the water and sewage because of the depreciation. I think she's got confused with that.
I'm also not sure that the condition's necessarily the strongest argument. I mean, the long-standing practice of a thing having not been thought wrong does give it the superficial appearance of being right, but it's not always the case. And if there was an inconsistency before, and we notified the rate accordingly to relieve the wider rating base, I don't know that that was the wrong thing to do.
Okay, and I'll take this as the last one, please.
After my question.
Oh, okay, all right. So as far as that part of the rates,
Look,
are we?
when the bad judgment comes, Paul, I'll face the consequences.
We can, please, we've still got a bit to get through. Are we taking that as noted?
But if the Anglicans are right, you're in
If we
trouble.
can have some order, please, we've got a lot to get through. We take that as noted, and we will perhaps have further investigation into the opportunity of the half rate by disconnecting, and have that discussion. We'll see what the options are, see what has been done and hasn't been done, and we'll have further communication with the night. Am I right with that?
We're tasking staff to come back to us with
More
options. Yeah?
Yep.
The options is they can disconnect and have half charge.
Yeah. And that's something that needs to be communicated. We need to make sure we're correct with that before we go and do it.
I'm happy to send a letter to
Thank
High Court American as
you.
well.
Right, is everybody happy with that, with where we are with that?
Depot.
I'll take the quietness as consent.
Leah.
So before we proceed any further, we need to push, excuse me, councillors, if we can. I know it gets to the stage of the day when everybody's had enough and the spirited conversation is going to do it. Yeah, I know. So can I, if we can please, just a little bit of containment. Can I have a mover to a seconder, please, that is that we continue this through the 6 hour period, extend the meeting past the 6 hours that we've been here. Thank you, Councillor Beard. Councillor Burt, was that your hand up or was that stretch? Can I have a seconder on that, please? Are you happy to?
Yeah.
Yep, Councillor Beard, thank you. All in favour? Because we have to do this. So next on the list is Council's vision and community outcomes. I'm hoping everybody will be happy to take that as noted. There is a request there to add affordability or sustainability. I think sustainability is in the small print, not just the front vision of what we have anyway. Is everybody quite happy with that it's noted? Mm-hmm. Yep. West Coast Wilderness Trail. Yes, we acknowledge it's supposed to be cost-free to ratepayers. It's not. We're well aware of that. Is everybody happy that we note the comments and we are working on how that's going to be structured and managed going forward?
Oh, I'd like to know a bit more about the structure and management of it.
Yeah, but that's not the discussion here. I just want to know, if we're bringing that back, we've got a working group to bring back to council on the management of that going forwards.
Do we have a time frame on that?
Working group's meeting next week, and that'll be back to council on this month. Is it following up? Oh.
Again, we've heard it loud and clear today. What ratepayers find galling is that people that don't use the trail are the ones that pay for it, and the ones that are using the trail pay bugger all for it. And Lance Boyd made a good point about, we should be, he doesn't have an answer, on fighting.
Okay.
About the toll gate and about a turnstile and et cetera, you know, you pay your dollar before you can get through, something like that. But, I mean, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. I mean, these cycle trails are all around the country, and surely they're faced the same issue. And we can't be the only cycle trail that's looking to find a way to make it happen. So there must be ways that are already in use in other areas that we can help surely.
Bed tax. Bed tax.
No, people is leaving.
So this is what we've got, and this is the work of the work of the working group, is to find a way that takes the subsidisation of the ratepayers away from the cycle trail. It's not sustainable the way it is. We've got to find a better option and a better way of doing it. That's no different to everybody up here paying for the maintenance and management of the road into Jackson's Bay. Not everybody's down there driving it. We've got fares at one end to the other. But it's how we manage that going forward and what we put in place to manage it.
There's members on that working group which I'm looking forward to their background, their information on structures of other trails around the country, on how they are structured, how they fund themselves, and how they've addressed these issues. I don't have the answer, but there's lots of trails.
Collectively, there might be an answer.
Yes.
That's what we're looking at.
Yeah.
Through the chair, I can state that, you know, currently the West Coast Wilderness Trail costs the Western ratepayers $150,000 a year. Everything else is paid for by central government, which is obviously collected the tax. Last year they brought in a per kilometre fee for maintenance. Yes, there's an increase projected for the next few coming years, depending on the structure of our CCOs and how the trail is going to be managed, and that's yet to be determined.
So how come tourism rates so high?
Right, so we've got that noted, and that report will come back to council as far as the Wilderness Trail going forward. But we're well aware of the cost of the subsidisation of ratepayers, and we've got to find ways of doing things better, and that's part of that work. Ross swimming pool. So we've got that Wilderness Trail down as noted, and to come back to council. Ross swimming pool. Earl, do we have any indication when that work will begin?
It's already started. We've had engineers out there doing assessments and putting plans together, and it's probably around about the end of June that they'll actually start undertaking some works.
Is it worth us communicating that a bit more publicly, given we've advised you in the room this morning that nothing's happened and nothing's
No, we have advised them down there, so communicate quite well.
Cool.
Okay. Yep. And you're down there at community meetings a lot to know what's going on with that too. So that's noted. Thank you for that. Destination Westland Wild Foods Festival.
Through the chair. Honestly, we have asked for the figures, and then another year gets booked ahead. A date.
I was just saying, we pull our funding and see how it goes.
Anyone might assume people were hiding something.
We've been waiting to have a workshop that came out of what fell out of the CCO review, and it's fallen off the radar time and time again. We had an initial workshop where the people that needed to be there weren't there. We didn't have the information we needed. We had agreement from the chair of the board that we would set up another workshop. That is now 6+ months ago with no action. We have to put our foot down on this and get it sorted.
Isn't there another meeting on the early June?
Yeah.
Maybe it's an opportunity to just sort of finally get this resolved.
Yes.
I've said it in here before, but as the only person qualified to speak as someone who's run that festival 3 times, I was before council in May, the year of each festival, presenting full ticketing numbers, full financial report, and warts and all. that was moved over by myself, I'm sure. We can, so someone who's an accountant or a firm that's running it with lots of staff can be doing the same thing, and we already.
Doesn't take a lot to punch a P&L out the end of zero, it's pretty straightforward.
Or you can have it that day, the
Yeah.
next day, that
Well,
night.
you know your lifetime in sales, and you know your life income, and.
I have been told that it's, the creditors and debtors are all in, and there should be some financials to come to us, but yes, we've had a guts full of this, and yes, we need to.
Do I need to swear?
Yes, we need to bring this to a head. So that's noted, they are coming to us early June.
Where are we with a future festival date? I guess we're now committed to 2026.
No, well, not really, because as much as she does that each year, we do and can control that. So we need to not be swayed by the fact the date's been set for next year. We can actually.
Just because they've spent all the $300 at sign, they're putting a billboard out.
Jane,
I think something has been discussed.
yes, yep, exactly, agree. So we've noted the comments on there, and it will be for further discussion with council and action. Noted. Rubbish bins, offer a selection of rubbish bin sizes. I think all you discussed that.
Through the chair, apologies, councillors, I got to ask that question on the hop. Yeah, but I'll probably answer for you, hopefully. But yeah, the cost of putting in various size bins, for smaller bins, it costs the same amount to go and pick them up and load them into the truck and do whatever we have to do. If we've got an en masse request for smaller waste bins, we usually get people want more. But the waste is managed through general rates, the disposal thereof. It's the collection costs that they were talking about, and they remain the same for a smaller bin.
Yeah, so potentially we could extend the collection period, and that would save money because we're cutting down on the collection. And if the business is too big, so shut the
It makes it, the administration cost on that would be excessive, because the truck's still got to go past the street. If there's someone up the end of the street that wants it every fortnight,
No, they
someone in the
would
middle,
get-
someone in, right?
No choice, it's just, if we decide to make it 3 weeks, that's what it is.
Oh, yeah, you can do that. You can change that operationally if you wish.
So you're going to have rubbish sitting in a bin for 3 weeks or so?
If they feel that their bins are too big or they're having rubbish, they can withdraw from having bins and just take it to the transfer station.
So when did that come in? Because I know other people and myself asked a few years ago if that was an option, and it was not an option.
Well, I said so.
To go forward and say we don't want rubbish collection, and we got that off our days.
That's an option. You might add an extra bin or
New builds adopt them.
you can return the bins and
Maybe that's on board at the time.
Okay, so we'll take that as noted. And Earl's keeping us updated with that as we progress through rule changes and aspirations of waste management, whether it's bins or bigger stuff. The next one on the list is communications and engagement. We're fully aware that the communication and engagement can be improved, and that will be a plan for the board as well. As you know, the community being far more up to speed with what we're looking at and why, what we're doing and why. So
yeah, I think we assume too much the community knows what's happening in here. Should be sharing more often what's involved. And I think the Westland Matters is a nice little tool, but it's a little bit simplistic.
it doesn't cover the full spectrum of what we're doing. And where I foolishly sort of thought I would have the time to communicate a lot more than what I do out in the general public, yeah, I had no idea that my time was going to be out the window like it is today and weekend. So,
Yeah, I think elected officials need to communicate because we're the people who are elected. Information coming from within council is not the appropriate source, I think. It needs to come from within our group, the government group, because we represent the people, so we're accountable. So if we tell the story, that's what's happening.
Thank you. Good comments. Noted. Council auditors are not holding the council accountable for poor financial management, we'll take that as noted. Yeah, that's about all we can do with that, because they do hold us accountable. Debt, we're fully aware of the comments that go with that as well. That's part of the work we're doing today and will be into the future, as far as how we manage that going forward. Stephen?
Just a comment. I think the debt is, like, current council structure is, we've got some control over debt because we make decisions over debt, but there's a looming problem and we need to be able to account for that when it happens, because most likely the Three Waters proposal will go ahead. And if that does go ahead, the connection between us and setting debt levels within that CCO is removed, I would say, and they'll have free rein to borrow and fund whatever is required, and we won't have that control. So the council itself won't have the debt, but the CCO will.
The ratepayer will still ultimately be liable.
Yes, so we've got to be aware of that when we start talking about that issue.
And that's when we factor into the negotiations, so when the negotiations happen, we've got those things covered as far as what we've got.
It's very, very scary. Borrowing 5 times, up to borrowing, you can borrow up to 5 times your operating revenue.
Yeah, but both our debt and our rates fundamentally is something we're spending. That's the root of all sin, basically. And so if we're not focusing on our spending, just kidding yourself if you're going to worry about it.
Well, it's just like when you're sitting down watching TV and Harvey Norman offers you 60 months interest free.
Yeah.
And you think, well, I can have that.
Nothing's cheap if you don't need it.
You've got to pay for it.
Yeah.
Paul?
So the CCO will be, yeah, that's scary, mind you, that supposedly subject to the
I think you're saying.
But bearing in mind, of course, that we're on a one-way street. The government's made it pretty darn clear where we're heading with this, and so, yeah, and it is a scary prospect of allowing the CCOs to borrow, and already, of course, the government has made it clear that they want all this expenditure at the front, and so that's why you've got all of these the coast councils that are being told how much they're going to have to borrow. And to make it even scarier, of course, is because this is all through the local government, government funding authority. That one, yeah, which makes you liable for anyone's debt that falls over. And of course, with the Three Waters, there's a high chance that some of those things will fail, and we'll be up for their debt as well as being a member of that LGFA, whatever it is. It's very scary stuff, and that's not even talking about the bill that we're faced with.
There are a lot of mechanisms for you to collect that debt before it actually would come to that. And it is based on the size of the council as well. So any council that went into default and they'd exhausted the other methods and it went to this, our ratepayer base is so low, we would have a minimal amount to pay towards that, because like Auckland Council,
well, it will depend on the size of the deal, of course. And of course, it's all relative.
it's still based on your council ratepayer.
There is some government factors in there.
Yes, but I don't think we'd get away with chicken feed. But anyway, I mean, it's hypothetical.
But the scariest thing is that DIA is kind of very comfortable with debt. They see that council's debt levels are too low.
Yes.
We should be borrowing more.
Yes.
I just about fell off my seat when I heard that.
Well, this is the trouble when bureaucrats calling the shots.
So that's the driver for the CCO, who's going to be framed around DIA's philosophy.
On Thomas.
Budget's empty, and yet, there's expectation of councils to spend.
This country's spending $1 million a minute just on interest.
Too scary. Right, so, we've got that noted for debt. Infrastructure, we've got those points noted. The only thing that hasn't been there is the consideration of maintenance on unsealed roads in South Westland. We're very well aware of those issues and discussions, and they will be for the future and ongoing discussions. We'll move on to the museum and Carnegie building. You've all got that information in front of you of what it's cost, what's been looked at. Oops, today's I've just lost something here.
Noted.
The cost of what concerns me more so is the amount of loss per year, what it costs to run it, and the amount of loss per year that we are covering, or ratepayers are covering for. Is it sustainable? Here we are talking about cutting other costs, pruning other things, and this is just horrific with what it's costing the ratepayers. And how do we quantify this against everything else? You know, we've lambasted every other component within what we fund and what we do, and this is sitting here with some pretty horrific figures. Year to date, I can share the budget I've got here with everybody so you're aware. But the full year budget is looking like a deficit of 565,000 to operate.
Was that the museum?
Yeah.
It's not a deficit of 565,000. Operational outside of the capital expenditure. Nothing's been broken away.
Well, the grand total shows a deficit of 17,000, but I can't figure this budget out to how that.
Well, there's no revenue stream.
Wages line are expensive.
Sorry, that's a surplus.
What, 500 odd thousand?
No, sorry, 17,000.
Is a surplus.
Oh, that's-
When there's no income to go against the overall cost, it doesn't make sense, I'm sorry, Marcus, that budget. You can't go in with the right operating costs of that much and say that you've got a $17,000 surplus when it's OPEX.
Yeah. That's just the revenue, which includes the rates. It's forecast at the end of the year to be $17,000.
I think what he's saying is you didn't spend as much on the rate as budgeted.
Yeah.
Wow, that's good.
But we're still running a loss of 500K.
You spent,
A loss of 500K. Operational cost. It's going to say, it's running a loss of 500K.
That's what I'm saying, when you look at the overall cost, the budget's not a sound budget for factual components within it. But it is scary and we need to look at that. Is that sustainable? Do we go for the comments of putting a different structure into it? We've talked about a trust, but we can't give it to a trust because we don't know what the budget looks like and what the controls are within that. You know, to go to a trust, we've got to say, well, this is the budget you're working towards. We have some responsibility to look at that budget and what it costs to run it.
I thought it was a group looking at that.
As what?
That information that would be needed.
I said to Marcus, we need to know what it's costing to run the museum operationally before we can even contemplate giving it to a trust to look at a structure going forward. Because we have to be okay and comfortable with what those costs are.
And getting that information is in process at the moment.
Yes,
Like,
because we need to have that pre the concept of putting up a trust. The work has been on the structure of a trust, not what it costs to run the museum, because we have to, before we have a discussion with the trust, or information on them, we have to know what the budget is.
And that information is on its way to being sorted and discussed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Greg Maitland said, run it like the Regent Theatre.
Patrick, and then I'll come to you.
I'll move this.
Paul?
Well, I've got a few things I want to say about this. Firstly, that was not my understanding of why we are looking at the formation of a museum trust. It was, in fact, the complete opposite. In my view, we were looking at a museum trust to give oversight to the museum and to have some arm's length separation between the council and the politics that go on every annual planning and the museum. Because a community that doesn't know its past doesn't have a very sound future. And you only need to look at the Grey District Council where they've consigned History House Museum to the dog box, and they've got no history. What that's going to do to the future is their business, but we don't want that to happen here. A museum is part and parcel of the fabric of the community, every bit as much as a library, and it has been since the day that local government began in this country. They go part and parcel, hand in hand, and they are the domain of local government. And for too long, this council, going back years, when I was sitting here as a reporter, had bounced this one backwards and forwards like a hot potato, and it was always easy to cut the museum, and that's how we ended up putting it into a business unit that was mentioned this morning by Greg Maitland. And what he doesn't mention is that it didn't continue because it didn't succeed, and it was an abysmal failure. That's no reflection on Larry and Marie at all, but it's just the way that it was expected to run as a business is totally opposite of how a museum is supposed to work. And this is one of those things, in my view, a museum is something that a council needs to suck up. It's part of the council. It has been since the Hokitika Borough Council was founded in the 1860s. That museum's been funded by the ratepayers ever since. And I think it's a really sad day when you talk about, well, you know, what we're going to do, it's costing too much, so therefore we just give it away to get a trust and they can take it off our hands, and or we put it out to a business or whatever. I just don't think that is a sound way to approach it.
No, and I appreciate the fact that the museum is a passion of yours, Paul, but we are looking at every one of these components. The pool is an example. We've taken the toddler's pool out of that budget.
So that's hardly, I think.
Yeah, but that's, again, everybody has their own things that they favour out there. What we've got to look at is there expense in here that needs to be addressed and brought back into some form of controlled management. They should not have the right, because it's a museum that manages our history, it does not give them the right to run it at will within this set budget that we have arrived at. I don't even know where that budget came from as far as being acceptable. We're asking everybody to cut the cloth to fit. We haven't done that with this.
I wish we were being consistent and asking everybody to cut their cloth, but we're not.
Yeah.
Well,
let's start here.
Right, Marcus, if you can, please.
Sorry, but the March Council meeting resolution was to form a working group with the purpose of considering the Hokitika Museum Trust forward and to draft some terms of reference. Now, those terms of reference could be to incorporate the museum and manage the museum, or it might not be. It might be a different terms of reference. So my understanding from the March resolution was to form a working group to actually debate this very issue with the financial information in front of them so they can make an informed decision.
Okay. Right.
Thank you. There's $250,000 worth of wages, and we've got to look at it. Come on, you've got to start somewhere. $250,000.
Why we always start at the museum?
We're actually finishing with it, if I can. Ryan.
Follow from what Paul just said, I think this is bigger than just a museum. I think it's across all councils' operating expenses.
I wouldn't stop at that museum.
Yeah, that need to be seriously looked at and really hardly chopped. You know, we've had submissions today of people, pensioners, poor, you know, people that cannot afford to pay their rates, and we have not, as Stephen said earlier, not really gone hard on the OPEX this year. We haven't really even looked at it.
The OPEX isn't our responsibility, isn't it?
Well,
at the end of the day, it all is our responsibility.
It's the ratepayers' money, and we are the custodians of their funds. There's effectively the
But we need to be driving hard for cost cutting to make rates affordable.
Jane?
I think one of the points of getting a trust is also to enable us to write a fund that the council can't apply for. So once the trust is formed, this will be resolved anyway, and I agree that it's always the museum that gets hit. We don't go, oh, let's stop the swimming pool, that swimming pool, budget in half, it's always is the museum. But more careful there, because they're also extremely valued by a lot of the pensioners.
Yeah, how long will it take to set up this working group?
Well, the resolution was to bring the draft terms of reference back to the council meeting at the end of July.
So, has the working group been set up? No. So we're quickly running out of time.
No, so the terms of reference are coming back before the working group is set up.
No, the working group is to consider and draft the terms of reference for a potential museum trust board. Now, what that is up to you, the working group to put to council to then consider and vote on.
And that should be happening in July?
Well, the resolution was to bring it back to the July meeting.
Yes, the terms of reference. So we
the
need
draft
to
terms of reference for all of council to vote on.
Right. So we need to put the working group together and carry on the action from there. Patrick, and then we'll tidy this up with an action point.
Through Bridget, just to add to this conversation, I think there's a few things that you can distinguish out from themselves as well. I think there's a tendency to conflate the museum and Carnegie building as one and the same, whereas realistically, if we're going to have a museum, it could be a smaller, more modest one that's befitting the relative mediocrity of our circumstances and our limited rating base, and then we can give the Carnegie building to someone else, sell it or whatever. So the museum doesn't have to be in the Carnegie building first and foremost. It's almost like the expectations for what the museum is fills that sort of space, whereas actually you go to Murchison and the museum is basically a tiny 100 square metre building. It's probably more befitting that if we are to have a ratepayer funded museum, that's probably more the scale of what we need, not something that's a small castle effectively. And then there's also the case that just because we don't operate a museum as ratepayers doesn't mean that there wouldn't be a museum here. I think a lot of the time in this room, we're very quick to assume that if the council stops doing something, it'll go up in smoke and no one else would take it on. Whereas realistically, why would any driven group of people that care about history in this district bother running a museum at the moment when the council's already running one at the ratepayers' expense? There's other centres that are around that do similar sorts of things. Like, for example, you look at the Kiwi Centre, which is a private business that is a visitor experience. It's a place people can go and look at things and that sort of stuff. It doesn't all have to be in the Carnegie building as a museum. You can go and buy any number of books from Paper Plus that have got Westland's history well documented in book format and things like that. There's other ways of doing things than the status quo that we've inherited at the moment at a cost of $500,000 a year to the ratepayer. I just think we need to use our imagination a little bit more.
Because you only have to look at your next door neighbour at Greymouth at what they've done with their history and their museum to see how very well.
They haven't had book burnings, Paul. Like,
the more or less they have.
Right, so we're off the track there then with this. So where are we going with the museum and Carnegie building? Obviously we need to have further discussion with this. We need to put the working group together. As far as the working group goes, do we want to have a hand show of who wants to be on that now, so we can get the ball rolling, or does everybody want an email so they can acknowledge and then we can lock it in from there and set some dates?
I thought we'd done that, George.
Working group?
There was a suggestion as to the composition of that working group, like a couple of councillors.
We're going to get, it wasn't to be overloaded from council.
No, but we don't have who's going to be on it.
From council?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I thought we should.
The suggestion was a couple of councillors, a couple of community stakeholders, iwi representation, and I put myself forward to assist the group.
So what's the consensus there? How many do we need to have on there from council? We own the asset.
Like I said, two.
Well, that's at our discretion. It's at our discretion. It's our asset.
Doing us all on.
Right, so.
Not with Councillor Phelps.
That's it.
Paul's on there for iwi, obviously. Councillor, who's going to be on there with me? Councillor Davison, is happy to be? Okay.
You wouldn't want an atheist on a parish committee. I mean, it's just,
Thank you, Tanker, for that. Okay, so Marcus, there we go. Paul's on there, Councillor Davidson, Paul there, got myself. We've got Paul on there, so we can get the community representation on there.
Two from the community, two community stakeholders.
Yes.
I think so, yes.
Yep, keep it balanced. Yep.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
All right, and then we can look forward to an email bringing that together and coming together for our first meeting. And if you want to liaise with Natasha and Di regarding, yeah. And can I move and second that that is the process we have adopted? Thank you, Councillor Beard. Do I have a second, please? Thank you, Councillor Neil. All in favour? Right, thank you, carried. So that's an action from that, thank you. Feral cats, will take that as noted. It's nothing to do with us. We've had the discussions on that. Dogs, I don't know, because it's noted on the submission, so it's going to be in there. Frosses Bush was identified as a temporary dog park due to the racecourse development. That was a comment that was on there regarding dog park and the submissions. So I think that's just noted. Council controlled organisations. Comments are noted. CCOs were included on pages 259 and through to 265 of the draft LTP. That is also something that is still in front of council with progressing work, and that will be starting again very shortly as well. We just have the glitch at the moment. We've got new appointments for Destination Westland with board members and also West Roads because they're short of one. So as soon as that's done, we can resume the review process. Buildings, question building practices in earthquake prone areas. Council should not spend $5 million on that too. We've talked about that. Is everybody happy that we note that? Move on. Pre-election commitments. As Jackie said, we all made those, all made various comments.
That was awesome.
We've noted
Politicians for two things, policies and excuses.
The eyesight's another note that's on there. Transition the eyesight to a kiosk model. Business model should not be in competition with local tourism retailers. Know where that's come from as well. Yes.
So we're talking about the library.
No, we were talking about the eyesight.
Oh, we're talking about the museum. No, I was going to say the eyesight. So the tourism rate's 600,000, isn't it? You said only 150 is going to the cycle trail. So what's that mean? The eyesight's getting the rest?
Sorry, just for clarification, in 2026, the rates of the cycle trail are 293K.
So how much is it on the eyesight? How much is it on the eyesight?
Bear with me while I find it. Rates, very similar, 273K.
What's that fall in there?
The eyesight. And I have to be very careful that I've only got the eyesight ticked on here. It's a very small screen and, yeah. 273 for the eyesight.
223,000.
That's about half a museum, if you can look at it, we're having those conversations.
And the first one was the Wilderness Trail at 293, and the difference.
Through the chair, we do get reimbursement for some of those costs.
The Wilderness Trail.
Yes, previous.
Yes, yes.
That's not rates, that's in the rate.
Okay, and the difference is going to where?
Sorry,
The difference with the two, so is it 600K?
Yeah, there'll be 13,000 for the,
yeah. Yep.
Does DH's funds come from that, or is it completely separate?
Sorry?
Is DH's money completely separate from that?
Yes, it's a separate rate.
Yeah.
We've had this conversation a million times.
If we can just keep it so that everybody can hear what's being said and where we're at. So where's everybody wanting to go with this? So the Wilderness Trail, Earl, you just said we get some subsidisation back off that. Does that bring that down to 29? Does that come off the 293, or does that bring it down to be 293?
The rate is the balance, so whatever revenue we get.
I'm talking about
take
operational
into account.
costs, yeah.
Yep. Right. So the operational costs on top of the 293 of what it costs for OPEX and CAPEX, 150.
So here we go, now we'll find that somewhere.
And for further clarification, within that 203 will also be loan repayment. So it's not all operational costs.
Right. For the wilderness trail.
Within the wilderness trail.
Right. Okay.
What do you think, Stephen? Huh? No comment?
Look, it's a really hard
Right.
one. Look, it's a hard one because there's other factors in there. We don't know what percentage of that is loan funding. We don't know what the balances of that against what it brings into the economy as far as revenue goes, income goes. It's not a matter of just saying knife. It's no different to the museum. If you wanted to put the museum there with this, it's no different. The big costs, same with the eyesight, the big costs on the ratepayer, and we've got to look at this. But it doesn't just mean chop chop. It means looking at it and getting the right information and then making a very informed decision, because any decision made, that's it. You can't bring it back to the table once it's gone. It's too damn hard, and it's generally cost a lot more to do it.
I disagree. Floods knock out bridges all the time, and we're replacing it if it's worthwhile to do so. It's not as if we made a wrong decision, we couldn't undo it, but.
So what are you going to do, cut the wilderness trail altogether?
I would just leave it, and if people think it's worth their while to own and maintain it, they can do it. I mean, it's no different than virtually any other activity. Businesses abdicate ownership of their assets all the time, and if there's a market for them, they get bought. There's a group of people who enjoy playing golf, and they collect fees from their members for being on the green. They put little billboards around each hole, and somehow they make sure it's a going concern. I can't see that a cycle trail is any different. It's just the case that there's quite a few people in this district who've got businesses that have been subsidised at the ratepayers' expense, and they've benefited from those subsidies for a while. And yes, we look a bit off if we then abdicate the role of Santa Claus that we've been playing for a while, but that's not a reason that we should continue to do it, quite frankly. And ultimately, the ratepayer can't afford it, and Paul's right. I mean, I agree. The museum's costing us too much money, but Paul's very justified in saying that why is it only one particular thing, depending on how popular it is, that gets the knife taken to it, whereas realistically, we should be cutting across the board and basically annoying everybody. Everyone can offer lower rates as well.
Yeah, I mean, so I've mentioned it before about the big factory down there. There's a huge asset, not only to the town, but to the district. And you have these roads and bridges that go to farms that provide, milk to the factory. And the ratepayer pays for the upgrade and replacement of the assets on those roads. The cycle trail's very similar. No, just on a smaller scale.
No, because those roads are paid for through road usage owners.
Yeah, but
every litre of diesel or petrol that gets sold, rucks are paid on it, and then those rucks, whether they're distributed well or not, central government, NZTA, distributes those out to councils to dedicate towards their roading network. That is a more targeted, that is a vastly fairer and more targeted system than what we have for the cycle.
I understand that, but also there's ratepayer money that goes into it. Is that correct, though? Rest my case.
Before we talked about the eyesight, and now we're taking a right-hand turn. But with the eyesight, I disagree with your worship that it's, this is the same as the museum. It's not. Eyesight's a new thing, relatively new thing. It wasn't that many years ago when the eyesight was first come on the scene. It was in that little box down for reception. It fitted in there. All it was just a directory to help tourists to show them where to go and what to enjoy, etc. It's grown from that, and that's the issue. As for the future of the eyesight, I don't know. I've got mixed views on that, but for now, I think we just note it and move on.
When I said it's similar, I was more meaning the fact it's subsidised by the ratepayers, as is those other components, and we've got to look at that. That's what I was referring to.
Just for clarification, just for clarification, the eyesight cost the ratepayer
273K. This is in the 2026.
Yeah, and the Wilderness Trail was 293.
293, and that includes 47.4k loan repayment in 2026.
And there's maintenance costs on top.
No, that's included.
Maintenance is included as part of the operational.
So what are we going to do with the eyesight when we sell the building across the road?
We, probably about a year ago, we signalled a full review of the tourism promotion rate, going through the annual plan policies. We've come to this point now where at 447 on today, we're pushing things through. It's probably a little bit late to be going through that full process. I feel we owe it to our ratepayers that we do that full review of everything that goes in there, so everyone's got it clearly there. We look at the museum, we look at the eyesight, we look at the swimming pool. Every business unit of council needs to be fairly looked at like that. We're not going to do a full review of the tourism promotion rate right now, but we did signal a year ago we were going to, and we've let people down by not. But I think we owe it to them to then do that. That might have savings this year or next year, but I don't think it's going to achieve anything fundamentally right now without doing irreversible potential damage. But we owe it to people to follow through from what we said a year ago.
Through your worship, I think we need to look back to the CCO review. When around this table we had a quite clear idea about what we wanted to do with the eyesight and bringing back in-house to council was the first step. And I'll be careful what I say, but the second step hasn't happened.
No, and we did vote on that.
Bring the eyesight back to council before the meeting. Yeah, and that hasn't happened.
We did vote on
I bring it back and you don't consider that being back into.
No, it was coming back to council was the first part of it, and the second part was the next.
What Riley's saying is there's some horrible people like me that wanted to close it, and basically that was seen as a first step. Yeah.
And that's fallen off the radar as well.
Instead, we've had the decision to arbitrarily move it. It came as a surprise.
And the bigger a building you put something in, it somehow just sort of blobs out and grows to fill the
Well, there has been a lot of comments from the community too regarding what is actually in the eyesight competing against other retailers.
Okay. So as far as that goes, then that also needs to be on what we need to be focusing on in the next period of time. And get that piece of work completed, the decisions made, because today is not, we don't have the ability to make those decisions. But we need to give some clarity going forward to the ratepayers on what we're going to do and how we're going to structure these. Is everybody happy with that?
Through the chair, just a clarification on the Wilderness Trail. The reason it's got an increase from this year to next year is because of the CCO review. I had to put a little bit of an allowance in there in case it's probably going to come out from where it is.
Yes.
Potentially, and it's locked in and it's been locked in at the same price for 3 years now. So, you know, there's going to be an increase in maintenance costs. Clarification.
Thank you for that. All right, so we've got that noted as some more work to go. Is everybody happy with that? And we'll make sure that we actually cover these things off in the next period. Sport and recreation. We've noted, well, I think we can note those requests. We had that presentation on the court. There's a lot of wants in there as far as fixtures and offerings to the wider community with what we have here. Yeah, that's, I think, work for the future, and it comes down to affordability.
A lot of fuel vouchers.
Yeah.
I just wonder if some of those things are ideas that get thrown into the rec reserve.
Yes.
Yes. The race course.
Yeah.
Just as, you know, if these are community needs, then we've got an opportunity to
And
You don't want to build it like a swamp.
No, it doesn't have to be built up there. It doesn't have to be built up there. It has to be built within the region. But with those reserve funds, that's what this can pay for. So you're quite right with that, so we'll note that down with
you know,
that.
there's an opportunity,
Yes.
that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, well, it is, because it's different conversations to what we've had in the past as far as community wants, aspirations.
I think adding it to the LTP gives them more ability to gain funding.
How do we raise LTP if we're not putting money towards it?
We haven't talked about in the LTP about there being a recreation part to it. There's no decisions on what that looks like. So I don't think you really need to. Yeah.
Okay, so that's noted as far as bringing it to 7.
Just on the racecourse, as it relates to this sport and recreation, can we get an update on progress so far in terms of section sales and revenue and all those sort of things? So we're going to get a snapshot of where we're heading in terms of the funds that might be starting to build or grow for this recreation idea.
No, it's not actually, Paul. It's something that we could, perhaps I'm meeting with them tomorrow morning, so it's something that I'll talk to them about bringing a report to council.
I understand sections have been sold, and I don't know if it's 12 or 15.
In the meantime, walk past Harcourt's gives you an update with the stock,
Yep,
because
it
on there was
does.
sporting at last count, and that was over a month ago. I walked
So
past
I'm
and
not up with the terms of settlement, etc., blah, 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 but an update report.
Yep, no, that's noted, we can do that.
Just while we're talking about the racecourse, completely unrelated to the LTP, but I had a good talk to Jan last week, and he's keen to get us on site and do a site tour and show us some of the stormwater work they've been doing underground and stuff. It's quite impressive, evidently. So, yeah, if we can make that happen somehow, Bill.
8 to go, talk to Jan about it. 9 to go. Oh no, 10.
Right, let's get moving. Okay, noted. Tourism promotion rate, we've covered that, and that's noted. Heritage buildings, I think we've.
I think we'll note that and move on to the next one.
Yes, I think so, sorry.
Toilets and staffing.
I think we know that and then move on to the next one.
Community grant,
that.
we've done that as far as the Regent Theatre goes.
DDM 31 now.
Right.
DDM 31.
Oh, sorry, public toilets and staffing, sorry, I was getting ahead of myself, sorry. Public toilets, that's noted. Staffing, we're not going to get into a discussion here, that's noted. Tourism promotion rate, we've discussed that. Heritage buildings, I think we've sort of covered, we've acknowledged the comments that were there. Yeah, but it's something that we have to look at as far as ongoing costs. Community grant, we've covered that. Western Safety Community Coalition, noted. Hokitika History, noted. Ross Cemetery, no report was held as it was not required at the new cemetery site. Noted on that one. Natural hazards.
On the Ross Cemetery, so the berm is in place now?
Yes, 2 berms in place, down there.
2 berms in place, just waiting for occupants. Yeah. And.
I'm not the first one.
But the surrounding area, has that been like tidied up and?
It's in progress. It's in progress because we only get a small amount of budget every year, so we've pretty much spent the budget for this year, and then when it gets over into July, we'll do it.
Right, okay. Is it something that we could get like corrections to come in and help with some, when the cemeteries?
Possibly.
Is there a plan, an overall plan for?
Not a silly idea.
The community also could do it.
I think they have people who will oversee the corrections of the work. When I've had other discussions with them about Kamara.
It's basically topsoiling that at the moment. It needs doing and grassing.
Okay. Right, noted. Natural hazards. Yes, we do use their flood hazard information to inform all that. That's, yeah, okay. Noted. And same with the Franz Joseph Southside Master Planning. It's not the Franz Joseph Southside Master Planning, it's the it's the Future Friends project because it also incorporates Northern Friends as well. Regional Council have relinquished themselves from that and gifted it to us, which in many ways I'm more than happy for us to take on because the community is our responsibility, not theirs.
So how do we,
Such a gift.
how do we do that work with no budget?
Yeah.
Because I've gone to Wellington and asked for their involvement with this because also it now involves the infrastructural assets that is in the roading, the power and everything else. And I've given the papers to the ministers involved with that. I've had discussions with The power supply and NZTA, as far as this goes, and the Minister of the South Island with this as well. And I've said this is bigger than us. We need assistance with this, and we need resources to come from them to assist with everything. So that is where I've gone to with that. Looking at external resources to help us do it, because we don't have, the cost of this could blow out to be humongous.
That person nowhere.
We'll have to come back and visit it.
Well, through your worship, we'd be looking, wouldn't we, at something similar to the Westport Master Plan? Isn't that the movement?
To a certain extent, we're a little bit different because we've got communities that side, we've got communities this side.
Yeah,
but yes, there's a lot of information there that they're happy to share with us, yes. And also we've got Ashley.
So there's government precedent, yeah?
Yes, yes. Yes, there is.
Yes, so I can't see that they can turn us down.
No, I'm hoping they don't fall. And we've also got Ashley Stewart, who of course used to work for Minister Jones, who now is working out of West Coast Regional Council, working for you. And she's just absolutely fantastic, and she's there, and I communicate with her very, very regularly on work and potentially what we need to get up to speed to council. But it's a matter of looking at the avenues, the channels that we use and what's available, and we can get some assistance from this to bring it forward. It's bigger than us. It's not just about relocating.
It's a monster, but the master planning model from Westport seems to work. And brought the community along with it, and that's key. So,
Yep. It's a hell of a meeting.
Yeah, I would be quite hopeful really that we might have a way forward. We've got Mr. Jones here the week after. So he'll see for himself.
And he's in Greece, so it's the bonus.
Because we're up for that, that's crippling for our little council.
It is.
I think he will be well aware of that.
So that's that one. So I think that completes the
DH.
Destination Hokitika Road. Oh, sorry, I turned the page too quickly. Destination Hokitika Road. They wanted that inflation adjustment, didn't they? And also in the past, we've had that issue about, are they bringing in all the businesses into that rate? I know there's a lot of complexities to that. And it's still not resolved, is it?
As far as we're aware, all the businesses are.
They have done it?
It's throughout the wider Hokitika area. The problem has been that some of the businesses don't get any benefit from them. Because you've still got to be a member of them.
But that's for them to deal with, not us. It's not our.
That's been the problem for why we're
Because council can't provide them with the information.
Correctly provide them with information.
It's a business group. It's very weird that they put us in the position of being the debt collector. I mean, if they can't get people to voluntarily belong to an organisation with shared goals, they're not doing a good enough job, frankly. If they're doing a good enough job, people will be happy to pay their bills. Any other industry association's the same, any trade union's the same. People should be free to opt in and opt out, not have us there as their debt collector if they can't do a good enough job to get people to belong voluntarily.
If a business can skimp out, they will.
Yeah.
And that's what they have. That was a problem.
So
yeah, but that's their problem, not ours.
Yeah,
they're a marketing group.
You're quite correct there with that. So are we happy for that fund, for that rate to be struck for going forward for this year?
But this year, but I think, there definitely needs to be conversations around it.
Well, we have tried to do that before, and
they come back,
but we need to sit down.
Every single time.
Yep, but we need to sit down with them and say that there is a finite line with this, and we need something solid done on that.
What did you say?
But we're talking about this every year. It's come up for our 3 years.
We're talking about 5 or 10 years from now, Mark.
Well, we shouldn't be. And fully declaring I'm on the committee of DH, but that conversation needs to be had. As a councillor, I can't vote to support it staying in the long-term plan for 10 years before we've had that conversation. Fully supportive of it happening as status quo this year, but that conversation needs to happen and a formal decision needs to be made. Glacier Country, they get 13,500 and it's a completely different piece. There's no mandatory membership with Glacier Country, they have to be 90 plus members, and they've maintained all but about 10% through COVID.
The thing is, you've got to be an organisation worth belonging to, and that's a hard thing to do. It's your job. Yeah.
But I mean, you can hardly, if you're going to bring in the likes of which they should, I don't know if they do at the moment, Airbnbs. Because some Airbnbs are breaking in just as much as a motel.
But if an Airbnb owner feels like they will broaden their market by being a member of that each year, they will find it worth their while to do so. If they're not doing good enough work, they won't.
All right, we're going to go nowhere with that discussion, Disney.
Yeah, so bearing in mind we're talking about keeping it in for this year at least, for the plan itself, keeping it in until we have those discussions, do you want the CPI increase in future years? We need to know that now.
Which is the exact figure is.
Well, that's.
Yeah, right, but for this year we're looking at.
39, isn't it? Yeah. 39.
Yeah, 39.
We don't fix our revenue to the
So,
CPI, that's going to look
consensus around the table for that, please?
Seems fair, doesn't it?
Bridget here gets that.
Yes, they do. So we need to be consistent. Is everybody happy with that?
No.
Can I just show of hands, please, around the table for that being the case? Right. Against? Against?
You can vote for the motion.
Right, abstaining, so that's carried, that's agreed to, Leslie. Thank you. So with that, that completes all those discussion points. And the other good point is it's brought out some pretty heavy meaty stuff that we need to work on.
Well, I think there's a lot of stuff that needs to come back.
Yep, there is, and we've got that noted, and we will bring that to the table and start working on that as well. So I'd like to thank you all, and those from the community that have taken the time to stick with us all day. Emma and everybody else that's been part of that and still there as well. And for those that took the time to submit to the long-term plan, we thank you. And also to those that presented in person and online. So with that, if everybody's quite happy, I will declare this closed at 5 minutes past.
Just one second.
Yes?
That Mrs. Kennedy, she sent you an email, did she?
Yes, she did.
Could you just reply back and say that she presented it really well?
Yeah, I have, and I thank you very much for that, for the comment.
And the bad news is,
Yeah. So